But everybody, welcome to the
March
March 19th, 2025 budget meeting of the Fluvanna Board of Supervisors. We'll just start with conversation. Mr. Dahl, you want
Yeah.
to add?
In the pledge.
No, the only thing I'll add, just so we can kind of get into it, we have a short time here. So the only thing, as I noted earlier, there was just a couple small changes in the budget since we finished last week. Some of the changes had to do with, when we were doing a lot of quick calculations for the sheriff's deputies on the fly. We shorted some figures by a little bit, but it's probably by around, I remember correctly, it was probably around 15 to 20,000. And then there was one increase, Blue Ridge Juvenile Detention Commission. They approved their budget last week and they received a few updates. Albemarle County is the fiscal agent for them. And so they had some slight increases in their insurance and some insurance figures. And then they also reduced some of their interest earnings. And then again, the localities that participate, it's all based upon a percentage of a 3-year running average. So Fluvanna's increase to that was 12,269. So when we ended the meeting last week, we were roughly right around 270,000. We're right around 200, it's called 250, but 249,305 right now. So that's kind of where we are. Those were the only changes. We don't have any additional revenue figures from the commissioner or anything. He is anticipating he would maybe have some updates for the first week of April, but so that's that. And so then as far as today, I think it's kind of settling on where the board wants to go. Certainly at this point, when we go into the regular meeting, wherever we finish here, I think the only change that you could possibly have from here is, what happens, whatever the board wants to do with meal tax. That's kind of the only wild card, I guess, from this, but otherwise, whatever we adopt from this point on this evening, that's the high watermark for tax rates and the total budget. And so at that point, we can go below that, but we can't. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think, kind of where we ended up last week, I know maybe there was some, I feel like maybe with the schools and maybe some of the sheriff's deputies, there was some further discussion, but I'd happy to answer any questions from the board.
No, I have any.
Did you want to discuss the spreadsheet that you had?
Yeah, there's if you notice, there's a spreadsheet here. I went and pulled the numbers from the other localities. Buckingham, Goochland, Louisa, Fluvanna, Albemarle, Charlottesville, pulled their base pay rates for the different bands. And from what I can see off I compared apples to apples, because there's different ones. There's 10-month and 12-month. I pulled the 10-month and we are in the middle with Louisa. Buckingham, Goochland pay less. Albemarle and Charlottesville pay more. In most cases, it's between 4,000 and 5,000 more for Albemarle and Charlottesville and most pay bands. And that doesn't factor wear and tear on cars and fuel and other stuff. So I think generally we're pretty competitive. Are we ideal? Would we like to be higher up? Probably.
Use the veterans. It was a spreadsheet.
That's
Tim
just teacher pay.
Just on the pay bands on teacher pay.
So to the question about the deputies and so last week, what was it, 122 we said per new hire?
Yeah, it's I should have got that email that I sent to the board, but yeah, it's roughly right around. What's that? 118,422. That's the total cost for deputy, new pay. You have differential bonus, and then plus all like operational supply costs, which around 24,200. 24,000.
Yeah, it was 24,200, and you said what, about 11,200 of that per deputy would be for like, let's call it one-time equipment that,
Correct.
for example, a gun or a rifle is going to eventually be replaced, but probably not within, I don't know, sheriff has maybe heard
Years.
Yeah. So if we're looking at 11,200 of that per deputy was the figure you gave, so a little less than half. Where now we have, and that 24,200 figure is the same whether it's part-time or full-time.
Correct.
Not
No, half year,
half
full
year.
year.
Right, correct. Not, sorry for the semantics there. But yes, half year versus full year. So regardless of how many we have, whether it's half year or full year, we're looking at 11,200. So right now, for new equipment that we can, and we all safe to say that that's a one-time expense for all intents and purposes, the what is it, EDP?
EDP, there's computers, there's, rifles, handguns,
Uniform.
tasers, bulletproof vests, things like that.
Everything you need to go to work bulletproof vest.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull that up real quick. It was just for police, so handgun, taser, rifle, uniform wearing apparel, communication equipment and EDP equipment, for all intents and purposes, one-time expenses. 11,200. Right now, we have what, two full year and one half year. So that would be what, 33,600?
Yep.
Okay. And what's the threshold for CIP?
I mean, CIP is generally large items of
Yeah.
$50,000 or more. I mean, again, this wouldn't qualify as CIP, but it doesn't mean. It is the thinking to fund it out of fund balance.
Well, not necessarily, I mean, so I guess I looked up. I was looking in last year's budget and I remember we funded, what was it, like $53,000 in the CIP for PPE for.
We funded some things even in this budget this year for like one-time equipment costs that.
So how would this differ if we were to?
It wouldn't. You could easily, if you wanted to say, if you wanted to scroll up, if you would please, Teresa, if you wanted to add. Again, additional fund balance line there, again, what it's gonna do is just gonna increase your excess right there, and then, you all can figure out what you're doing with the tax rate.
Yeah, and we could do that as an equipment item. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, obviously it would be for new deputies and new hires, but if we were to put $50,000 line item in there for equipment, that would leave them some room also to maybe replace some things if they needed to replace some things. It was outside of the new. I'm trying to look at how we can find a wedge here potentially.
I think what you're saying is if it's a one-time cost, just do it out of fund balance.
Yeah.
And if it's continuing salary and benefits.
Right, so those
then do it
four
out
items.
of-
Yeah, so.
Even if they're a little under the threshold of 50,000.
Right, so there was 84,525 for salary and benefits, 9,700 for sign-on bonus and differential pay, and then 24,200 for operational costs. About half of those, so vehicle repairs, vehicle insurance, subsistence, and lodging, convention and education, those are kind of continuing, which you wouldn't want to pull out of fund balance, but they're the bottom four: police supplies, i.e. handgun, taser, rifle, uniform wearing apparel, communication equipment, and EDP equipment could be considered one-time costs that we could work in the CIP, and that gives us another almost 50,000.
Well, let me just clarify, now in the CIP, you want to put in the CIP, if you want to fund it out of fund balance, you could
We
put it
can
in there,
choose
but
to
it's
fund it out
not,
of fund
it's not a
balance or board of
CIP. item.
supervisors
Correct, okay.
Contingency or.
So was the PPE last year, was that fund balance? Or was it CIP?
What was that?
It was CIP.
CIP.
So why would that be?
If it's over a certain
CIP.
threshold, so like when we bought the air packs for the fire department, it was sufficiently large to be CIP.
Yeah.
I mean, that was cumulative, right? Is it, so it could be cumulative over?
I mean, generally, yes. I mean, so again, if we're buying, let's just say we're buying 50, PPE outfits, that's gonna be over your $50,000 threshold. Again,
Which
these,
could go into the CIP.
what's that? Yes, I mean, we, if we're doing big bulk purchases like that, we would do CIP. So Mr. O'Brien arrived in the meeting here, so I think, so he's in right now, Kelly? Okay, so I mean, I guess we wanna, allow Mr. O'Brien in.
I move that we allow Mr. O'Brien in.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hyde, second by Mr. Goode, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And then, Mr. O'Brien, you just need to state the reason
Oh.
why you're remotely where you are, and what else am I missing?
Just is, why is calling in and where his location
Yep.
is.
I'm calling in from Snowbird, Utah. I'm on vacation. And that is my reason right now.
Sounds like you just got off slopes.
I think he's going
And I
down.
did just get off the slopes. Yes. Yes, I did.
All right, so yeah, to go back to the question, I mean, so no, this wouldn't generally fall under CIP, but again, we generally fund CIP items out of fund balance. You can fund operational items out of fund balance too, equipment, so if your intent is to try and reduce kind of what you're doing from a tax rate standpoint, or provide some more funding up there, if you just put, if you want to call it 33,600 in fund balance, that's gonna give you another 33,600 to that 249 figure. And then you all can decide what you're doing with that amount.
So explain to me, just, I'm trying to part and parcel this, what's the difference of using fund balance for something like this and then fund balance for a CIP item?
It's the same. I mean, it's basically the same. I mean, again, when you're doing little onesie things, in normally you don't do a lot of fund balance in your operational budget. But if you have little discrete items like this that are one-time costs, again, you don't want it to continually bake into your budget year after year after year. So instead of like ups and downs,
Right.
if it's a one-time thing, you can fund it out of fund balance, and this way it doesn't affect your overall budget next year. If it's kind of more of a, let's call it a small capital item. So yeah, I mean, if we wanna, if you wanted to fund, you know, again, those three deputies and those items, I would try and tie it to, you know, kind of what we're funding. So, I mean, yeah, so if we're talking this 33,600, you could easily add 33,600 as a fund balance funding option in here.
Subsistence and lodging is a one-time expense as well. That's just what it costs to house a trainee at the academy during the academy. They don't ever have to go back to that.
And what would you consider that?
That was 552, wasn't that 5,200?
It's $5,265 per deputy, and that also doesn't matter whether it's a full-time deputy or a half-year deputy.
And so was that included in your 11,000?
That was not, because I wasn't thinking, I thought that was. I thought that would have, I was thinking that was maybe a yearly training or something that was
The
required.
yearly is under the training, that's the 30.
Do you have that email, Aaron?
I don't have any.
Would you still incur that expense if they were certified deputy?
No.
I didn't think so.
But in talking with you, some of these new positions, you would,
The new applications we're getting, most are not certified.
right, and you said that's about 5,200 per,
It's 5265.
$265 per deputy.
so that would add on top of the 11,200?
Yeah, actually would, yeah.
So. Right now, just for the three, that'd be 49,395. I mean, that's only,
And the only reason that that wasn't put in as a CIP is because it was tied to the person, not, I didn't do it as a separate CIP function. In my mind, as I was preparing.
Yeah, so I mean, for those, so if you wanted to fund those, include those trainings in there, again, they may be needed, they may not be needed. And so, again, if you add that with all the other stuff, you're looking at just under 50,000.
and why vehicle repairs if these are new vehicles for the new hires?
They still need oil changes,
Okay.
tires and.
Maintenance, right?
Maintenance, not, okay, maintenance, okay.
I still use an average, so yeah, they're probably not gonna be drive shafts like some of the cars that we're getting now, but that we have now, but they're still gonna be in that average.
Dues or association memberships, I'm assuming those are probably annual.
Those are annual.
Okay. So really, we're looking at. What did I say, that, final,
It's 49,455.
16,465 per,
Yep, 16,4, I have 16,485 unless I add.
anybody haven't had, like, me give us about $50,000, takes us up to about 300 at this point.
I'm good with it. I think it's a good idea. I mean, it's one of those things where it's money that's not gonna happen the
I
next
mean,
year.
why put it, right, exactly, and so it's a,
I'm fine with
yeah,
I mean, like.
it's not rolling over a cost this year out of fund balance we have to pay for next year. And it doesn't go against the tax rate this year and gives us a little bit more wiggle room. Here, I mean, let's call it 250 and 300. 250 looks a lot better than 300.
So do I hear at least three that want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so put right there and look up there.
That just makes sense.
Just put sheriff's positions and put equipment, sheriff's positions, equipment, and then put fund
It's not a
balance.
continuing cost, that's the word I'm looking.
Just put 50,000 right in there. Okay, so you have 299,305.
I'd really like to just make that 300. It's bothering me.
To look for some cuts and.
I mean, if you wanna add the difference of, what's that, $595, what's that, $695 to make it up, we could do that.
Okay.
Sure.
No,
No.
No, okay.
no.
Any other talking points, pieces?
I'm not sure if I pulled up a different pay scale.
I went to their website.
Well, this is, says Goochland's board docs. I'm not sure if I'm on the right, correct one. But they did a huge adjustment this past year. And do you mind if I ask Dr. Gretz if he knows the difference? The sheet that I pulled up says that the Goochland starting salary for a brand new teacher is 55,500.
509, that's right.
Yep, 55,509. So I'm not sure exactly where this came from, and I want to make sure we're apples and apples, not apples and oranges.
I did,
Okay?
I looked
But
at 10 year, 10 month.
That's 10 months, 200 days.
Yep.
Right here. 10 month, 200 days.
And that's the one I just sent to everybody. Y'all saw me texting, I was sending a picture of that. So they actually adjusted the bottom of their scale to where they were higher than Louisa and us. But now they don't rise as much per step as the rest, as we do. I think they're like $400 per step. Or $500 per step, so it's 30 years. Anyway. They're up to 76 instead of 66, which we're still above that
Mhm.
by a long ways. But they've been beginning salary, beginning teachers,
Yeah.
they're now above us. And I'm sure they will probably be making adjustments to like catch up with the Jones, keep up with the Joneses. So we are
There's a
out,
website.
Yeah.
That's 2024, 25.
okay, so that column was not the right one.
Yeah.
They're projecting a 5% increase next year.
Like I said, when they got Henrico next door and they gotta keep up with Henrico, they're going to jump. So I just wanted to make sure we do know that, yes, we are above them and Buckingham when you get to the upper levels, but we are behind them at the lower levels.
Been thinking a lot about the deputies and, you know, I've gotten calls, I've talked to people, I've seen feedback, it's good to see about that we should, fund public safety. I've said two different things that all of it, and I thank the citizens for reminding me. You know, when the first budget I did, I said that public safety is the most important thing that government does, and that we certainly need to be looking out for that. And then I think it was 2 years ago, I mentioned that of all the calls to fully fund, that I had never heard anybody yet say fully fund the police. And, you know, the sheriff's department puts on bulletproof vests every day. And it, again, I thank the citizens. It reminded me of priorities. And so I feel we need to add to the deputies.
And I think, wasn't it last meeting, the sheriff has mentioned something, I think you had made a recommendation of something about 3 full year, 1/2, or 2 and 2, something like that, and we had maybe went one lower than what you had suggested.
Y'all did 3, and then I said, good, at least at 3.5, but I can tell you, like we told you at the beginning of the presentation, is that we projected the needs for this county for the following year and the year that we're going through currently. And these are the numbers that we came up with. And if we go into July 1 and we don't have, whoever we don't have, we have to reconfigure our, who are we gonna put in what position to make things happen? And we've got those core things, the road, courts, that we can't move anybody out of. So we're gonna have to redistribute our people based on the personnel that we have to put in there. And that's why we came up with the 6-figure, is that would make us whole. It would make us adequate in investigations, adequate in the courts, and adequate on the road, which, to remind you, four for the road, one on each shift, one in investigations, and one in the courts. That was our breakdown.
And that, so actually thinking about the equipment side, that 6 number was actually, well, if we fund the,
I mean, depending on how you want to fund it, go down to the deputies, please, or go down the sheriff's budget. Click on the cell. So if you, I mean, so are you talking about funding a full year deputy or?
I hadn't proposed anything.
Okay.
But let's just say, so we're, per full year, we're at 118 something.
Yeah, I mean,
But that
that's
was including the equipment that we could.
correct. So you'd add 84,522, the 9,700 plus 24,200. But then if you wanted to fund 12,000 of it out of fund balance, then you'd add that another 12 out of fund balance. Because you have to add the expense in there, but if you want to offset the revenue with funding those.
Well, you'd have to add the 16, whether it's, if we were to do one more, whether it's half year or full year. We'd have to add, I guess, what, 16,465 to the fund balance number, and then whatever the.
Yes, I'm sorry, 16, yeah.
Yeah, and then if you take that minus the full time, it would be 101,957, and if you take it minus the half year. If I say half-time, part-time, well, you guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
And if you take the half year 76,161 minus 15,465, you're 59,696. So you're basically, if you're looking at 101,957 for a full year, or 59,696 for a half.
What was it, what was the full year again? What'd you say?
101,957. We basically shifted by moving some of this to fund balance. To me, yes, we're back up at about 300, but if by shifting some of that to fund balance that we did just previously, we've essentially created room to add another half year if we wanted to, and that'd get them up to 4 deputies by the end of the fiscal year.
I thought the 260, and you baked one in already, so that's 2 and a
Yeah,
half.
so there was one in my budget, and then last week you all added another full year deputy, and then one full deputy at half year, starting at January.
So if we,
So depending on if you want, I mean, we can add whatever one you want to do, a full year or a half year, and you can see what it is.
Let's do that.
Okay, which one you want to do, full year or half year?
So we're at 2 and 1 right now, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's start with the math of adding another half.
another half, okay, so go out after the 24,2.
Then we gotta go back and add.
So plan to add 42,261
We gotta add another
plus
digit. to the-
9,700 plus 24,200. Okay, enter. Okay, so go back up top where we were fund balance and add another 16,485 to that. So,
465.
16.
yeah, so just go in the cell, go equals.
Mhm.
After it goes 16,485, and you had something that would be.
Let me make sure.
So at 11,220 plus 52,65.
11,200 plus 5,265, 11,465. 16,465, sorry.
16,465.
And you need to add a vehicle to CIP.
Yeah, we'd have, I mean, but that's a wash. It's a wash
Yeah.
on both sides. But so that's what you're at right now. If you added.
That doesn't affect the tax rate, it's just the salary and the benefits of the.
Correct. Like I said, we offset some of the, what's called one-time costs from adding that additional deputy already. And now the only thing we have to do is add the vehicle expense and the fund balance piece.
And will that factor in it, the COLA increase in health insurance and everything?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So we just added somebody for half the year. Will that also add on to the COLA and health insurance costs? Contributions? And
COLA, they're not eligible for COLA because they're starting after March 1, but health insurance, I
It's
mean.
factored into that number.
Well, yeah, the health insurance, I mean, every new employee we add every new employee at $10,000 for every new employee. So if they're single or
So
there's
you're
a
split in the
save-
middle.
Yeah,
Sometimes you gain, sometimes you.
yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, like I said, I mean, adding the vehicle's not gonna change the 239.
That doesn't mess with 239.
And Aaron had asked for some stuff and he raised it at the end of the meeting for
Yeah.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
Can we, it was such a small amount.
Yep, so go down Parks and Rec, please.
The bicycle and.
Yeah. For the guys that have, that guy has to travel those trails and they
No, go
give
down
up.
to this budget.
I mean, the community uses that so much, whether it's the disc golf
Where's the
course
description?
or clearing trails or the equestrian stuff.
Good point.
The park's
So-
huge.
I think the one thing he was requesting, go up just a little bit. He was
Right there,
requesting
75.
7,500 for an e-bike for trail maintenance.
And $9,600 for an extra senior day.
9,600 or 96,000?
100.
I thought y'all heard 1,000. I was like, what in the world?
No, this is,
$9,600.
It was 16 something.
I swore you said 96,000 because I heard it and I was like, well,
It's
I'm just gonna have to go to the
$9,600.
senior center and answer for that because I
No.
can't.
It's $9,600 for 4 extra days a month.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
in each of the.
Fourth union would be every day, 4 days. Because we could get jaunt there, and anybody can take a jaunt bus to that on a Wednesday. And the other ones only wanted an extra day, so they didn't want 4. Cause we asked the senior centers, they wanted 3
Yep.
each one, so. It's $9,600 for that.
And again,
9,000.
I know you.
Maybe I did.
so the one thing is, okay, so if you wanted to fund the bike, you can fund the bike out of fund balance if you wanted to, because it's a one-time cost. With Senior day stuff, again, that's
Repetitive.
ongoing.
Yeah.
How much was the bike? Yeah, I'm sorry.
7,500.
It's
And it could be a little bit cheaper.
it's the bike plus I think there's an.
We
extra
wanna get
battery.
I wanna get him an extra battery in case he's in the back of the property and the.
And it
battery goes
dies?
out. Yeah, so you don't have to pedal out. And he doesn't have gas, you know, so I wanna get him an extra.
The
extra
bikes
battery.
weigh like 50 pounds plus the trailer, so you'd be pushing out about 80 pounds, 90
And
pounds.
then he-
Not including if there's any equipment on it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
chainsaw and everything else, he carries on it, so.
So do we wanna,
And I apologize for being a few minutes behind, but where were we at the schools budget? How much do we have in there for the schools right now?
you just had what you ended up last week with, I think, 1,072,000.
1,072?
Yeah.
Well, I would definitely like to take whatever we have left over and put that to the school.
So do we wanna add stuff for,
Let's cross the Parks and Recs bridge real quick. If you don't mind. And then
It's
we'll,
fixed, the bridge is fixed.
so,
Sorry.
anybody opposed to, I guess we could do the bike out of fund balance.
And fund, like have fund balance.
That's fine with me.
so I hear yes for both of those?
Yeah.
Okay, so go back to the main sheet,
Now.
please, Teresa. So the Parks and Rec just put e-bike. E-bike and senior center.
O'Brien.
Yeah, senior center,
Well, just put- just put-
4 extra
I
days. a
can't
month.
believe he
Just
hadn't
put
talked
senior
yet.
center
He
for right
just
now,
got
we'll
on
fix it up later, and then put 17,100.
Shaking, that's good.
Go up top to fund balance. Just go right there, just put e-bike. And we can clean it up later, but just so
And
it's,
I will add one comment
And
to
add-
some of the
that's right.
things that were said while they're typing numbers in,
Okay.
guys.
there we go.
We talked about our number one thing is public safety. Our number 1A and 1B. 1B has to be education because those are the kids that are gonna take care of all of us as we get old. If we're not doing our job, we're gonna fall behind again.
I agree 100%.
Oh my God, he did speak. I thought you were asleep, Mr. O'Brien.
No, just, catching my breath.
I'm going to the senior center on the 9th, so let's cross that $9,600 bridge real quick, if you don't mind. Are we okay?
We've already
Do it.
shaken heads.
Yeah, oh, is that in there? Yeah,
Yeah, it's in there.
9,600? Okay, all right.
I thought, yeah, that, we'd already talked.
Oh, because it was 239, okay.
Three nods. I could see Mr. O'Brien nodding his head. Not sure if he was sleepy or if he was saying yes.
No, not sleepy. And just point of clarification, Mr. Chair, and for the county attorney, when I was called in, the video was not turned on, so I don't know if that needs to be recorded or not, but I believe that's a requirement.
Now, as long as we have the
Yeah, the audio
audio
is,
is fine.
yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing anything, having been down this road once before.
And I, just to piggyback quickly. Having been to some of the senior centers and seeing what goes on there and the good that it does for. The people that are there, it's good stuff.
Sometimes the only way to get out.
Does cost a lot and it takes care of our ones that are older.
And we're buying meals in the county now, so all of our money goes back to a restaurant in the
vendors.
county.
Foreshadowing.
It
Buying
does.
meals in the county?
They all do. every meal we buy for the senior centers,
Tim
as
got
we
it.
travel on a trip, come from a restaurant in the county. So we actually are putting our money back into the county, most of it.
So not to put a rush on things, but we're at five, we're almost 5:35
Thank you.
and we have to, regular meeting starts at 6, so. Just gotta make sure we're being efficient.
Well, that's what I brought up. Funding the schools as much as we could.
Yes, and I think something that we have on our agenda tonight is probably going to impact the rest of where we go as well in the budget process, particularly with, so I'd be interested. I'm willing to move some money down, certainly for the schools. For me personally, having the money there. And I understand that, if we give them were to give them the exact amount that's there now, and say, this is for the, we talked about it in sort of line itemed it ourselves as the raises thing. Of course, we can give it to them and it's up to Dr. Gretz and his board or to kind of figure out where they're gonna spend that. I would certainly be okay shifting a little bit down, Mr. Sheridan, and then kind of stopping there and see what happens later on the night and then picking up the conversation after the meals tax, but.
So, Sheriff S.
Yes.
I'm sorry, were you doing math or?
No, it was reading a call for service.
Okay. So at the, so it'd be 3 and 2, right? 2 new full-time, 2 new part of the year.
No, you got two full, 2 parts.
We only added one or half year.
One in my budget, one that you all added last week, so there's two full deputies starting in July.
That's right. We didn't put one.
And then there's 2 deputies starting January.
If we approve the meals tax, I could see us putting another deputy on there.
So, so that 2 and 2, does that get you, tell us where that gets you, what you would do.
Well,
with it.
like I said, our plan as an agency this year is after the board is through with all the decisions that need to be made. We know how much staffing we'll have for the following year. We're going to have an all supervisors meeting and sit down and say, here are our core services which have to be met. Where do we need to place the extra people? Does it need to be that one of those people need to be in investigations and 2 in the road or whatever? That's what we will decide how things get broken down. This year, we're eligible and the major road grant for to cover 2 SROs. The third one that we've had for the last 5 years has been discontinued. They won't let us go for year 6. So, but we are eligible for the 2, and he has written those. No, we've gotten them in the past year. We get them again, hopefully. Yeah.
And if there was another January,
And we will fit that person into the next immediate need. And like I said, our immediate needs are the road. The road is where we have to have people there. And on the nights, unfortunately, after 3, when we have 2 people, that's not very safe.
Yeah.
It's not safe for the community. It's definitely not safe for the officers.
and what do we say?
But-
Oh, go ahead, Tony.
No, go ahead, Mr. Fairchild, please.
I was just gonna ask, what do we say under the new numbers, not including the equipment aid, another, I'm gonna say another half year. What do the half years cost?
Go back down to the sheriff's and.
59,696.
That's 60, pretty close,
Yeah, you're looking at,
60,000.
yeah,
Roughly.
minus. But I think we'll keep going, so that's what make sure you get it right.
What I might suggest is that, again, we know that the sheriff's office still has some positions to fill. I think I agree with Mr. Fairchild and general consensus of the board that public safety is very important. It's a tight budget year. But what I might suggest is if we're considering that third position, or I'm sorry, that fourth position, that we could if at that point in time it's necessary based on where the sheriff is in terms of his hiring, we could fund that out of personnel contingency as an option. So I just want to kind of give that thought to the board there.
And here's my only issue with doing half years. I mean, to get them there, I love it. Great, we need to get them there. But every one of those half a years that we do is committing $50,000 for next year's budget.
Yeah.
And if we did it for the whole year, we just bite the bullet. And if they're not filled, then that money will come back to us.
To answer to Mr. O'Brien.
Tony, can you hear Sheriff Hess?
Can you hear me, Tony?
Yes, I can.
So we have one new person coming on next Monday. We have
Wonderful.
two coming on the next pay period. Is that correct? Hopefully two. And then we have two more in background.
Wonderful.
And
Wonderful.
that's
So, and again, I'm not begrudging anything and agree, just saying that, and that's excellent news to hear that you've been able to fill those positions or are close to filling all those positions. That I'm sure will take a lot of stress off the force itself. But just throw that out as we're looking at this, certainly that would fall within personnel contingency and would give us the room if we went that route, if we weren't funding for the full year, to Mr. Sheridan's point. But as we know, we have a 75-cent limit, and I think there's probably still a lot of negotiations. And we are at $1 million with the school budget, probably to Mr. Sheridan's point. The school board would have to make very difficult decisions, and the teachers would not be whole at all. So I think we really have to factor that in as well too.
all right. And Sheriff, I gotta ask you a question.
Yeah.
I've been talking, unfortunately, I've had the opportunity to see a lot of your officers here in the last, it's not because I've been getting pulled over, but and I've gotten to talk to them. When y'all have to try and fill these spots when people are not there, where are you having to pull from to do that?
Well, just like I said in the past, we've had investigators working in the courts, we've had investigators going on transports, we've had full resource officers.
That you just went to where I was going to go. We're having to pull our resource officers out of the schools, guys. And I'm telling you, I talked to an officer today. He worked 80 plus hours last week because he had to. And nothing begrudging saying that. He did what he needed to do to keep us safe. But we gotta find him some help.
So I agree with that, and I was thinking the same thing. And whether it's a half year or a full year, I was thinking about if an SRO gets pulled and something happened.
Now you're looking at me running down the hall with the golf club.
Yeah, and, I think speaking of schools, we wanna make sure, as we've done with carryover over the past half year and so on, we wanna make sure the schools are secure and safe.
Oh, I was gonna tell you that I went to the ball game last night and they had the metal detectors up. Now, I touched it and set it off. I told them because of the plate scooter driving with the plate on. But, so those were up and operating. The kids actually told me when we were riding around, I believe y'all have all of them at the high school are working when they're entering the building.
Piloting at the
Correct.
games right now.
Oh, at the games, just, okay. But that was, it really caught my attention because I'm just used to being just Fluvanna and not having to worry about that,
Yeah.
but it's not that way all the time anymore.
So what I'm getting to is if we want to go ahead now and bake in, be it a half or full, and then to Tony's point, if the meals tax is approved, which so anyway, if it's approved, then that funding can be distributed how you will.
So are you suggesting we do something now or?
I'm asking what your all's thoughts are on adding
Well,
in now, be it a half or a full.
So here are my thoughts on this, is, we're currently got 230,000, that's left, and, that's, I assume, at the 75 cent level. We don't know of any other revenues coming other than the meals tax. I think on the conservative side, $150,000, given that we're setting aside 50% for school construction, is probably on the conservative side. But, and I can't speak for the school board itself, but I think that, even at 1.3 million, or right now 1.23 million, 230,000, the school board's gonna have to make some very difficult decisions. And if we added in the $150,000, we're still below the 1.5 million, assuming we vote on a 75 cent rate. We're below the 1.5 million, which is essentially break even for the teachers, and for the school staff. So, I just want to put that in the board's mind as we're considering these other things. And I'm really pleased, by the way, that we're, looking at all of these items, and that we're, recognizing the importance of these core services.
Any other thoughts?
We've,
I'm good anyway.
I was gonna say, we have added a little bit to the sheriff's request when we got in here tonight. We haven't added anything at all whatsoever in for the schools. I would probably be, if we're in the mood right now to move money around, it seems to me that, if we're gonna take into account what the meals tax is, that, we would at least give a nod to the schools a little bit before that. If we're gonna give a nod to anybody, that we would do something for them walking into this meeting. And I'm not saying all of it right now, the whole 230. But it's kind of been, let's just be honest. We've had to rob Peter to pay Paul. Peter's the schools, Paul's the sheriff's department. And we have added a little bit to their request from where we were the other night. I think it only makes sense to have a conversation about walking into the 6 o'clock meeting where we have a vote that could shoot that number up there a little bit. That we at least maybe shift some down. We're talking about shifting money anywhere, and there's an appetite to shift it one way or another. I would certainly be in favor of shifting a little bit down to the schools.
Great, let's do it. And
What do,
And I just want to say one thing.
I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
before we go on, just gonna remind, we're
Down in
at 5:46.
Okay.
So what, I'm sorry.
Well, I just got two comments. I started thinking about tax rates and things of that nature, and we are talking right now, at our maximum being at 75 cents. That means in 8 years, we've gone from 92 to 75. And everybody else around us has stayed at the dead even. So we're doing.
Some of them are going up this year.
Well, some of them are going up this year, but.
Or proposed to
Hey,
go up.
but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm saying, we've done our best to try to be aware of our taxpayers. I wish I had made one. And the last thing is, I don't know if you did it, well, you might be planning on doing it at 6 o'clock. We have an award winner in here,
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, okay,
6 o'clock.
I'll shut up.
And to Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Sheridan, are you finished?
No, he's done.
I'm done.
Okay, and to Mr. Sheridan's point, look, at 230,000, we're basically at half a cent. Based on the median home price of, say, $350,000, that's $17 more per year on the real estate tax rate for homeowner. So roughly $1.50 per month at that half penny. So I think it's splitting hairs at this point in time. I suspect, and I would certainly hope that coming into the meeting here, we will approve the maximum rate of 75 cents. And we'll have more time for discussion, maybe more revenues, but I just want to put that in the board's mind that we're now down to, really $1 or $2 per month per resident. I'm not diminishing the pain that people will feel, given the assessments, but I also think that, to Mr. Sheridan's point, there's 1A and 1B, and these are essential core services, as is fire and rescue, as is social services. these are really essential core services that benefit our community. And I hope that we find a way to make sure that we're not falling behind. Because ultimately, if the school board doesn't receive the monies that they're looking for, and if they don't take advantage of the state funding for the 3% tax rate, we will fall further behind and we will pay more for it later.
Up to 25 one.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. I knew someone wasn't looking right there, Dr. Kelly. My thought would be, you know, certainly there's a lot more conversations and I think we probably know which way, you know, you never want to speculate, but you know which way you've been listening to meetings and conversations about some things that we have going on tonight, which way that might go. My thought would be, we got 230 up there. Walking into this meeting at 6 o'clock, if we were to move 120 down to schools, that would, you know, and again, if we say this is for a quarter of the $480,000 health insurance, and then we come back, you know, to the drawing table after the night and look at some things next week. But if we were to move some down, and again, conversations I've had with Dr. Gretz, you know, we might say, hey, if we do 120, it's for a quarter of the health insurance, or it's for, you know, an additional behavior specialist, or it's for, you know, some of those 120 roundabout items. Of course, they can spin it how they want, but my thought process and my thought there would be that if we're talking moving, if you move 120 down now, that cuts into ideally, you know, what we've been talking about is eating into that health insurance hold harmless. So that would put a little bit of a dent in that, probably not what some would like to see at this point, but there's a lot of budget work left to do and a big vote to happen tonight. So I would be in favor of that. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts there.
I'll
I'm
say
fine with that.
230. Oh, whatever the number is up there.
230. Oh, zero.
Whatever it is. I say move.
Okay. I suppose the question is, if we move, you know, 130,000 over, we got $100,000 left. Certainly that's some wiggle room, but what, as you said, Mr. Goad, we're still in the negotiating process. For the purposes of this discussion, what's the difference of putting the full amount or putting the 130,000 on when we know that the real number that we need to try to get to is 1.5 million, and you know that would put us at 1.2 230, and I say the 1.5 million is to be at break even.
Is that a statement or a question? I'm sorry, Tony.
No, I mean I'm sorry, it's a question in the sense of what after we do that, what are we thinking with the 100,000? I just putting that out there.
Well, you know, my thought is that it starts it off and you know, like I said, there's a lot of work left to do. It's one whole month until we adopt the budget. Yes, we're setting the tax rates tonight. So whether it's, you know, 120 or 230, I mean, I guess I could flip your argument around and say, well, if it doesn't make a difference, then why not do 120? But
Well,
I mean,
let me just add one thing. I mean, so let's just hypothetically say you add the 120 there, so that leaves you roughly 110. We have to do something with that 110. The
Yes.
110 has to go away somewhere
Yeah.
because we have to have a balanced budget for adopting. So you're either reducing something by 110, you're adding something by 110 elsewhere.
and sorry, Tony, when I asked if that was a statement or a question, I really couldn't understand you through the thing. So, I mean, I said what I said. I know there's no motions are here, but that's what I would, you know, there was really not a conversation for the first 45 minutes about giving them anything. I would certainly be in favor of moving down to 120.
After last
No.
year's, where we had to eat, part of the county one. I mean, it's not set in stone, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't be in favor of it, but I would rather keep it on the top line until we get to the final point and then move it down. Then I would hate to give it and then have to pull a part of it back if the numbers don't come through. Of course, if greater numbers come through, then you can push more down there.
When you say greater numbers,
So Mel comes up and says, hey, look, I found 200,000, or hey, there was a accounting mistake with the new software. We're 200 short. You
Yes.
gotta pull money back.
No, I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying though is that number can't be left in that line there.
No.
We
It
have-
has
we
to
have-
be zero. It
yeah,
can't be negative. It can't be positive. I
Yeah.
understand that, but we don't have to make that decision right now.
No, right now, before the evening's up, we
Yeah.
have to, yeah.
It has to be zero before this thing
Yes.
is.
We can advertise.
Yes, because
We
that's
gotta
what
advertise.
we are adopting a maximum budget, and so whatever revenues are coming in, again, let's just say,
Can-
let's just say, for instance, this evening you adopt a budget, you add that 230 in there, we're at 75 cents. And that's the total budget. If Mel comes back with more revenue April 1, you got a max budget at
But
that
what if he
point.
comes back with less revenue?
Doesn't matter, you've advertised the budget, it doesn't.
I'm not, that could be a
commit
possibility
us
if
to
there
that.
was a mistake in the transfer of the software.
I don't think that's the case, but I mean, we're at the max
Could you-
budget, so,
could
so.
you Put it in fund balance as a placeholder.
So I just understand your,
You could put it, I mean, you could put it in board contingency if you wanted. I mean, but again, we are adopting a max budget, so by April 1, if the commissioner comes back with, say, I'll just say $100,000 of revenue, and we're already maxed out at the revenue, the only thing you can do at that point is drop a tax rate, because you cannot go above the total max
so
budget.
if we're gonna keep the max, if we're gonna keep the max at 75 tonight,
Yeah.
which we already set the max there, I'm comfortable keeping the max there tonight. That number up top has to be 0.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't quite fully grasp
Yeah.
that, so, yeah. Okay, it's fine.
Move it down.
And again, that to Mr. Go's point, there's still more discussion to be had. I mean, we're kind of splitting hairs at this point in time. So unless we're allocating that $100,000 in our discussion for something else, $110,000, you know, my recommendation is that knowing that we still have a shortfall, that we allocate that for the schools. Doesn't mean that they're going to get it, but it at least sets and I think I've heard Mr. Goad said that he would be supportive of the max tax rate of 75 cents. I'm supportive of that, and I suspect other board members are. So, you know, given that that's the case, I would certainly say let's you know, line that in for the schools, because we know there's a problem there. And I'm not saying there aren't other problems. So that's just my thought right now.
Knowing that it has to be 0, and I know we've got 5 minutes. Do we want, knowing that has to be, well, and I don't want to do that too, because it's almost like wherever you put it, if you end up having to take it back, it's almost, you know, makes that, my suggestion was gonna be, do we want to revisit the thing you brought up about adding an additional, or do we want to make what we've made half a full and then move the rest of the schools?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if adding another half or making one a full, as Sheriff has said, I think they just have to start figuring from there what they do with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm honestly good either way. As Tony said, you know, there's either way you're moving money to where it helps one need or another.
I mean, one thing to consider, and I don't know how this breaks out, so I will admit that I am hypothesizing here, but if the health insurance increase, which is staggering in its own right, is $600,000, and we have 600 employees, that suggests that, you know, there's $1,000 that employees are going to be paying. Each employee is going to be paying. You know, so even at funding half of it, that's $500 a month. You know, I really, you know, it's hard for me to accept the fact that we're going to ask teachers, you know, to pay $500 more a month just to stay even. So, you know, that's just
Yeah,
I think we have a problem here.
Yeah, I'm fine. You know, knowing that does need to be 0 in the spirit of setting the max rate, I certainly would be fine moving that there and, you know, continuing the discussion. My only thought was of leaving it there was come back at the meals, but I didn't know we had to 0 that out for the purpose of setting the max.
Well,
budget.
again, that means, okay, so what's gonna happen after this point, after all these things, finance is gonna have to go in and get everything in the appropriate categories and stuff for the budget advertising. And so if you all make some changes after the meals tax, they'll have to go back and retweak some numbers for what's being advertised. So I mean, that's still a possibility, but just before the night's up, we cannot have that money up there. We gotta be zeroed out.
But can I ask you, just to see what Matt does, if we took just your operations budget proposal, meaning running the government piece of it, and if you lowered that by 2%, what would that number be?
Go to the front page. What?
1 million.
Scroll all the way over. Go down to the end of, keep on going up, go down, go down. And are you excluding like, are you including schools? Are you including everything?
No,
No, do you think he's just talking about your 72 cent rate? Is that what you're talking about? Where you came to?
no, not including constitutionals.
Oh, I'm not gonna,
That'd be
there's no
hard.
way I'm
Oh.
gonna be able to give you that, I don't
That's
fly
okay,
like
that's
that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for just whole numbers based on the whole budget, I
Right.
mean, I can certainly give you that,
That's
but yeah, that breakdown though.
Yeah, prime time.
Yeah, we need to move it down.
I'm-
What were we gonna say? We need to move it down, yeah.
Yeah.
You good moving it down in schools?
So
Yeah,
add, add 230,009. There you go, so we're balanced.
All right. All righty, we're not gonna try to do closed session now, or,
No, lots of that.
we're gonna eat and then.
Yep. We're in a courthouse.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We will be right over.
There, don't come out of
Mute.
it.
Mr. Brian here. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on mute 1 second here until we actually get the meeting back in. We're just trying to get everyone in. But again, I just want to make sure you're good with audio, but I'm gonna mute real quick here. Already?
Welcome to the March 19th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Just so all board is reminded, we stay on the microphone on and click on when I talk. It's a new thing for us, so.
Do we need one? No, ours are working. Okay.
Oh, it's only here.
It's Mr. O'Brien and I are loud enough. I get yelled at all the time. I'm talking for him.
All right, let's say the pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States
America,
of America, and to the republic. Which is
one nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Amen. All right, and then, Tony, Mr. O'Brien,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna, redo the motion to bring you into the meeting and just restate, please, what you did, at the budget meeting.
Motion to.
Very well, I'm calling in.
I second that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, second by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. And then Tony, you want to state why?
Mr. Chair, I am in Utah and I am calling in because I am on vacation right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
County Administrator's report.
Adoption of the agenda first.
Oh, adoption of the agenda, yeah.
Do we have anything moved around, Mr. Dahl?
We do not. I mean, I think
But,
there are some things that will not get done under action by the time we get to
Right.
public hearings, but that'll just be natural. So no.
Motion to adopt the agenda as written.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Sheridan?
I said aye.
Not Sheridan, O'Brien.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0.
What's that? I'm looking down, checking on my, I gotta cut on this time.
All right, Administrator's report.
Yep, just a few things to report. So we want to welcome Judy Blakely. She's the new CSA program manager. She started with the county on March 17th. And I know the county will be happy to have her on board and kind of fill in that gap. Like I said, she comes with a wealth of great knowledge, and it'll be nice to have her on board. So Dr. Peter Gretz has been named the 2026 Virginia Association of School Superintendents Region 5 Superintendent of the Year. So he will be formally recognized during the annual VAST conference in April. And during his tenure with Fluvanna, all Fluvanna County public schools have been fully accredited for the 11th consecutive year, and the on-time graduation rate remains the highest in Virginia. So congratulations to Dr. Gretz.
Congratulations. Wow, that's awesome.
Couple spotlights on business. So there's a ribbon cutting ceremony, April 1 at 10 a.m. It's at 106 Crofton Plaza. This will be for Freedom Drip, a coffee place. So they'll have coffee and donuts as well. So please, if you get a chance, please support your local business for Freedom Drip on April 1st, 2025. And they're at the Crofton Plaza. Also Hardware Hills, the winery at Hardware Hills Vineyards, they're kind of having a grand opening. So join them April 5th, 2025, and there'll be a ribbon cutting at 4 p.m. Enjoy live music with Back 40 East from 4 to 6 p.m. And there'll be a wine club only reception at 3 p.m. And this is kind of really just kind of spotlighting their new kind of event facility and their expansion of the winery. So congratulations for those two businesses opening up and expanding in Fluvanna County. And then just some up and coming meetings. So one thing I was going to just check with the board. I mean, certainly the board is going to be adopting a max budget and tax rates tonight. So for next week, March 26th on the calendar, we have a budget work session to be determined. So one, I want to see, does the board still want to move forward with that budget work session next week? For you to kind of grind out the budget more from where you advertise this evening.
I will be unable to attend that meeting.
I think we gotta wait and see where we are at the end of this evening
Okay.
on that, truly. I mean, if we are in a good spot, then we won't need that meeting,
Okay.
but if we're not in a good spot, we'll just have to meet.
So we'll come back to that. So again, we have a tentative budget work session next Wednesday at 5:30 in the Morris Room. And then April 2nd at 5 p.m. we have our regular meeting here in the circuit courtroom. And then at 7 p.m. also we have a budget work session planned in the Morris Room. And happy to answer any questions from board members.
The information that you were given a bit ago from the Commissioner of Revenue,
Yes.
where do we discuss or figure that in?
So I think once we go through and once we get to the budget adoption, I think what's going to need to happen at this point, I mean, so one, we're going to be going through a public hearing for meals tax, which could have some type of financial impact on what you all adopt this evening. And then again, the commissioner gave some additional assessed value, which basically gives us, I don't remember the exact number, but it's 110,000 and some change of extra revenue. So the board will have to, before we adopt the budget tonight, we'll have to determine what you want to do with that, whether you want to reduce tax rate, fund something else, whatever it is. And so I think after we go through probably the meals tax, and then again, we will have to pick up some of the action items. I think maybe once we get to the budget adoption, what I would maybe say is the board can kind of figure out where they want to go with the budget. And then maybe at that point, since that's the last item under action, we could still do the public hearing. And maybe you don't adopt your the budget right at that point. We can let finance go back and do all the numbers, and then we can go into closed session, and then you could come out and then they'll have all the numbers figured out by that at that point.
I see.
So that's what I'd recommend.
Mr. Dahl, just, and I apologize, I was late to the work session. Was the commissioner revenues, extra revenues, put into the work session that we just discussed?
No,
So it was just at the very end of the works, at the very end of the work session, the commissioner has additional real estate assessed values that he provided. And so we had plugged those numbers in. And so where we were just level at, we had a balanced budget where we put that 230,000 to the schools. There is now about another 110,000 and some change. That is outstanding.
Okay, thank you, Rick, for the clarification.
Mr. Dahl, I'd also like to recognize Miss Harris for the outstanding work that she's done for the past 3 months running the CSA program. And from the CPMT board, I can say that we all appreciate your contributions, Ms. Harris.
And I know Ms.
Yeah,
Harris
yeah.
is very happy to have Ms. Mikey on board. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hodge, and thank you to the CPMT board. So any further questions?
All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to first round of public comment. Anybody wishing to address the board, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and please remember to keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and directed to the board. Anybody wishing to address the board at this time?
Not yet. Chris.
Hello.
I thought I had to sign up something.
No, sir, you're just free
only
to
if we
talk.
know we're gonna have a bucket full of people,
I'm
do we
sorry,
have to
what?
sign up?
Only if we had a bunch of people would we.
My name's Dave Flynn. I live at 338 South Keswick. I'm a proud property owner in Fluvanna. I own quite a bit of property in it. I'm 85 years old and I'm in here to oppose the meals tax. I oppose it. Now I'm gonna
We are,
give you,
sorry, the public hearing is a little bit later.
I'm sorry, what?
The public hearing on meals tax is a little bit
Yeah,
later.
if you
So
want.
You'll have a chance to speak at 7 o'clock.
I
on the
don't
meals
care,
tax.
just whenever, as long as y'all
Yeah.
gonna let me speak.
Yes, sir.
You want your
And sorry, if it's on the public hearing docket, then we'll have you speak specifically to that item, since that'll be an item that we'll be voting on. So we'll let you know when that item comes up in the
Okay.
agenda.
Good enough.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
Again, speaking on anything.
As long as it's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
If it's on the agenda,
Public hearing, if it's just.
that's a
If
public
it's
hearing.
public hearing specific, you'll come to the public hearing.
Hello, my name is James Schoenster and I live at 843 Jefferson, Palmyra. Good evening, members of the board and dedicated staff. As I've stated before and will continue to emphasize, I strongly support fully funding both the school and social services budget requests. However, I understand that these essential investments may not be factored into the setting of the tax rate. This ongoing budget debate underscores the very reason I ran for Palmyra supervisor seat 2 years ago, a fundamental disagreement over how best to serve the people of this county. To me, education is the foundation of prosperity. Yet, members of the board seem intent on austerity when evaluating our school's request, despite the fact that half of it simply qualifies us for a salary match from the state. I tell everyone fortunate enough to have a 401k with matching contributions, that it's free money or a no-brainer, and this is no different. Beyond that, we cannot overlook the critical need for administrative positions. We're not just losing an experienced staff member in Ms. Grasser, we're losing the best. I've heard her workload could require 2 or even 3 replacements, and her efficiency has been an asset to our schools for years, and filling this gap is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And that's the key point. The school board is not asking for wants or nice to haves. They're asking for what they need to educate the children of Fluvanna County, our neighbors, our future. And yet I see little appetite from the board to provide them the support they require. This is where the fundamental disagreement becomes clear. Are we really willing to save a few percentage points on real estate taxes at the cost of understaffing our first responders, at the cost of leaving low-income communities even more vulnerable? If we truly care about our most at-risk citizens, our actions should reflect it. That means investing in quality education. That means ensuring social services has the resources to reach those in need. That means backing our sheriff and helping him keep our community safe. As someone with a financial background, I also find it remarkable that much of this funding that goes to help those in need, amounting to millions, doesn't even come from our county's budget. A modest local investment allows us to leverage outside resources, multiplying the impact of every tax dollar. So even if my compassion doesn't move you, perhaps the simple math will. Failing to act means leaving free money on the table. Your constituents, many of whom are here tonight, and many more would have appreciated a virtual method to record their public comments, are letting their voices be heard. The professionals you've hired to assess these needs are telling you what must be done. Trust them. If you truly care about the meek, the hungry, the poor in spirit, put the money into these public goods that directly impact their lives. And if you don't, we should put the resources of the taxpayers of our county into the hands of those that will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Patty Raynard, 3531 Union Mills Road. I strongly oppose any increase in the tax rate based on the reassessments going up 40, 50%. Mine was almost 50%. So the schools get quite a bit of money, and there is no accountability for the way that money is being spent. I volunteered when my kids were in school for every committee I could be on. So I know for a fact there is just so much waste that needs to be cut. We talk about the education, we talk about the needs, but you guys forget the money comes from the taxpayers. Every taxpayer in this county is funding the health insurance 100% for every county employee. I was a state employee for 33 years. I had to pay for my insurance. I had to pay for my family's insurance. That was not funded by the taxpayers of the state of Virginia. And it is not the responsibility of Fluvanna County taxpayers to fund that for the county teachers and faculty and staff here. The people that are funding that, paying those taxes, most of them do not even have do not have health care themselves. They're working multiple jobs, part-time jobs, just to pay their taxes. You guys don't see that. You don't hear it. I make phone calls to each and every one of you. I send emails to each and every one of you. Some of them don't even bother to reply, Mr. Sheridan. I think you owe every resident of this county the same due respect. Fair taxation across the board. You want to know where the money's going to come from? It's easy. We have the money. How about we start out with land use? Either there is no land use or there is all land use. We are talking millions of dollars that are not being collected because we have timber companies that have property, thousands of acres in land use. Once they have finished with that land and it is stripped, it is sold. It is at a very, very reduced tax rate that they have been paying. They do not pay back taxes on that. When that land is sold, it is kept in land use. There are no back taxes collected there. It is the Board of Supervisors' responsibility to decide on how land use is used. And whenever I bring up the conversation, I get pointed back to Mel Sheridan's office. Mel Sheridan's office points me back here. Nobody wants to address the situation, but there are millions of dollars here in this county that are not being collected fairly. And nobody wants to discuss it. We have 30% of the population, taxpaying population, paying 70% of the taxes. That is not fair taxes. I get that they're going to be disabled. I get that they're going to be elderly. There are going to be situations where people cannot pay the taxes. And those should be addressed on a one-by-one situation. You guys were meeting on the budgets. Everybody was not, two of you guys wanted it to be higher than 75%. 3 of you didn't feel comfortable, but sitting in the meeting earlier today, you guys are all going to vote for that 75 cents. That decision has already been made, and it is very obvious. I'm going to speak on the meals tax. That is just another tax on your taxpayers here. These taxpayers are being taxed on this.
Can't talk about meals taxes. You can speak on.
Yeah.
Yes,
I-
ma'am, since it's coming up on the
I
agenda.
just said that.
Okay.
I said I will speak on that when it's my turn
Okay.
to speak on that too.
Thank you.
But that is all part of this budget. And there is ways to cut the budget. I'm going to start out with tonight's meeting. Why are taxpayers funding dinner for the Board of Supervisors and the staff here? When I go to work, nobody provides me a meal. I don't think taxpayers' money should be used that way. I think everybody needs to check yourself, because you are voted into office to do what is right for all the citizens of this county, not just the board of, not just the school board, not just the teachers, not just the sheriff's department, not just the fire and rescue, which brings me to, why is all development around Lake Monticello? We have a huge fire department and rescue squad and Kent Store that seems to run more calls for Louisa and Goochland than they did for Fluvanna. I have a problem with that. That is Fluvanna taxpayers' money. I think we need to focus on Fluvanna County. And I guess that's I can't talk anymore, Bill?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Don Raynard. I am a resident of 3531 Union Mills Road, and I'd like to expand upon the assessment situation a little bit. So land use for, there's a base rate used for timberland in Fluvanna County. 2,000 an acre is the standard base rate. And then if you have your property and land use, then you get a tax break, basically 40% of that, which means that they're paying taxes on $800 an acre. Look at the majority of the land in Fluvanna County. It's in timberland. I will buy each and every piece of timberland for $2,000 an acre that I can find in Fluvanna County. And I think any of the rest of you would too. When land is on the market, if you use a market rate, $10,000 to $20,000 an acre. So who is paying the difference in that lost tax? It's anybody that's got a structure in Fluvanna County. Anybody that's got a barn, anybody that's got a house, anybody that's got a driveway, they're making up that difference. And so you have majority of the population paying for that's where the figure 30% of the people are paying 100% of the taxes. And so that Mr. Sheridan says that the only people that Mr. Mel Sheridan, your brother.
Okay.
So he says that the only people that can address that situation of assessment are the Board of Supervisors. And so I bring that forth to y'all because he says, you know, he understands the situation. He doesn't disagree with it, but y'all are the only ones that can address it. And from the school budget situation, I want to make a comment. I know y'all are very proponents of increasing the school budget, but we can look at our city of Richmond and they have the highest cost per pupil of any city in the state of Virginia. And they have the lowest test scores. And I think that spending more money doesn't necessitate to smarter kids. And so there needs to be, along with spending money, there needs to be some sort of situation where we use test scores to drive the cost of what goes for the budget for the school system. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
I'm Judy Ward from 448 Dobby Creek Road, Scottsville, Virginia. I'm here just asking this board to please work together. I look at this board and I look at our school board, and what I'm seeing is that as other counties, we have our school board, our teachers and everyone that has their own health insurance plan. We have a county that has their own health insurance plan. We're not working together. We're the only county around here that does that. Also, all of these vehicles that I went by that has that, they are being serviced by mechanics outside of our county or even in our county at $70 to $90 labor per hour. When we have a bus garage down there where it used to be serviced, one more mechanic, one more thing, and that's keeping it in that school board, or the school board wouldn't have to answer to that because all of those from the sheriff's department, from all your health inspectors, from your social services, all of those are being serviced there again, $70 to $90 an hour labor rate. But our school board is having to come and beg for money when they have a bus shop. So that's what I'm here for, is to one, ask our counties to work together. You know, the school employees should not be on a different health system than our county employees. Are we Fluvanna Public Schools or are we Fluvanna County? What are we? We're not Flu Codes together. And why do we send our bus garage? Ask Avon County how that works, because they service all of their vehicles. They don't take that to $70 to $90 an hour labor rate out. The other thing is reassessments. My mother's property went up 62%. I used to be in the mortgage business, so I had a little bit up when I went to talk to the appraiser. I had my MLS sheets from previous realtors because I was a regional vice president for PNC Mortgage. When I went there, his first word out of his mouth was, "Wow, you have a lot of stuff with you." Yeah, I do. 62%. He told me that 1,500, 1,300 square feet homes, guess what? They got hit the hardest. You know why they got hit the hardest? Because that's your entry level. So what we're trying to do with tax abatement, we're giving away taxes over here, but that first time home buyer that just bought that home, that could have financed that in there, guess what? They have not a clue. They were sold their house, they moved in. Wait till their escrow analysis comes out in January. I'm glad I'm not in that mortgage field anymore because their insurance has tripled. And guess what you've just done to that 1,500 square foot home? 50%, 60%? I have spoke with this county when I was in the mortgage business with all the development. We had no commercial. Do your puffers. It worked in different regions. Like I said, I saw it. When your builder built over 5 houses or developer, you added money to that. Back in the day, it was 10,000 to 20,000. That's put in for the services. What happens is that everybody's like, oh, the builders are not going to come. The developers are not. Guess what? Yeah, they do. They just tack that on top of the sales price. Your sales price then gets financed. Most people are putting down 3%. You spread that over 30 years or till they can move up instead of giving away. So we're not working efficiently as a county, and we're working separate than all of our divisions, our sheriffs, our services, but with the school, I mean, I listen to the school board, I hear the school board. It's like school over here, boards over here. It's the same bucket. Send those cars to the garage, let them hire another thing, let that come and equalize what's happening with your school board and your teachers versus what your county employees are paying and what insurance they get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Cowger. I live at 60 Woodlawn in the Ravenna district. I'm mad at Yale too, but probably for the opposite reason of the people who've spoken before. I have been watching Board of Supervisors meetings for the better part of a decade, and I find one of the most frustrating parts about watching these meetings is hearing the board adopt this ongoing posture during budget season that these really vital agencies and these community services are just a bunch of freeloaders that come to the board looking for handouts, and that the board decides what causes are worthy and that they can kind of pass out taxpayer money like they're some kind of real stingy Santa Claus. I want to remind the board that we have basic statutory obligations that come with running a county, and funding these really basic services are not optional. If we want to be a functioning county that continues to move through, that continues to thrive in this century, we need to run successful, adequately funded schools, which we're not doing right now. We need to run an animal shelter that meets basic humane standards. We're not doing that right now. We need to fund our first responders. Any first responder will tell you we're not doing that right now. We got to fund social services and organizations that support people who, in some cases, because of choices that this board and previous boards have made, are living in poverty. These aren't optional things. These are basic parts of any functional locality, and we have to meet those obligations as county if we want to stay a county. The board, in my opinion, and not just this board, but boards before you, have abdicated their responsibility to adequately fund these things, in part, as I see it, because they have refused to diversify the tax base and bring in more revenue. What this means is we have all these critical community needs that have to come in every budget season and fight over this totally impoverished basket of funds. I got an increase in my assessment too. I'm a homeowner. I would be thrilled to pay more taxes if it meant that I could comfortably send my son to the Fluvanna County schools. But you all are trying to run a county with barely any support for business, barely any industry, barely any tourism that brings in revenue. If you look at Orange County as a counterpoint, the way they their tourism brings in revenue, ours does not. Or any of the other ways that more functional counties bring in revenue. And you continue to try to run a county almost exclusively by taxing homeowners. It is not going to be sustainable in the long term. And I say that as somebody who would be thrilled to pay more money for a more functional county. We got to have supervisors that have a forward-looking vision, who aren't mired in some vision of Fluvanna County 50 years ago, whose priorities aren't a handful of wealthy landowners who've owned most of the land in Fluvanna County for 200 years and want to keep, their rural preservation status. And if y'all can't be those people for the county, there are enough angry people in here that we will elect people who will have that vision and who will be forward-looking. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate you hearing us all out, but I want you to know that the only voices in this room should not be people who are cranky about having to pay a couple hundred extra bucks a year to fund basic services. People who feel quite the opposite have a voice too, and should have a voice in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cameron Van Eiderstein. I live at 19 Seminole Trail, Palmyra. Every dollar we don't fund today will be $10 we don't have later. The repeated decisions to underfund our schools and services have knock-on effects farther down the line. Money spent to pay people here will then be spent here, locally at restaurants, on local contractors, and local businesses. Every dime we spend on education is a dime spent building the economic foundation of tomorrow, because a great many of these kids, many of which are in attendance today, will live right here when they are adults, building businesses, working, teaching, and living. The better we prepare them today, the more success they will have tomorrow. Every dime we spend on services in this county compounds itself in results. I will speak further on the local public school system. As a concerned citizen, I have attended several recent board meetings and seen firsthand how badly underfunded we are. Soon, all our teachers, who are excellent and sorely needed, will be faced with the choice: stick around and be underpaid, or apply for any open position in one of the surrounding counties and make thousands of dollars a year extra for doing the same work. I've seen the numbers. It's that simple. Go look yourself. It was discussed at the most recent session. We will lose good talent if we don't offer competitive salaries, and it is all avoidable if we simply give the school board what they need to pay our teachers competitive wages with our neighboring counties. I will paraphrase a comment by school board member Danny Reed from the most recent meeting. At some point soon, the imbalance in pay and benefits will have to be addressed because it will become a crisis. Addressing it now before it becomes a crisis will be cheaper than trying to fix it later when it is. Give the departments what they ask for. Every dime, today. I'm happy to pay my share if it means success tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Georgiana Joslin, 5 by Bluff Court, Cunningham District. I want to say I'm not a politician, I'm not a city official, and I don't fully grasp how the government works. But I do know how to look up a few things online, and what I see doesn't match up with what some people are saying. I hear things from this office and from the school board that simply aren't making sense, and I really wish someone would explain it to me in everyday terms. Number one, the Commonwealth of Virginia has a total of 95 counties and 38 independent cities classified as counties for census purposes. According to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, more than half, or 62 counties and 8 independent cities, are classified as rural. None of these are Fluvanna. As much as y'all would like to be listed as such, we just aren't. You have this program called the land use valuation that allows landowners who have 5 acres or more of farmland to write off a large portion of their property taxes. I have no problem at all helping out the farmers trying to earn a living out here. But it also states that if you have more than 10 acres, you can write off a large portion of your property taxes because it is considered open space. From what I saw last year alone, Fluvanna lost $2.5 million in tax revenue from that program. What would happen if even more people found out that their property qualified? How much more money would this county lose? Another thing that I've heard of is that a lot of residents don't want to bring big business here because it will ruin that small town feel of our county. After attending one of the community meetings, as well as talking to people who attended others, bringing in businesses was on, I think, every list of wants made by the citizens who attended. It is possible to bring in big business and retain that rural feel. How do I know? Because Louisa has everything up in Zion Crossroads, as well as a pretty robust business district. Goochland has an almost identical population to Fluvanna, but it also has Capital One and CarMax. And both of those counties are listed on the HUD list as rural. Additionally, both of those counties spend thousands more in local money on their schools per pupil than Fluvanna, and that reflects in our school rankings. They spend more because they have more to spend, not just on schools, but on other public services such as police, fire and rescue, social services, and the SPCA. And from what I can tell, just doing basic research like looking online in county budgets, the only difference is that they have more businesses to tax that add revenue to their bottom line. This excerpt comes from Louisa's 2025 budget. Through responsible commercial and industrial development in our designated growth areas, Louisa County continues efforts to diversify our tax base with new businesses and quality private sector employment in Louisa County. This has given rise to modest potential increases in sales tax revenues. The meals tax, initiated during fiscal year 12, continues as much needed source for capital needs in public safety and our school system. At the community meeting I attended, Mr. Dahl stated that over 95% of our budget was made up from resident taxes. Our real estate taxes are higher than Louisa and Goochland. Our personal property taxes are a lot higher than Louisa and Goochland. And yet you have all claimed that you don't want to burden us with high taxes. So can you please explain to me why you don't want to bring in businesses here to help relieve the tax burdens on the residents of this county? You can be both rural and responsible. Other counties are doing it. I am genuinely trying to understand why our county is struggling to fund our most basic needs, such as teacher salaries, adequate first responder coverage, and basic social services, when we are losing millions of dollars of revenue each year to this land use valuation program to keep Fluvanna rural, but seem to have nothing planned to make up for that shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tracy Smith. I live at 2 Sandy Beach Court. As this budget season goes on, one thing has become clear. This board is out of touch with the people who live here. Your priorities are upside down, and Fluvanna is suffering because of it. We're facing a crisis in this county, yet some of you seem more concerned with sticking to your own misconceptions avoiding uncomfortable conversations in public, or protecting your reputations. This isn't about your comfort. This is about the lives of hardworking people who rely on the services you're failing to fund. About 88% of Fluvanna residents own homes. That's a testament to the pride people take in living here. But we're no longer living in the Fluvanna that some on this board are holding on to. After last week's meeting, I actually overheard a county employee say outside, as much as they may want to believe that they are still living in Mayberry, this is no longer Mayberry. Maybe they think it is when they drive down a mile-long driveway, but Fluvanna is far from it. And that couldn't be more true. Our county is growing, whether you like it or not, and that growth comes with responsibility to fund the essential services we need. Our schools, public safety, social services, and infrastructure. These are not optional. They are the core of any thriving community. The sheriff's department is barely scraping by. Investigators are being moved around. Resource officers are pulled from schools to cover other areas. Just today, it seems like, for an accident in Dixie. The thought of sometimes having only 2 deputies on duty for the entire county is beyond unsettling, especially if neighboring Goochland has it sometimes 10. This isn't about staffing numbers, it's about people's lives. You know the reality, we know the reality, yet you refuse to fund the number of deputies requested to start keeping this county safe. By refusing to fund the school's full budget, you're actively preventing educators from receiving the state's proposed raise, a raise that they desperately need. The reality is we are losing talented teachers to other counties that pay more, offer better benefits, and invest in the schools. My spouse is one of those teachers. He drives 45 minutes to teach in another county, not because he enjoys waking up early, but because the pay in Fluvanna is not enough to support a family. The benefits are completely asinine, and the way this board dismisses the schools is disgusting. I encourage one of you to teach since you think the salary is comparable. Let's not forget the board's chair recent comments to explore cutting more from funding nonprofits. You claim that a need to protect vulnerable citizens from a tax increase, yet you're willing to defund some of the very organizations that serve them. There's real irony in that. The SPCA's presentation shed light on a problem that I actually couldn't form words to describe when I wrote this. Cats are at times living in closets. Dogs are eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom in the same spaces. It's appalling. And your willingness to ignore these conditions just show how careless you are. Hesitance to embrace new revenue sources will just drive us deeper into crisis when everything falls squarely on the rooftops of homeowners. Stop holding on to this fantasy of rural character. Locking up land in conservation easements and land use for less taxes only shifts the financial burden onto those who are already contributing. I get it. My family has farmed here for almost a century. I'm from here. I'm not a come here. But agriculture in Fluvanna has changed. We aren't filled with large-scale farms anymore. About only 16% even provide products to consumers. Fluvanna is changing, and we have to adapt to that reality. By keeping everything the same, avoiding tax increases, or ignoring new revenue streams, we can somehow maintain the status quo, but the status quo isn't working. When your child's teacher leaves, when deputies can't respond in time, or when a new paid fire chief doesn't solve the turmoil that you harbor, that's the result of your decisions. In a recent interview, a developer said something along the lines of, "We don't need money to make this work. What we need is the red tape to turn to green tape. I don't need money to build in Fluvanna. I just have to be allowed to do it." And that is the problem. As long as some on this board cling to the outdated version of Fluvanna, homeowners will continue to foot the bill. So as you finalize this budget, remember this: you have a choice. You can take a bold, necessary action to ensure Fluvanna remains a place where people can live, work, and thrive, or you can continue down this path until there's nothing left to cut. Our county's future depends on you making the right decisions now, no matter how difficult or unpopular that they may be. It's time to stop playing politics with people's lives, raise the taxes, fund our schools, support our public services. And actually, I do want to add one more thing. My assessment went up a lot. You know why? I added on to my house. I knew it was going to go up. And I want you to raise my taxes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Kingery Ruffner, and I live in a small house in the Ravenna district at 11 Zephyr Road. This evening, I would like to speak with you about the future of Fluvanna County. Let me begin by sharing by sharing that I am not a city person. I'm strongly connected to the values and traditions of rural life. Both of my grandfathers were dairymen, and most of my uncles farmers. I was raised with a deep respect for the land, and at 16, I took my first job on a dairy farm, raising calves. I tube and bottle fed them by hand, and I assisted in the milking parlor whenever possible. My childhood also revolved around agriculture, riding horses with family, raising and showing sheep and cattle at fairs across the state, snapping green beans on my grandma's porch. And I spent many years working in hay fields and, yes, shoveling my fair share of manure. The country life is a part of who I am. However, I'm also a mother, and like any parent, I want the best for my children. I hope my daughters will grow up sharing my love and appreciation for the land. However, we must recognize a critical truth. Nostalgia for the past cannot blind us to the needs of today and the opportunities of tomorrow. We cannot continue prioritizing the preservation of rural culture at the expense of our children's futures. Our schools, the places where young minds are nurtured, are more than just buildings. They're the foundation of our community's progress. They're where the next generation of leaders and innovators will emerge. Yet, we are neglecting them. In 2013, the Fluvanna Review published an article projecting that the county would need a new elementary school within 3 to 5 years. 12 years later, that projected need is long overdue. Carrie's work in the middle school requires significant repairs. Central Elementary, facing even greater repair needs, is bursting at the seams with an ever-increasing number of kindergarten students. Funding for education is not a luxury. It's an investment in the future of Fluvanna County. Our county's economic prosperity, workforce readiness, and very identity depend on the quality of education we offer. We owe it to our children to provide facilities, opportunities, and support that will allow them to thrive. Currently, our teachers and staff are among the lowest paid in the region, all while facing outrageous health insurance costs. This is not sustainable. If we continue down this path, we risk undermining the very future we hope to secure. So the question before us is this: what is the true cost of holding on to the past at the expense of progress? The Board of Supervisors has demonstrated resistance to diversifying our tax base and equal resistance to raising taxes. We cannot resist both. We must diversify our tax revenue sources to ensure long-term financial stability. Implementing a mills tax is a practical and reasonable first step, because relying on a tax base that is over 90% residential is neither sustainable nor fair. Our teachers and students should not be made to suffer the consequences of past decisions beyond their control. They deserve a future built on progress, not weighed down by disagreements they were never a part of. It's time to break free from this cycle, because ultimately, failing to adequately fund our schools puts the success of our children, all of our children, at risk. The true strength of community isn't found in holding on to the past. It's in our ability to grow, evolve, and adapt while honoring the values that shape us. Now is the time to invest in our future, our educators, our schools, and most importantly, our children. We can and must do better.
Thank you. Fairchild, so the one thing I think we have to do at 7 o'clock, and so we probably have to get going with the public hearings, and then I think
No, the mic.
we will have to pick up public comments after the public hearings.
So you're saying we need to halt public hearings for now?
How many
Because
more?
it's 7 o'clock.
We'll come back to public comments after the public hearings,
Yeah.
because we advertise over 7, so we need to start the public hearings at 7.
Okay.
I was told y'all to make sure we were all heard.
You'll be able to
You
come back
will.
after the public hearings.
Yeah. Some of us have children and jobs, we can't say that.
But correct me if I'm wrong, County Attorney, by law, we have to stop at 7 because that's when we advertise the
That's when we
hearing.
advertise the hearing. So people may be here tonight that came to speak on
How many more
7.
people are here to speak? He the only one?
I doubt it. Okay, so we're gonna. So,
Sorry about that.
all right, so we're gonna go to appointments, correct? Or no, we're gonna start
Straight to public hearing.
the hearing, yeah. Okay. Item I, public hearing to discuss a major amendment to the Thomas Jefferson Solid Waste Management Plan. Isabel O'Brien.
Good evening. I'm Isabella O'Brien, an environmental planner with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. The PDC develops and maintains the Regional Solid Waste Management Plan for Fluvanna, Albemarle, Greene, and Charlottesville. All counties in Virginia are required to have individual or be a part of regional plans. These plans describe how localities will meet their solid waste needs on a 20-year planning horizon and how localities will work to implement the solid waste hierarchy, prioritizing source reduction and recycling while diverting waste from landfills. Tonight, we are here to discuss an amendment to our regional solid waste management plan. Specifically, we're addressing the proposed inclusion of Dominion's planned industrial landfill for coal ash at the Bremo Power Station. The addition of a new landfill in the county requires a major amendment to our regional plan in accordance with state regulations. Dominion is mandated by federal and state law to address the coal ash currently stored at their power station in Bremo Bluff in an unlined coal ash pond. They've chosen to construct a lined industrial landfill on that site that is in line with federal and state environmental regulations, a proposal that has been reviewed by Fluvanna County planning staff. For more detailed information, please see Dominion's project website. To secure the necessary permit from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, Dominion's landfill must be included in our regional solid waste management plan. This requires a formal major amendment. State regulations mandate a public participation process for these amendments that includes publishing a public notice, holding a public hearing, submitting a record of the public hearing, a copy of all written comments, and the submitter's response to all comments received. The major amendment itself updates our regional plan to incorporate the specific details of Dominion's landfill, ensuring compliance with regulations. The complete solid waste management plan is available on our website. We've also provided the specific pages detailing the amendment for your review in the packet. And in accordance with state law, public notices were published in the Fluvanna Review to inform the community of this hearing. All comments received tonight will be submitted to the Department of Environmental Quality for the review and approval to the solid waste management plan. To fulfill state requirements, the TJPDC recommends that the Fluvanna Board of Supervisors proceeds with the public hearing.
Any discussion?
We wouldn't need to
Started
open.
with the public hearing.
I was just wondering, I would just be curious to Mr. O'Brien why he seems to always not be here when his daughter.
He's avoiding me.
All right.
See you again. Thank you.
Well, so we're no questions.
No.
All right, we'll go ahead and start with our public hearing. Anybody wishing to address the board? Can I hear some? Anybody wishing to address the board, please do so. Keep it to 5 minutes and on point.
What assurance do we have from the Dominion Power?
So, sir, you can only,
Donald Raynard, 3531 Union Mills. What?
You can't ask the presenter, sorry.
What assurances do we have that coal ash plant and the upcoming waste treatment plant won't run off into the James River and further pollute all the pollution that Dominion Power has done in that region for 50 to 75 years? And most localities made Dominion Power get rid of their coal ash plants within a 2 or 3 year span. For some reason on this one, they got a decade to deal with it. So that's wrong, and something that the board needs to have a bond put forth by Dominion that increases at the rate of inflation that protects the citizens of Fluvanna County as this waste treatment plant or waste, whatever you want to call it, dump or whatever, gets addressed.
Thank you. Any more public comments on this subject? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. No discussion or questions from you all?
When they
Mr.
address-
Chair, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Brown.
No, I was just going to say two things. One, I'm not avoiding my daughter. I'm very proud of her, but B, to the public speaker's previous comments, the Dominion Energy Plant is moving their coal ash into line facilities and has provided the county with a very significant proffer, which would sort of meet those bond requirements that he's putting forth. So we commend Dominion Energy for taking the right steps to protect the James River and the citizens of Fluvanna, and recognize their contribution as well too. And just wanted to make that point of clarification for the speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Sheridan.
I was just gonna say, they attempted to address it, and after 6 months after they addressed it the first time, they were told that wasn't adequate. So now, that's why they're waiting for the permits to get able to address the new situation.
Adding and including this major amendment into the plan doesn't mean that DEQ will approve what Dominion has proposed. They'll still have to go through a formal review process. This just enables them to go through that process. Just stating that this captive industrial landfill is planned for this area.
Thank you.
I think a big point to remember on this, the coal ash is currently not in a lined landfill. So it is a hazard in its current state, and moving it to this will comply with state and federal law and be in an approved lined landfill and be monitored. So those are some important things that we are moving from not incompliant and a bad situation to a good situation.
And that they have to monitor it for, I forget how many years, but it's well into the future.
I mean, it's the same thing with our landfill. There's continuous monitoring that occurs there.
DEQ is the agency that has oversight of monitoring, testing, and everything regarding the landfill.
Yep.
So they are being monitored in that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent points. Yeah, I move the Board of Supervisors approve the here for a second, the major amendment to the Thomas Jefferson Solid Waste Management Plan regarding Dominion's planned captive industrial landfill.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor? Aye. Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 5-0. Moving on to item J, ZTA 2408. Amendments to the Fluvanna County zoning ordinances regarding day homes. Mr. Forster.
Good evening. This is a proposed zoning text amendment to amend the code. It's actually making a couple of changes. It's going to amend a number of sections to add definition, add allowed uses, and I'll get to that in a minute, but also lowering the threshold of number of children served in licensed family day homes from 6 to 5. That's being done in accordance with Code of Virginia requirements. So two things. You can go, thank you, Derek. So the second bullet point is the one I just mentioned, lowering the licensing requirement threshold for family day homes from 6 to 5. The Code of Virginia, section 22.1-289.2 in their definitions states under family day home that family day homes serving 5 through 12 children, exclusive of the provider's own children, and any children who reside in the home shall be licensed. So that's one objective. The other is also clarifying related definitions in sections 22-4-2.1, 2.2, 22-5-2.2, 22-6-2.2, 7-9.2, 8-2.2, 9-2.1, 22-10-3, and 22-22-21. So this was actually put before the Planning Commission originally in November. At the time, the Planning Commission deferred it, asking us to do some research on the number of day home facilities currently operating in the county. And our research found a total of 7, 2 registered through DSS and 5 through a website called Care Lulu, which allows users to search for child care facilities. We brought this information back to the Planning Commission in December. And the commission voted 4-0 with 1 member absent to recommend approval of this change. And then what you see before you are the changes in question, starting with 22-4-2.1, uses permitted by right under commercial uses, adding family day homes to the family daycare home, and then adding child day centers. And then under 22-5-2.2, again, for special use permit, adding child day centers and also adding family day homes. And then 22-6-2.2, that's R2. Again, just adding these to the list of allowed uses with special use permit. And then 22-7-9.2, again, adding child day centers, family day homes to uses allowed with an SUP in R3. And just to back up for a second, family daycare homes were already allowed in these districts. So we're just adding child day centers and family day homes to the list of allowed uses. And then 22-9-2.1, B1, adding child day centers to allowed by right uses. And then adding it also under 22-10-3 as an allowed use under BC. So those are the changes we're presenting. And again, the Planning Commission did hear us in December, recommended approval, and we are now putting it before the board, asking for their approval to make this change to the ordinance. I'll take any questions.
Lots of questions? I'm sorry?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. We'll open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please address the Board of Supervisors and keep it to 5 minutes. Anybody? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And no questions or anything from the board?
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve ZTA 2408 and an ordinance to amend and reordain the code of the County of Fluvanna, Virginia by amending subsection 22-4-2.1, 22-4-2.2, 22-5-2.2, 22-6-2.2, 22-7-9.2, 22-8-2.2, 22-9-2.1, 22-10-3, and 22-1 to lower the threshold number of children served in licensed family day homes from 6 to 5 in accordance with Virginia code requirements and to clarify related definitions.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Sheridan, O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien,
You're muted.
Sorry. Aye.
aye. Chair votes aye, 5-0. Moving on to item K, ZTA 2410, amendments to the Fluvanna County zoning ordinance to correct the definition of front yard. Mr. Fortune.
So this is a ZTA. This is a pretty straightforward ZTA. Basically, as the title suggests, correcting the definition of front yard. If Eric, you want to go ahead and move to the black line ordinance, I can point out. So the definition of front yard currently in the ordinance under 22-22-1, it's actually under the definition of yard and then sub definition under front. An open space on the same lot as a building between the front line of the building, excluding steps and ramps affording pedestrian and wheelchair access, and the front line and the rear line of the lot and extending the full width of the lot. We happened to catch this a number of months ago. So what we're proposing is a zoning text amendment to remove the words "and the rear line," basically correcting the definition of front yard. This was presented before the Planning Commission on December 10th, and the commission voted 4-0 with 1 member absent to recommend approval. I'll take any questions.
No questions? Okay, we'll open up public comment. Please address the board and keep your comments to 5 minutes, please. None? Oh, here we go. No, this is on the items where.
Yeah.
Sorry. All
right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Can I have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve ZTA 10, an ordinance to amend and reordain the code of the county of Fluvanna, Virginia by amending sections 22-22-1 to correct the definition of front yard.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Aye.
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 There we go. Chair votes aye, 5-0. Moving on to item L. Having a hard time seeing where this one picks up in the.
ZTA. See the ZTA right under yard.
Oh, I see. It's way up top. Got it. ZTA 2503, amendments to the Fluvanna County zoning and subdivision ordinance, amending 2225-4, make a clerical correction, removing an obsolete reference to outdoor light control, and to amend 2225-6 to change the average horizontal illumination level for lighting for all parking, display, and loading areas, and for gasoline station, convenience store, aprons, and canopies. Mr. Fortune.
And this is a proposed ETA, as you mentioned. The two changes being proposed here. First, section 22-25-4 will be removing the phrase refer to example graphics from paragraph E, which I'll show you here in a moment. And to amend 22-25-6, we're making two changes to average horizontal illumination levels. One for lighting for all parking, display, and loading areas, and one for gasoline station, convenience store, aprons, and canopies. Go ahead, Eric. So the Planning Commission reviewed this on March 11th and voted 4-0 with one member absent to recommend approval. And I'll go over the changes with you real quickly. Under 22-25-4, if you go down to E, the definition of full cutoff angle, the last sentence says refer to example graphics. There are no example graphics, so we're basically just recommending that phrase be struck. And if you move on down 22-25-6, under D, gasoline station, convenience store, aprons, and canopies, paragraph 4, referring to the lighting for new facilities. We are proposing a change. The average horizontal illumination cannot exceed 20-foot candles in grade level. It was 10. And then under E, paragraph 1, the lighting for parking, display, and loading areas will not exceed an average of 5-foot candles. That's a change from 2.5. Those are the changes we are proposing for this ordinance, and I'll take any questions that the board may have.
Will this affect any existing properties out there?
Not sure. Not that I'm aware.
And the other one, because I've received complaints on it, was the self-storage on South Boston Road was illuminating the people that lived in Sycamore Square and the Jefferson Drive properties. And they made an adjustment to the floodlights to turn them down, which improved the problem.
Okay.
And made it better. Is this change going to make it worse for those residents?
It shouldn't, because if you look further down on if I can find it, give me a second here. What I'm looking for is the average horizontal illumination along the property. Oh, here it is. 22-25-6, part F, spillover light, vertical or horizontal. Basically, we're leaving that the same, 1.5-foot candle. So we're not changing that.
So once you get outside the property, it needs to be in that 1-foot candle.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, those lights were pointed out.
They were.
They got me when I was driving the bus.
It illuminate the whole skyline. It looked like a UFO was landing.
Any other questions?
Nope.
All right, we'll open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to address the board? Please keep it to 5 minutes and on point. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
You don't want to read the long one again?
I had enough numbers.
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve ZTA 2503, an ordinance to amend and reordain the code of the County of Fluvanna, Virginia by amending section 22-25-4 to make a clerical correction, removing an obsolete reference for outdoor light controls, and to amend section 22-25-6 to change the average horizontal illumination level for lighting for all parking, display, and loading areas, and for gasoline station / convenience store, aprons, and canopies.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, second by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. Moving on to item M, food and beverage tax. Mr. Whitten?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. 1 second. So Virginia Code Section 58.1-3833 authorizes counties to implement a meals tax without a referendum. That was effective July 1st, 2020. The board did consider a meals tax in 2018, and that was put forth in a referendum to the voters, but it did fail to pass in 2018. But Section 58.1-3833 was amended in 2020 to say, basically, you can't impose a meals tax until you've waited 6 years until after the referendum had failed. So that would put the date at November of 2024. So a conservative estimate would show that the meals tax would generate 300 to 600,000 annually with the current businesses, which equates to 1 to 2 cents of the real estate tax. Once the Wawa is opened, then that'll increase that figure as well.
And one correction, 1 to 2 cents of real estate tax was last year. Now it's our penny's a little higher now this year.
So the board now is eligible to implement the tax by ordinance after a public hearing. So basically, the tax would be on food and beverages sold for human consumption by a restaurant as defined by the Virginia Code. The maximum rate is 6% under the county code, and it applies to alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages served as part of the meal. It does not apply to gratuities. But there are several exceptions, such as in-house cafeterias, nonprofit fundraisers, churches and schools, hospitals, daycare centers, and publicly owned facilities. But it does include food stores that serve ready-to-eat foods. The collection procedures would be established by local ordinance, and the Commissioner of Revenue would work on an application form and work with the different vendors in the county on the collection process. So if you look at the surrounding localities to us, and a few just in our general region, you can see Albemarle's at the high mark at 6%. Charlottesville's at 7% because it's a city, and cities can go higher than counties. Counties are limited at 6%. And then you see that Greene, Louisa, Madison, Nelson, and Orange all have a 4% meals tax. And you can see the corresponding revenue from 2023 in the next chart. So the options for consideration, it would be a tax rate up to 6%. The board had discussed designating 50% of such revenue for public school construction projects. And that is what was advertised, as that 50% of the revenue would be used for school construction projects. The public hearing has been properly advertised. The Commissioner of Revenue has requested that the ordinance not go into effect until August 1st, which would give him time and the treasurer's time to basically talk with the different vendors in the county and make sure they have developed the application and the collection process with the vendors. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I got one. If we do this and we do it for school construction, could we use that, pay any debt service for school? Towards debt service for the school, or would that have to be on a brand new school?
The way the ordinance reads it is just school construction. It could be existing debt service.
Well, I'm not even saying existing. So let's say we build the new elementary school that has been talked about. And we had a debt service of $2 million. Whatever we collected, would that go towards that payment?
Toward debt service.
Okay, that was a question that just popped in my head. Don't ask me why. I'm done. That was my only question.
Very good question.
So since it's been advertised, the 50-50 split, would there have to be any type of amendment made to change that? So if a board, let's say next year was to decide they're going to use the entire amount, or 5 years from now, would they have to make any type of adjustments, or are they just free to do so?
You would have to amend the word. The board next year would have to amend the ordinance.
Let's say we wanted to do it towards public safety.
Sure. If you want half to public safety, half to schools, you would just have to come back and amend that section of the ordinance.
And we didn't set a max advertised rate for this, right? Like, I mean, I know that it's not technically a tax yet, but we didn't say, there wasn't somewhere it was like the highest we would set it. We had the latitude to set that.
We actually did. The maximum rate is 6%. So the way it was advertised, it would be a maximum rate of 6%.
Okay.
So you can go up to 6%.
Okay. Just couldn't remember if we had published something like 5 or something like that.
I think I said 5 in one of the meetings, but I'm leaning towards 4. Like everybody else, or most others.
And Dan, just since it was asked, and I know you've furnished us with a sort of quick Word document explanation, and I don't want you to have to read all of that, but just for the gist and of those listening in here, there was a question at a previous meeting about possibility of doing this as a special taxing district in the Zion Crossroads area, where we would hopefully be seeing some revenue, some transient revenue from this. What was the verdict on that?
So I researched your question about whether we could have a meals tax just in the Zions Crossroads urban development area. And basically, we don't have Dillon Rule authority that would authorize that. So under Dillon Rule, we have to have express or implied authority to take an action. So basically, you can have a special taxing district, but one thing is the tax money has to be used within that district. So all the money collected there would have to be used there. So for instance, you couldn't use it toward, there's no schools in that area. Also, I couldn't find any authority that said you could have a meals tax just in one section of the county. It has to be county-wide. So I gave an example of a few special taxing districts, like in Goochland, they have the Centerville Tuckahoe Creek District, which is a 32-cent tax surcharge because it serves the roads and the water and sewer within that area. So you can do a special taxing district, but you can't have a meals tax just within that district.
Is that specifically, are you implying the inability to do that based on the fact that it doesn't explicitly give us permission to do it?
Exactly. We don't have express or implied authority.
Okay. And the only designation is for the school construction. So for example, hypothetically, if we were in that area and we did have the explicit authority to set one in that area, obviously you can only tax use the revenue raised within that area. Hypothetically, we wouldn't have been allowed to use that for, say, water line or things like that. Or is this bullet point here designated for school construction? Is that because the board discussed that, or because that's the only thing it can be designated?
No, it can be, it's really up to the county. A previous county I worked in, all the meals tax money went to economic development.
Okay.
So it's really I worked in another county where all the money went to schools.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
it's really up to the board's discretion if you want to go just the general fund or if you want a designated fund where the money goes to.
And to that
public safety.
Yeah, and to that point, I guess if we pass this, are we limited? And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get rid of the echo. If we pass this, are we limited to, let's say we pass it as it stands right now with school construction, are we limited at that point in time, or can we amend it or change it at any point in time? And does that require a public hearing?
Right, you can amend it after a public hearing. So if you want to change the amount of the tax rate, if you want to change the designated funds for the revenue, you would have to have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Were you gonna have something there?
No,
Okay.
just, if there's a need for a change, then it would just be an amendment. So,
Well, I mean, we put that on there because that's the only thing I brought up when we talked about this.
and that is a pressing need.
That's absolutely, and we know that whatever we collect is not going to cover that's why I asked about the debt service, because that'll come close to covering part of the debt service, and as we grow, which we know we're going to do, or we hope we're going to do, that number will get bigger and that might pay for that school.
Yep.
When this first came up this year, I think the way I took the original conversation was about the entire amount going into a fund like what you're talking about.
I was talking about half.
Yeah, I'm just, in all the conversation, I'm not sure who said it, but if all the money went into a fund like that to plan for debt service, to budget against taking debt service, it would even be a different thing for me. But the part of that tax that is not going to debt service, in the restaurants that we have, the mass of that is going to be paid by Fluvanna citizens. And
to me, that's just increasing the taxes on the citizens. And, we have personal property tax, which diversifies. My concern is that this ends up being like Social Security, a pot that somebody ends up turning to fund other items. And, I asked Mr. Hodge, if this was around years ago or the option came up, would you vote for it? And I guess I was wondering if the Wawa has helped to provoke this conversation. And that's why I also was in favor of a tax district if we could have done so. But when I'm in the Fluvanna restaurants, the mass of the people I see live here. And so I'm just not in favor of adding another tax that's somewhat transparent compared to real estate and personal property onto the citizens of Fluvanna.
I mean, I have no problem putting it all into school construction or school construction / public safety. I mean, I just think it's another tool in our box, and my original thing was that we could use it to lower real estate tax. That was my first thought about that, just because we don't have any tools. And I know we always bring up the Wawa, and we know that part of that, we actually get to say that word tonight at one of our later action matters. But to me, it's more of a vision of things to come. Because I'm hoping that that's the first domino to fall. That's why we invested the water line up there on the 250 corridor. That's why we're, hopefully one day we'll be able to expand it down south on Route 15. That we have fast food places come to our side of the county line. That's the only thing I was talking about with that.
Mr. Witten, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we are, as the public hearing stands, we are not able to amend what would be dedicated to schools because any school construction or so on, any change would be considered more limiting. Is that correct?
Actually, more restrictive. So if we increase the percentage to the schools, we'd have to re-advertise the public hearing.
Yep.
And since we're already at 50% and we are only limited to 50%, that's not an option.
Correct. And you could always, if you're ready to approve it tonight, you could always come back at a later point to
We can
change it
amend it.
100%.
Right.
As an example, and I'm not saying to do this, but if you said you didn't want to put any to the schools, that would be considered less restrictive, correct?
Correct.
But I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying that's an example of what's less restrictive.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm now confused. Are you saying that we could allocate none to the schools and that is now considered less restrictive?
We could lower it. We just can't raise it.
Well, we can't raise it above 50% anyhow.
Correct.
So, okay. I would have thought that changing it would have been more restrictive, but okay, that's great to know.
One of those paradoxical moves, Tony, where you feel like you are lowering it, but it's actually, I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I don't want to, mess up discussion, but do we need to go to the public hearing to have discussion on this?
Yeah.
I don't want to,
That's a fair point.
And to Chris's point, and like I said last time, I lobbied Miss Booker in the Morris room 7-8 years ago. And I believed in it then, and I believe in it now. Any chance for diversification of the tax base is another mechanism we can use to fund the things we need to fund. And whether that's an offset of the real estate, whether it's giving us something that we need to do, whether it's looking forward, because we know we're gonna have to have construction in the schools. And a large portion or most of our debt is currently in school debt. And this is a way to, plan ahead, put something in place to anticipate it down the road so you don't carry so much debt. It's just fiscally sound, in my opinion, and that's just my personal opinion.
go
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open.
We're going to open the public hearing. Any comments, please make them to the board and keep the 5 minutes.
Actually, I have a comment about this.
All right.
Hi, I'm John Richardson. I live at 12 Hardwood. Let me start by saying we're broke. We need money. I'm not really going to make an argument against taxes. But I will point out with this tax, it is a regressive tax, and regressive taxes are the absolute worst type of tax because they impact the most disadvantaged among us the most. And it would be far more effective to implement a tax literally anywhere else, whether it's on the fair use end or the lumber companies or the horse farms or my house. I would very much prefer you gain this tax revenue elsewhere. Also, given the economic forecast for next year, I expect this would bankrupt at least a couple of Fluvanna County restaurants. So you might want to consider exempting the smaller places like Papa Jim's or Local Eats from this meals tax if possible, because that's a burden that they probably won't be able to bear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelsey Cowger, 60 Woodlawn Drive. I also don't love a regressive tax, but I am really, really, really in favor of diversifying the tax base. I will say that prior to this meeting, I drove to Charlottesville and I bought a delicious bowl of ramen because you can't buy a delicious bowl of ramen in Fluvanna County because we don't support small businesses. I paid $11 for it, and I guarantee you that I did not think for 1 minute about the 77 cents that went toward the meals tax. I thought so much more about the money I was spending in gas driving to Charlottesville to buy dinner. I think a restaurant meal is a discretionary item. I think the actual money that comes out of the meals tax is so minor that it is a cost that people can absorb if they're already going out to dinner. And I also think that we need a second elementary school more than almost anything. Just as I wish I didn't have to drive to Charlottesville for ramen, I wish that I didn't have to drive my child to Charlottesville for school. So love to get a school more than I care about even a 6% meals tax.
Thank you.
Don Raynard, 3531 Union Mills Road, and Mr. Fairchild, you are exactly right. This is another tax on Fluvanna citizens. And I think we resoundingly spoke in 2018, and just because legally we can do this now doesn't mean we should. And if we do need a diversified tax base and to support schools and all the other functions of the county. But, New Kent County needed that too. But yesterday they announced they had a 1.4 million square foot target distribution center that they're putting up. Our neighboring county of Louisa has approved and gotten not one, but two $1 billion data centers that are coming to their county. So what we need is economic development, not more taxes on our existing citizens. And that's where you need to look for the tax base.
Thank you.
This line swatting for a moment. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Long week. Hope y'all don't mind the hat, but I think better with my hat on.
Not a problem.
Again, I live in Fluvanna. I've lived here over 50 years. I'm 85 years old. I own a lot of property and I pay a lot of property tax. I don't like it, but I don't mind it. I do mind this meals tax. It's just not right. It's nothing but a tax on the lower income people. And anybody that tries to convince me something different, it's just wrong. That's what all these hidden taxes are. Whether it's gasoline tax, sales tax, or whatever. It's a way to get more out of the man that don't have, so the man with can keep on holding on to what he's got. And I seen him hold up a chart on the Albemarle County and whatnot, the tax. I was in the restaurant business in Charlottesville and in Albemarle County for 26 years. 3 years, I kept it out of the city, mainly because of other restaurants and us all cooperating together. The 10 years kept it out of the county, but they kept bringing it back every 2 years. You gotta help you gotta raise that meals tax so your property tax don't go up. Well, I never seen the tax affect one way or the other in 10 years. It's just their way to get more money. Finally, in 96, when I retired from the food business, they got it passed by 1%. Now, that was 8.5% sales and meals tax at the time. It was only 4% meals tax and 4.5%. When you checked out at my register and you paid your bill, I added 8.5% at the bottom of it. And I was operating on 7%. I was trying to make 7%. And yet I had to give the government 8.5% just because you ate in there. It's just plain not right. But that ain't the downside of it. The downside of it is there was 16 more taxes included in that meal because I couldn't pay them unless you paid them. So I'm just telling you, it's nothing but a poor man's tax. Do like they did in Albemarle. I know y'all don't have to. You can just okay it. But put it up for vote and see if your people want it. See if the people you put you in here want it. And all respect to the guys they elected you supervisors. The input from the rest of them, it's nice. But you're responsible for the people that put you in office. And I, for one, will be a person that will vote against this because it's not, I can afford it. It's nothing but a poor man's tax. Prove to me different. I'd love to see somebody prove to me different because the only man that's going to really affect the guy that ain't got it. It ain't going to affect people with it. Thank you for your time. And I do hope you do the right thing. If nothing else, let the people vote for it. If they vote for it, I put my hand down. I accept it. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thirty-five, 31 Union Mills Road.
He said thank you.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat my name again?
No, you're fine.
All right, I'm totally 100% against the meals tax for the exact same reason that he was just saying. It's just another tax on the residents of Fluvanna County. The people that are already overtaxed. Virginia passed a lottery because they said the money that they collected from that lottery was going to go to the schools. It's just like he said, it's like the Social Security Fund. It's gone for everything but what it got passed for. And this meals tax is not going to be any different. It's going to be put up for whatever you say, but then it can be amended and it's going to be used for everything except for what it's intended to. And all it does is hurt the residents of this county. We have to focus on economic development. That is where we need not only just the economic development that brings jobs for the people in this county. They're not driving to Richmond. They're not driving to Charlottesville. They're not driving to Harrisonburg. They can have jobs here with economic development. And we're missing out on everything. Our neighboring counties are getting wonderful economic development. And it seems like here in Fluvanna, we do everything to prevent that from happening. And I don't understand that. And it always comes back to residents bearing the burden of all the taxes. And that has to change. I mean, you want the people here in the school system, you say they're the brightest and we got to do the right thing for them, but they can't stay here because there are no jobs for them. These people are not going to take care of us because there's nowhere for them to work. They can't make a living here because there is no economic base. Economics brings taxes. It brings jobs. It brings a lot of things that we need, but we're not focused on that. You know, this 4% or 6%, that's not the way. All we're doing is hurting the taxpayers more. And for these people, if they're already working in Charlottesville or Richmond, they're going to pick up their meal and bring it home with them. They're not going to come to Fluvanna. The people in Richmond aren't driving to Fluvanna to buy a meal. People in Charlottesville aren't going to drive out here to Fluvanna to buy a meal. So it's just the residents here. And I surely hope that you listen to the people that have elected you, because you're here to represent all the people of this county. And that doesn't matter what district you're representing. You represent all the people here. And I think you need to think about that. I mean, there are very poor people here that are just barely surviving. And then we're going to add one more tax. And that's one thing that they might look forward to, is maybe going out to eat once a month. But you know what? If your meal and your tax and your meal's tax and your tip costs more than your meal, you're not going to go eat. You're going to go to the grocery store and take it home. So that's what I have to say. I am 100% against any more taxes, and we need to we can lower the tax rate. We have millions. It's easy. It's either all land use or no land use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, James Johnster, 843 Jefferson Drive. And I'm in support of the meals tax for a couple of reasons. First of all, I want to remind the board that we have the third best golf course in Virginia here in Fluvanna County. And I'm not a golfer, but I am pro taxing the golfers that come from outside Fluvanna to use our golf course in order to fund county services. And it's also an incentive to grow in our growth areas such as Zion Crossroads so that we can get more of those transient taxes. So I don't believe this is necessarily a tax only on the people of Fluvanna County. And I think of it when I flip the script to the people who this will affect in Fluvanna County and the most vulnerable among us. And I put it in perspective of like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You've got a roof over your head that's a little bit higher than going out to eat. And if we don't have a meals tax to offset some of those real estate taxes, these people are going to get taxed all the same, usually forcefully so, versus having a choice as to whether or not you go out to eat. But just for fun, because I like to do the numbers, I calculated if you did buy your lunch or go out to eat to the point where you're spending, $100 a week going out to eat, in Fluvanna County, 6% would mean you'd be spending an extra $31 a year. And if an extra $31 a year is going to financially impact your life, you're probably in the category of folks that are social services reported to you in financial strain. So I would recommend funding social services with the meals tax in order to help the people who are the most vulnerable. Because I bet they get more than $30 a year of value out of those fine folks in social services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Crocker and I live at 442 Justin Drive. And while I agree with previous speakers that regressive taxes are not ideal, I do support a 6% meals tax. It is of critical importance to find any kind of revenue source without continuing to place the full burden on homeowners. The meals tax is a fair and reasonable way to do just that. Right now, Fluvanna relies almost entirely on real estate taxes to fund essential services. Over 90% of our tax base comes from homeowners, while other revenue sources remain largely untapped. That's not sustainable. Our county has been severely underfunded for the last decade, and we desperately need a new elementary school, but we cannot continue to ask homeowners to bear the full weight of these necessary investments. While yes, obviously, Fluvanna citizens will pay part of this tax, the meals tax is one of the only ways we can generate revenue from people who don't live here. Visitors, travelers, and those passing through the community will finally contribute to the services we all rely on. This tax is not a burden on struggling families, it's a tax on a luxury. No one is forced to dine out, and for those who do, the cost is extremely minimal. I have never, not once, considered the meals tax before eating out, and I certainly haven't driven from one locality to another to avoid one. Meanwhile, the revenue generated will provide a small but critical boost to our county's budget, helping to provide for school construction and other necessary projects without continuing to increase the tax load on homeowners. Many of our neighboring counties have already implemented a meals tax, and they are using that revenue to strengthen their schools, improve infrastructure, and provide better public services. This is a simple, common sense solution. By supporting the meals tax, we can take an important step towards relieving the unsustainable tax burden on homeowners while ensuring Fluvanna has the resources it needs to serve its residents. I urge you to vote in favor of a 6% meals tax and move our county forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Ward, 448 Dobby Creek, Scottsville, Virginia. I spoke with Mr. Fairchild. He knows I support the meal tax. It's a way, we're to a, I call it a desperate situation because I'm seeing sheriff departments that are underfunded. I'm seeing social services and our schools. So basically, I live in Scottsville and basically I go to Elmore County. I do try to come here. I was at Wahoo today, but Elmore County charges 6%. All our surrounding counties charge 6%. I'll bring up my mother's property, 62%. Nothing was added on. When I went down there and took pictures of the inside, it's the 1970s. It hasn't been updated. Do you know what you're doing to the seniors in this county? Because 1,500 to 1,300 and less square footage, that's who you were targeting, or that's who the appraisers targeted for these big upkeeps. You also did the first time home buyers and your people that you want to say that you want to bring into your county, 1,500 square foot or less, you targeted them because that's what went up. He told me that that's where the biggest thing went. We don't have meal tax or we don't diversify somewhat. I'm glad to hear Wawa. I would love to hear more and more and more. I think on the Jerry Miller show, when I listen, there's some things that are coming down the pipeline. Hopefully that's a great thing. We can't name them. We don't know them. And I won't high five them until I hear, but it was reported to me that in one county, Sheets brought in more revenue for their meals and their things than for all of their revenue to a county than a Walmart. You know, we need that. Yeah, it's a luxury to go out to eat. Like I said, I come from the finance background and I used to coach people on, I'm sorry, this is what your income says. It's a pack of hot dogs and things this, you know, I bought my kid up like that. You don't go and re-spend, and this county has kicked this down the road far enough that meals tax, it's a firestorm, but our schools, our police department, our social services, you know, fire and rescue, if we didn't have Scottsville volunteer fire and rescue, I don't know what we would do at area end of the county. They come from Kent Store, they come as fast as they can. They come from every part, Palmyra. But as I told the appraiser, we're 13.6 miles. My mother's house is from Palmyra. Here's her property right here that you estimated, your appraiser went up there. They're 1.5 miles from Palmyra. We get very little services at our end of the county. There's nothing there. Like I said, so we rely on Elmore County. And the old adage, location, location, location. Yeah, that powerhouse, that's one, those are going to bring more than your thing, unless we're annexed into Scottsville proper down the road. And Scottsville, I think, is going to lose theirs and be annexed into Elmore County. They can't. We have a 36 development going up there that is going to tax Scottsville because of the rooftops. But they do have the commercial there again. The numbers were astounding listening to Albemarle County supervisor and us. Our rooftops support Fluvanna County. They have a lot of commercials. So I don't see how we cannot institute, at least now, because we kick it down the road another year, another 2 years, what's it going to do to our schools? What's it going to do to our teachers? What's it going to do to our police force? we can't wait till we can say, oh, it's coming to Palmer, it's coming to Zions Crossroad, it's coming to Zions Crossroad. And seniors in your First Amendment cannot afford 62%. People living in 3,000 square foot homes, they can afford 6% to go out and eat. You're 1,500 and that's who you're penalizing. And you want those people that need those 3-bedroom small, have a child, move up in your county. You're taxing them out, because when those escrow analysis come out and they see, and the mortgage person tells them, oh, your county raised your taxes by so-and-so, that's what it went up to be. So I'm for the meals.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Smith, 2 Sandy Beach Court. The meals tax, it's not perfect. It's not ideal. It is a fair solution than constantly asking homeowners to pay more. I was a young mother at one point. I had my daughter, and I knew what my finances were. I knew if I could afford to go out to eat or if I couldn't. Now I have a travel softball player, and if you know, I am constantly eating out somewhere. I'm in Richmond. I'm everywhere that has a meals tax, and I'm paying, and I'm not thinking. Almost every surrounding county around here has one. We're paying it if we go anywhere. No one's coming to Fluvanna specifically to eat. When I eat out here, I'm not eating here because we don't have one. Like I said, it's not perfect, but we need to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Tracy.
My name is Wayne Campagna, 79 Hidden Valley Court, Palmyra. In regards to the meals tax, there's a part of me that says we're a little bit premature on trying to put the meals tax in place in this county. And one, for the very simple reason is there's not very many restaurants or places that sell food in Fluvanna County up near the Zions Crossroad. We only still have kind of the traditional restaurants we've had locally. But if that can be improved upon, then maybe this is a viable means of revenue for the county in the future. But I don't think it's for this year. My other concern is it seems to be that a 6% is a greater rate than even the state sales tax for buying food in a restaurant. So I find that of interest. But I will say this, if it's in the infinite wisdom of this board that you're going to approve a meals tax, then I believe it should be designated for various areas and needs in the county from a CIP standpoint. So if you're looking at schools for future school construction, that's one area. Two is that I think we still have some school debt. I believe this debt still hasn't been paid down on the high school. And so if some of this money, if it's going to be generated, needs to go to pay that school debt down. And thirdly, I think a portion of it needs to be identified to go to public safety for CIP type projects, because there's going to come a time here in the future where in public safety, you're going to have a radio communication system that's going to need to be upgraded. It's going to reach an end of life status. The previous radio system that came in place, or the current system, replaced a system that was very much outdated. So that's not an inexpensive project. And we don't know what there's going to be other needs in public safety yet for fire and EMS. But those are, if you're going to implement this, then I think this money should be earmarked in CIP projects in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Anybody else wish to speak? Excuse me. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Questions, comments?
No, I held back some of what I was going to say simply because I wanted to get to the public hearing and have that and then come back for some discussion. But the transient issue has been brought up several times. And I've said from the beginning that if you can tell me that we can pay for things in Fluvanna County with money from people living in other localities, that I'd be 100% for it. The meals tax is a transient tax in theory, right? And it's applied as a transient tax. I mean, the numbers in Albemarle and Charlottesville are shocking because, I mean, yes, people that live in Charlottesville eat there, but you have so much tourism and people coming through there that they're eating there. And so for me, it's tough because, you know, it's Mr. Campagna was the last one to speak. And one of the things he said was, he beat me to it, was feels like we're just, for me personally, it feels like we're just not there yet. I agree we need to diversify our tax base, and I agree with everybody that stand up here that said the primary way to do that is through business. And this board, I think all 5 of us are committed to doing that and making sure it doesn't happen overnight, and it happens a lot of times slower than people would like to see. But I just don't know that we're there yet. I've said, you know, several times, and for those here tonight, this is the 3rd time the board has probably had a discussion and a debate about this. And so I've said time and again, you know, if I had to go back Fork Union, where I live, and I realize the district's big, you know, bigger than Fork Union proper, but if I have to go back to Sal's and Fork Union, where I eat a pizza every Saturday and see people from Fork Union, and know pretty much everybody that walks through the door, and they live right there in Fork Union with me, and tell them that the meals tax wouldn't be a tax on them at this time, then that would, I don't know that that argument would hold much water there for me personally. You know, I explored the concept of the taxing district because I feel like capturing some of that revenue that you would potentially be getting from some of the 64 traffic, you know, would be great to pocket some of that money. I mean, people, you know, they have to make a U-turn if they're going east to go to Sheetz. Now they just come straight to Wawa. I mean, that's half the traffic that we're getting our way. And so it just feels like this is maybe a little bit premature for me. And I think I'd be very hard pressed to say that this isn't largely a tax on Fluvanna County residents. To the transient thing, I mean, I guess you could also argue that sometimes real estate taxes are transient. If someone doesn't live in the county but owns a house, they live outside, but they're paying a tax. But I think the majority of people paying real estate taxes in Fluvanna County are Fluvanna County residents, just as people who would be paying the meals tax are also Fluvanna County residents. And I certainly, you know, I'm all for offsetting real estate taxes, but if we pass this and we use it, are we really going to use it to offset real estate taxes, or is it going to go towards the general fund, the 50% that's not there? So those are just some of my thoughts.
So as far as business goes, I was just sitting here listening. I think it's something to keep in mind as we think about new taxes like this. There's a lot of new revenue that's starting to and about to come into the county. The old Cosner Brothers building, is it Artful Lodger? Is that what it was? That's moving in there. And all of this within the time that I've been on the board, this past 3-point-something years. And if not all of it, I think all of it, but if not, yeah, all of it had to be approved by the board. SB Cox, which is a construction reclamation, yeah. All the building materials, if a building gets torn down, that's going in behind Cosner Brothers. Pods has opened up in Zion since I've been on this board. Big warehouse. At the corner of Memory Lane, just on the Zion's Crossroads side of the old Cosner Brothers, we approved, I forget how many square feet of, I think basically light industrial that's waiting to be developed. Wawa, of course, is the big thing everybody knows about and was talking about. I heard that Wawa, something like 50% of the revenue is the deli/food. So we're going to see a lot of revenue.
O'Brien always talks about the coffee.
What's that?
Mr. O'Brien always talks
Yeah.
about the coffee.
So we're going to see a lot of revenue from that. We approved Wolfpack, which is something like 35 acres up from the Ace on Lake Monticello Road that is designated for a good bit of retail. We have the self-storage coming in behind the food line on Route 53. And then, of course, we have roughly 100 acres behind the community center in Fork Union that there's a lot happening on, a lot of possibilities and businesses we've talked to about moving into that industrial park. So there's a lot of business coming, and whatever the past is or what should or shouldn't have been done, a lot's being done now, and the great credit to our economic development team. So I don't see meals tax needing to come, and, you know, for the reasons I said earlier, I just don't see that it's essential now. I do have a few questions. If it was, we could decide to do a referendum if we wanted, right? But I mean, it's not forced. We can't even decide to do.
So the Virginia code, when I was looking up the section when that question came up from the gentleman. It says no referendum shall be placed on a ballot unless specifically authorized by statute or by charter. We don't have a charter, so we'd have to be authorized by statute. And if you look at the meals tax section of the Virginia code, it does not authorize referendum. Basically, when they changed the code in 2020, they took out the referendum language. So right now we don't have authority to ask for a referendum.
Thank you. School debt, you know, I think it's a good point that, I mean, we've got debt up through 35.
2035.
If all of it was
17 a
designated
year.
towards that debt, then maybe that's a different conversation. Can we still, since we didn't write it into the code, you know, we were talking about how some municipalities allow X amount to the business, the restaurant, for basically processing fees. So they're gonna add labor for that. Can we still put that in this?
No, that I had that language in there and the board asked to remove it.
That's
So
right.
that was in there, but it's no longer. So we would have to re-advertise it to add that language back in.
You know, I mean, the restaurants, the small business restaurants that in our county, that it's a small business owner that's already working to make ends meet. And if he or she's already putting in a lot of hours and has to pay somebody else to help with this, that's a tax on that business. So how do they pay for that? You know, businesses often bear the burden of processing a lot of taxes because they run it through the business. And often those expenses aren't paid for by the government that forces the business to take care of it. We will be making our restaurants take on that extra burden that they'll be getting nothing for doing so. And then lastly, I'd say back to lottery, I hadn't thought of, I mentioned Social Security. It's amazing to me how lottery was designated towards education and how nobody knows where that money is now. We just know it's not all going to the schools, to education, so.
The only thing I'd say is I would push back slightly on your statement that the burden is unfairly on the business owners. Almost all businesses now use electronic point of sale. So if the state tax goes up, he puts a new number in the system. You add a meals tax, he puts a number in the system, the point of sale system calculates it. It's not people sitting with paper and long ledger books anymore. It's very minimal work on their behalf. Will they have to cut an extra check every 6 months or a year, whatever the commissioner?
Every month.
12 checks a year. He already has checks going to vendors. So I just don't see the burden. I think that's a red herring logic bomb. If it relieves some of the burden and allows us to do something, statement was made earlier. If we put it towards something dedicated, well, if you don't have it, then we will raise real estate taxes to pay for the things that we have to. So it's, you know, whether you offset the tax and then raise the tax back up to fund something you have to do, it's going to occur one way or the other. Unless you're just adamant, we're not going to fund anything. Let's just shut everything down. And that's not a viable option. So that's just my thoughts on the matter.
Anybody else?
Yeah, sitting there just looking at a lot of things that we've heard. We've talked about the businesses. People have talked about the number of years they've been on the board. I've been on the board. Mr. O'Brien and I've been on the board 11 plus years. In those 11 plus years, when we first started, everybody wondered why everything went to the lake. It wasn't because we wanted to do everything at the lake, but they were the only people that had any services.
We didn't have services at Zions Crossroads. We had Fusdy, but we didn't have sewer at Fork Union. So they were the only ones that had all of those and the internet and everything. So now, since we've been on the board in 11 plus years, and guys, and I hate to say it this way, and it makes me mad when I think about it. The first night, my first meeting, we started trying to work on that water line at Columbia. And that is just becoming into fruition. And we are 11 years into the process. We will not be done in November. That's 12 years we've been working on this. We ran into headaches and blocks we just could not predict. We also have looked forward, trying to build that business that you talk about and get those opportunities. Zions Crossroads, we put a water line in 4 years ago, and that was a big, that was a big step for us. We put in all the infrastructure that we need. We have water, we got sewer. We're working with the prison in order to do these things. Now, when that water line gets there, we'll be able to have plenty of water that if we have the growth that we want or we're working towards. I just sent a picture to these guys the other day. Mr. Fairchild brought up SB Cox. It's the first time I've seen big excavators up there moving dirt. Now, they're not only going to put in their business, but their plan is to have 4 more sections, that they get 4 more businesses to come in there, if I remember correctly. So we are working towards doing these things. Not everything that we do gets seen. I brought up the meals tax 6 years ago. I mean, well, I'm not as much now because I'm driving the bus all the time, but nobody made more stops at DWs than me. Period. And, on my biscuit that I would buy every day, it's going to cost me 12 cents. On my Big Texas toast, if I buy that, it's going to cost me 20 cents. And I'm not trying to give away my money. But I think this is something where we diversify and we put it toward, I just threw out 50% towards the schools and everybody kind of agreed with it. But I think Mr. Compagnon makes a great point. We buy fire trucks every year that cost us millions of dollars if we do it towards public service for the CIP. But if we do that with every bit of it, there is no offset to the real estate tax rate. And that's one of the things that I talked about, is trying to use part of it to offset that. And so anyway, I didn't want to ramble, but there are things in the works that we anyway, we are working towards it. And I think this is a natural step. We have to come up with ways to not make it be on the taxpayer's back. And it's not just about Wawa, but it's being forward thinking. It's having it in place when we start to grow, that it's there. Okay. So anyway, that's my thoughts about it.
You make good points on the infrastructure. I mean, the JRWA, the James River Water Line.
I left one off. One of the biggest projects, and this is one of my bragging points when I go to my VACO meetings. I go to a VACO meeting, we have more internet coverage than Fairfax. Because we invested in it 4 years ago, looking forward down the road to the day that we get maybe a data center, maybe a distribution center, whatever it might be, to move here. If we didn't have internet, we wouldn't have that possibility. If we don't have water and sewer, we don't have that possibility.
And I would like to clarify before it gets misconstrued, there is a surplus of water at Zion Crossroads.
Oh, well,
the thought in people's head is there's no JRWA, we have no water. We have
we
more water
have
than
a
we have
surplus.
customers.
We are limited in our amount of water. But if we get to JRWA, that amount of water goes from 125,000 gallons a day to 4 million gallons a day if we need it, correct?
Instantly, we've got an agreement with Louisa. We got 75,000 gallons per day for water through DOC. We have an agreement with Louisa for 425, and we've got, again, 50% of the water of the 8.57 million gallons per day is Fluvanna's.
And when do we estimate that'll be active?
What's that?
The JRWA.
Constructed
Probably call it early 2027.
And see, that's. I'm
And
telling you.
we had the groundbreaking ceremony on it last year. It's happening.
I had
Being
to
put-
sit out a vote. I mean, and at least right now, we're not Louisa. They've got pipes that have been in the ground for almost 10 years that have done no use, but they've aged 10 years.
Yeah.
So
I said, go right beside my house.
you mentioned forward thinking, and I understand the thought process. I mean, I really do. I have my own struggles with it, which is why I'm not going to vote for it this evening. But if you're going to have it to raise revenue, to offset real estate, whether or not it's actually used to offset real estate or goes into the operating budget, we'll have those conversations eventually starting tonight. But why 4%? I mean, honest, like out of curiosity, why 4% and not 6%?
Because that's what the other ones have done around us. The only two that did the big one numbers were the big county, Albemarle, and then the city of, and by the way, we have to have that thing at 0. So it is no sticking it in the general fund. We have to be able to make the magic number at the bottom of our budget sheet read 0, correct?
Well, I mean, it could be there to offset real estate, which has been an argument for this. It could still be up there.
Absolutely. But forward thinking is also when you're looking at that money saying, okay, I can spend it here.
I understand, but, and again, I mean, everybody has said that it could be used to offset real estate and take pressure off of the homeowner. But if it's not actually used to do that, which is fine, if that's the case, it's not. I guess my question is, if that's what the argument for it is, why? I mean, it seems odd that I might be asking this question when I've stated my opposition to it. But seriously, if that's the argument there, why not 6?
Well, I might pipe in.
I mean, there's some members that have talked about spending this.
Where did
last
I'm
month.
curious wherefore came like
I'm
is
not
there
one of them.
is there where
Or are you, I mean, you're not going to vote
did we
for
throw
it.
a dart at the wall and say-
Are you? I
Sorry,
mean,
Tony, were you saying something?
Yeah. Hold on, let me get rid of the echo here. A couple of points. And whether it's 4 or 6% is really a little bit irrelevant in the sense that we are going to use these revenues, and Mr. Gore, you said towards the operating fund, but the operating fund is taking care of sheriffs, taking care of social services, taking care of fire and rescue, taking care of schools. It doesn't really matter. Fluvanna County, when I first ran, had a 97% burden on the homeowners. It's down to 95%. Terrific, 2%. What's considered healthy is between 88 and 85%. We're nowhere near close to that. While we have done an awful lot to try to bring and attract business to the area, and it is coming, the fact of the matter is we don't even have a business tax. We don't even have a business license requirement. We generate only money from personal property taxes, from businesses, and from machinery and tools taxes, and from the employment taxes that come back through the state. So even if we were to get a $1 billion data center, unless we enacted a tax, we wouldn't actually receive any money from that. We haven't done that. Every tax is painful in its own way. But right now, 95% of the taxes are paid by Fluvanna homeowners, period. There are a lot of people that live in Fluvanna County that don't own homes. There are renters. There are people that are coming to visit. There are kids that have a job somewhere else that don't own the home. We have lots of people that come to Fluvanna County and enjoy its services and don't pay anything for it. As a homeowner of more than one home, I can say that because I pay meals taxes in other localities, I look forward to the fact that we will be able to diversify our tax base with this tax. I don't look forward to taxing somebody else, but I also recognize that without those diversities, we don't compete with our surrounding counties. When I first ran, it was Fluvanna County has the highest tax rate for real property in the area. Okay, great, we brought it down. We know, and we're having robust discussions about how to minimize the burden on the homeowner. We are doing those things. But at the same time, as we agonize about this, we really sit there and we say, okay, well, it's going to impact this. It doesn't matter. Because if what we are really saying at the end of the day is core services matter, it doesn't matter whether they're funded by the real estate owner or by the business or by the the person that's driving by. It's all balanced together because we have to meet those needs. We have to meet those needs. Now with the Wawa, which is probably one of the main reasons why we're talking about this, we might just alone from Wawa generate $300,000 to $400,000 in meals tax. Maybe it's a little less, maybe it's a little bit more. But literally today, just a few hours ago, we were debating about $110,000 on what we were going to do with that. Literally today. So every dollar that we generate that doesn't put a burden on the homeowner matters. We need to meet the needs of our county. And I understand that this may be viewed as a regressive tax, but at the end of the day, it is a tax that is not necessarily shared by the homeowner. Okay, it is a tax that is shared by both residents and people that are passing by and that are transients. As to the burden that is being asked, tomorrow is the 20th. On the 20th, as a business owner, I have to file sales tax every single month. It takes me about 30 minutes to collect that information. At best, I run a report from my QuickBooks. I log into the Virginia Virginia sales tax, and I pay my sales tax. Literally 15 to 20 minutes at most. So it is not a massive burden to the homeowner. I find it interesting that, as credit card companies came through and provided these automated systems, that now the average tip is supposed to be 18%. 18% if you just gave me a cup of coffee. 18%, maybe 25%. Nobody thinks about that. We've all heard of the idea of tip inflation, right? And nobody's complaining about tip inflation right now. That's not what they're doing. Recognize the fact that 95% of the burden for paying for the services in Fluvanna County come from the homeowner. Recognize the fact that we need to diversify our tax base. That's it.
All right, anything else? What do you want to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the amendments to county code. Oh, hang on. Before I do this, if we do this, what percent would you want? All right. County codes, subsection 20-13-1 through 20-13-13 to authorize a tax of 4% on prepared meals and beverages purchased from a restaurant, a grocery store, or convenience store, as authorized by Virginia Code, subsection 58.1-3833, to be effective August 1st, 2025.
Second.
Discussion. One quick question. Will this give us Fluvanna's first mandatory listing of businesses?
No.
So restaurants.
I mean, it'll just give you those.
That's what I'm saying. So a subset of all of our businesses suddenly will have to be listed with the, and then a group will not be, correct?
The commissioner of revenue is not allowed to disclose gross receipts or anything, any financial numbers is prohibited under section 50.
But he can give a list of the people that are participating.
He can give a list of restaurants.
Yeah.
But I think Google could also give you a list of restaurants in the county.
I'm just saying, it'll be our first government mandated, it'll be a first time mandated by our government that you have to be on a list of businesses. I asked that because it's been a lot of discussion in Fluvanna history of if businesses should be forced to be listed and
would they not be listed as real estate holding or having
I was saying
lease or something?
personal property.
The land book is public information. GIS is public information. Now it might be an LLC.
Yeah.
Like Wahoo Barbecue might be called an LLC.
Yeah.
Right, for instance. So, but I mean, that's already, whatever personal, whatever real property they own, that's still be in the land book.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
I have a question too. Food trucks, how does this impact them? Same way?
Yes.
And
So they'll have to collect the meals tax. So the food trucks who come, let's say you have food trucks come from outside the area to the county fair or to the carnival. Or to, Groovin at the Grove. Basically, the Commissioner of Revenue will give them a form, to complete application. So it won't only be local food trucks, but it'll be food trucks from outside the area that come here for events. They'll have to collect the 4% meals tax as well, if that's what's approved.
Good.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And there's nothing in the language about what percentage would be to school construction or what have you.
I think it's 50%.
That's in the ordinance.
Okay.
So if you look at the,
Okay, I got you. Oh, so the only thing, I got you. Okay, so it's in the ordinance, the only thing we had to do was select the percentage. Got you. All right.
yeah, there's a subsection of the ordinance that deals specifically with
Okay.
how the revenue issue.
That's right.
Anything else? All right, you made the motion?
I made the
You second it?
Mr.
No,
O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien second.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes 3-2. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait,
So, Mr. O'Brien,
no, that's fine. I'm fine. No problem.
oh, did you vote?
I voted aye, sorry.
Okay. All right, passes 3-2.
Public comment.
What's that?
Go back to the first
Yeah.
public comment.
Now, sir. All right, we'll go back to the public comment on, just open
general
public comment,
comment.
first round of public comment. Everybody,
Yes, sir.
You got to do a whole
If
other
he's
speech
the only
before you
one,
got to come up
oh
with
my
this
God. If he's the only one, I'm sorry.
we ask that you address the board directly and keep your comments to 5 minutes, please.
I'm John Richardson. I live at 12 Hardwood Road in Lake Monticello, which, as I'm sure you all know, has a bevy of issues ranging from our water problems to lack of sidewalks due to easements because of decisions made by boards far in the past. Our current board of directors is composed entirely of new faces that had nothing to do with those decisions. And they're doing their best to address the mistakes of past boards. The problem with Fluvanna County is that there are some very similar faces in here that contributed to a lot of the past mistakes of Fluvanna County on numerous missed opportunities for revenue, which has led to our current situation, whether that was the solar boat, the water boat, several other things that I'm too tired to remember right now. But there has been an ongoing series of failures due to an opinion that people are a net loss on the county and that they consume more resources than they're worth, which I think is a fundamental failing in government position. And that's led to our county and the board specifically being viewed as a laughingstock by all of our neighboring counties. And all of my friends in neighboring areas, they seem to think, oh, your board of supervisors is so stupid. Oh, what are they doing? But I don't think it's stupidity so much as evil, in that money is the root of all evil. Budgets being moral documents. When you form budgets that deprioritize schools and public services and safety services, and even the police, everyone knows I'm not a fan of the police, but really bad things happen when they are underfunded and overworked. It's in everyone's best interest that all these services are properly funded by any means necessary, even if it had been a meals tax. But the problem is the only solutions that were proposed tonight were a meals tax and letting Dominion use Fluvanna County as a toxic waste dump. Many public comments mentioned the land use tax, which is not being touched. There were at least half a dozen other very good suggestions for revenue sources that were not courting businesses to come and exacerbate our lack of infrastructure and consolidating the healthcare between schools and county employees. Many solutions have been pitched, but none of them seem to be seriously pursued. And that is a very fundamental failing. And defunding the schools to the degree that they're being defunded when they're already starting with from a very disadvantaged point is mortgaging children's futures, which is evil and detrimental to Fluvanna County in the long run, because what happens when those students graduate and they can't get jobs due to their lack of education, lack of skills, they stay here and they become unemployed and they become a drain on the system. And I'm glad that apparently we're starting to adopt more long-term thinking, but I would strongly encourage more of that and finding the money to fully fund this budget by any means necessary, even if the real estate tax has to go through the roof in the short term, because we're at a very critical point where the long term is near unsalvageable. Any means necessary. If Mr. Fairchild starts his OnlyFans account, I will be his first subscriber. Thank you.
I did not need that.
might be.
Thought in my head.
He is an entrepreneur.
Yeah. Your theme of evil, I'm sticking with you on that one. Oh, my God. Next.
Well, no, he already spoke. Hey.
I am,
He helped the gentleman up.
Oh, that's right.
that wasn't even part of this comments.
Right.
Yeah. I'm James Kelly. I live at 363 Manor Boulevard. I'll note that it's hard to stand at this lectern here on the tail end of Chris's OnlyFans. And so I'm going to hard pivot to gratitude because before I get into content, I like to take a moment to sort of recenter myself, especially on that note, and indicate that I am proud to serve Fluvanna as the school board representative to the Palmyra district. I am remarkably grateful for a number of things, including our superintendent of the year, Pete Gretz, who's seated here. Ms. Brenda Grasser, who is our finance director for some odd, or our executive director for some odd more months, and the remarkable work that they do. I think it's notable that we still have at least 6 students here with us today.
Mr. Pace requires that.
I am familiar that Mr. Pace requires it. I thank him for it, and I thank them for being here. Which leads me to my next point. I'm thankful for our remarkable staff. I'll loop back as to how they baffle me, mostly by still being our staff. And that includes our esteemed representative from Columbia, who said way too many times tonight. And well done on that note. And individuals like Mr. Pace, who put our students in positions to see what good disagreement between adults is like. I know that you all have been going through withdrawal because I had to miss you all last week. It's also, I'll note, it's noteworthy that this is the latest first round of public comments I've ever been part of. I promise you I will use all 5 minutes.
You were not here in 2012.
I heard that you guys had a bit of a barn burner last week. I was catching bits and pieces while trying to conduct some good business down the road here. Some of which I heard are remarkable questions, very good questions that you guys had about the schools, and I'm sad that we weren't able to be there to answer them in real time for you. Noting gratitude for our staff, especially our leadership team. There's a document that I handed you all that Dr. Gretz sent to you that I've asked the leadership to put on board docs so that anybody in the public can go through and look at this, which answers a bunch of the questions tit for tat that the Board of Supervisors had. I would just like to hit a couple of high/low notes on this and then leave you with a quote. And so as I go through this document, there's a ton of information. One of them is on our insurance. In particular, the staff went through and compiled all the insurance rates for surrounding counties and divisions. And to be honest, Fluvanna Schools has one of the most expensive rates, just period. And we're self-insured. We go out every year to get quotes for private insurance and for other providers. It is just wicked expensive. I can't explain why this particular area or this particular county, but it is remarkably expensive and meaningfully more expensive than any of the surrounding divisions. Another bit here in terms of providing good information is there's a page here that explains a little bit about SOQs and LCI and what happens when the state says they're going to give you 3%. The very short version is they take the 3% that they're going to give you. And then they say, oh, wait, we're only going to give you 60% of it because counties are responsible for between 20% and 80%. And then they're like, just kidding, I'm only going to give it to you for SOQ positions, which are only about half our staff. So by the time they say we're going to give you 3%, what they really mean is we're going to give you 0.9 and you're responsible for the 2.1. And so that's why you frequently see me here with my handout, is because I want to do everything I can to maximize money from the state and make sure that our staff have what they need. Another question was, and I get this a lot, which is, you know, why do we need to keep up with the surrounding divisions? We don't really have a problem if our staff aren't leaving. And I kind of find the question in and of itself patently offensive. But I'll note that there are 34 teachers who resigned, who did not retire in 23-24, and 15 of them went to surrounding divisions. Those are people who decided ultimately that they had to go elsewhere because fundamentally we're just not paying them what they're worth. We're telling our staff that they are worth less to us, not worthless, but worth less to us than they are to the surrounding divisions. And that's a fundamental problem. I'll leave you with that, with just a last quote, and I'll paraphrase as best I can. One of my colleagues the other night said that our staff has the highest caseload for the lowest pay and the highest health insurance. And if you're nodding along, not you or any of you specifically, but if you're at home nodding along and thinking, yep, sounds about right, the proper response is outrage. And we should be outraged. They deserve better and we can do better for them. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Ashley Crocker. I live at 442 Justin Drive. I'm a wife, mother, homeowner, and taxpayer here in Fluvanna County. When my husband and I moved here in 2017, it was because this was where we could afford to buy a house. But I had serious concerns. People warned me that the schools were underfunded, that I'd struggle to find a sense of community, and that I'd spend my life in my car, driving elsewhere just to access basic necessities. I hoped they were wrong, but in many ways, they weren't. Thankfully, I found a wonderful community with people who share my values, and my oldest child has had a great experience at Central Elementary over the last year and a half. But that's not the reality for everyone. Many of my friends with children at Central are deeply worried because their kids are not reading on grade level. Some can afford private tutoring, but what about the families who can't? Fluvanna's reading proficiency rate is already lower than the state's average at 68%. For economically disadvantaged students, which is about 36% of them, reading proficiency plummets to 52%. Meanwhile, in Goochland, our neighbor with the fewer students has 11 reading specialists compared to our 4. How can you justify this? How can you sit here and refuse to fund schools when kids are falling behind in the most fundamental skill they need for success? And what about the teachers who dedicate their lives to our children? They are the lowest paid in the region while being expected to serve more students and pay the highest health insurance rates. We should be bending over backward to attract and retain the best educators for our kids, and yet we're driving them away. Why would a talented teacher choose to work here when they can get better pay and benefits just a few miles down the road? Then there's the other major issue. Fluvanna lacks the infrastructure to support its residents. I spend hours in the car driving to Charlottesville, Louisa, Goochland, and Richmond, not because I want to, but because I have to. There's no indoor places for my children to play. There are few restaurant options, and even grocery shopping is a hassle because at least 1 or 2 of the items on my list are unavailable. I would love to invest my money in Fluvanna's economy, but how can I do that when you refuse to make that possible? And here's where the real hypocrisy comes in. You use struggling families as an excuse to avoid funding schools, emergency services, and social programs. But at the same time, you block every opportunity to expand the tax base and relieve the burden on those families. You say no to solar siting agreements and the revenue that comes with them. The Planning Commission says no to an agritourism resort that would have created jobs and generated revenue. And you say no to rural cluster housing developments that could help combat homelessness, despite the fact that according to HUD, Fluvanna has a larger homeless population than Charlottesville. Not only are you failing to fund these essential services, but you are actively misleading this community by framing these necessary investments as unnecessary handouts. Let's be clear. These are not luxuries. These are foundational services that every county is required to provide. You are not being asked to go above and beyond. You're simply being asked to do the bare minimum to keep Fluvanna functioning as a county. Your refusal to act is hurting this community. Relying on a tax base that is over 90% homeowners is beyond unsustainable. It's irresponsible. I don't want my taxes to go up, but I do want my child to learn how to read. I do want my child's teacher to be paid a livable wage. I do want to know that if I have an emergency, someone will be there to help. I want my struggling neighbors to have somewhere to turn when the bottom falls out. And I want businesses to have a reason to set up shop here so we can finally stop driving out of the county for everything. Your inaction is not protecting struggling families. It is making their struggles worse. The failure to invest in schools, infrastructure, and economic development is dragging Fluvanna further into decline. Until this board steps up, until you fully fund our schools, support critical services, and stop blocking economic growth, this county will continue to suffer. It's time to do your job. Stop worrying about what your friend from church will think and make the tough decisions necessary to move Fluvanna forward. Our students, our families, and our entire community is depending on you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, my name's Gareth Hunt. I live at 3637 Hardware Road, which is on the border of the Hardware River Wildlife Management area. Although my address is Hardware and actually in the Fort Union district. I have completely different things to discuss, and I hope, as what John Cleese used to say, now something completely different. I moved to Fluvanna. First of all, my background, I moved to Fluvanna just after 9/11, so 2001. When I was still working in Charlottesville, I volunteered with the Fluvanna SPCA for many years. And in fact, my last appearance in this room before this august body was about 15 years ago, I think, accompanied by the late great Jackie Myers, who you may all remember. I don't know. I was also a board member of her animal rescue. Let me see, what my notes here say? Yes, I retired in 2018, and became a Virginia master naturalist. And I found lots of stuff I liked in Fluvanna, and so I stayed here. And I have been volunteering my services in that area for the last, however many years that is, 20. So, and I've done water monitoring on the James, the Rivanna, Lake Monticello. I'm the official weather station for the National Weather Service for this county. Believe it or not, there is such a person, and it's me. And I also do bird counts and bird nesting and so on. So I definitely enjoy Fluvanna County. One of my great things, of course, is I was trained as an astronomer, so I'm an amateur astronomer, and the skies here are just gorgeous. That will be a major part of what I'm going to say. The other thing is, nobody mentions this, but our southern border is appointed by, well, what's the official term? I can't remember. It's a beautiful river.
Scenic river.
Sorry?
Scenic.
Scenic route, that's right.
Yes, sir. We did that a couple years back.
It's fantastic. It really is. I mean, in fact, I do water monitoring for various professional organizations. And where there are 3 entries, do you know, onto there. There's the one at the Hardware. And believe it or not, if you look at the map, when you take the boat ramp in from Scottsville, that's in Fluvanna County. And the same is true at Columbia. Sorry?
Columbia.
No, not as far as Columbia. The scenic area only goes as far as Bremo. And
okay.
What's the across the river there?
Buckingham?
Sorry?
Slate River?
No, But anyway, if you look at the map, you will see that the boundary actually goes all the way across the river to the other coast. That's where they put it in. So there are actually 3 access points there, and boaters love it.
You can't.
Sorry?
You can't. Mike,
No.
leave the man alone. Let him
Okay.
roll.
But anyway, so I'm very much interested in the environment. Oh, and the other thing, as I say, I was interested in birds. I do some bird observing, obviously, at my house. I'm right next to the James, and just up 50 miles upriver, they've reported to me that they see seabirds. Well, guess what? How do they get there? They come past my property. So it's a wonderful place to encourage people to come and do birding. There's been a great report just done by eBird, and they say that birding may sound not very much, but apparently 279 billion is the amount spent by Americans on birding. It's a big industry. I don't see very much advertising for it, but I think still we need to encourage the protection of birds. And so I came up with I also joined a society called, what do we call ourselves? Das Guys Piedmont. And we have a program to do education and do lighting. This will take a minute or two. But what I want you to do is to sponsor what we are doing. We're doing it at the 5 local counties. We would like Fluvanna to join that group of counties. And all I'm asking you to do, and it doesn't cost anything, is to approve a proclamation that approves us managing dark sky facilities and helping you guys. And this is the same proclamation that was actually, I was working with Mike Gove, we never got to it last year. But it was approved by the governor the last 2 years and by the state. And I don't know how many of the other counties have done it, but I can tell you the counties, Charlottesville, are all being worked on at meetings like this as we speak, sort of. And Scottsville adopted it like that. They loved it. So
Thank you.
It's just a program I would like Fluvanna County to join.
Thank you. Maybe that could be something that is presented to staff to.
It's in the consent agenda. Yeah, he submitted a,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he went through the process.
I didn't
of
realize
submitting
that's what that
to
was.
staff, yeah.
Okay, anybody else?
Dark sky proclamation.
We will close the first round of public comment.
Do we have to extend yet?
10.
All right, we don't need to extend.
Boards, commissions and committee.
All right, boards, commissions and committees.
All right, Mr. Chair, so you've got 3 appointees for the planning district, for the planning commission, Rivanna district. You've got appointees Gary David Selleck, Robert Dorsey, and Jeff Spinello that all put in to be appointed to the planning commission. I think I saw Mr. Selleck here, and I've met.
Mr. Dorsey couldn't make it.
Okay, yeah, didn't see any of the others, but so.
Excuse me.
You know, historically, you all allowed those that have been here to speak to you all, but I'll try to hand it off to you.
Sure, anybody's wishing to speak as well, continue.
That's already made, so shouldn't take too long. Yeah, so I know the agenda is heavy tonight, so I won't take up too much of your time. As I said from this podium last year, I'm ready and I'm willing to serve this community. I've served it already for 5 years as a member and vice president of the Lake Monticello Owners Association. I've been elected to 2 terms by its residents, a voting bloc that makes up roughly 40% of this county's population and the entirety of Rivanna district. I am asking you to allow me to represent them again. I have served on many of its committees, including the Community Development Committee, led by its chair, Tom Diggs, who is right there. And they have a close relationship with the Planning Commission. And so I've worked with them on certain initiatives with the commission. Needless to say, I feel like I know the people of Rivanna district. I know what they want. And I have for 5 years and ready and willing to listen to their wants and needs and to be their voice. Some of these Lake Monticello residents feel like the county does not listen to their needs, and you've heard from some of them tonight. Hopefully, with your support, I can help bridge the gap between the county government and the people of Fluvanna District. As a historian who has volunteered with the Fluvanna Historical Society and now worked with families of World War II veterans, I understand the importance of people and place. More specifically, I understand how important the preservation of Fluvanna is to people. As a father with a young family, I also understand the importance of sustainable growth, the kind of growth that allows us to cherish our past without being restricted in our future. This is what I'll bring to the Commission, a passion for service partnered with a history of serving the people of Fluvanna District. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting over pneumonia. I'm sitting next to you. It's not contagious, but.
Mr. Chair, is there anyone, is Mr. Spinello here?
He is not.
No, he has an early shift tomorrow, and he relayed to me that he couldn't attend due to having to prepare with it being a late night and everything.
On rescue, right?
Yes.
Like rescue.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make just a brief comment before I make a motion. We have some excellent candidates that are applying for this position. As all of you know, this is my district, and tradition has normally specified that the representative for that district has a choice. I recognize that the board also has to make its own decisions. But we have candidates that bring forth a lot of abilities. And in my personal opinion, Mr. Selleck, due to his historical experience, due to his background, and due to the fact that he has served on the board of the LMOA for now 2 terms, and has been involved in multiple committees, due to the fact that he is brings a different perspective than maybe we are used to, but also because he is, I want to say, and I hate to say this because I don't consider myself to be older, but he is a fresh face of a new generation, and he's an extraordinarily well-spoken and capable man. I think he is the right choice at this moment in time, and that is not to disparage or take anything away from any of the other candidates. I recognize their strengths. I am friends with many of them, and I support their ambitions and their goals for Fluvanna County. With that being said, I would like to move that the Board of Supervisors approve the following board, commission, or committee appointment for Mr. Gary David Selleck to serve on the Planning Commission with the beginning term of 3/19/2025 and ending 6/30/2026.
Just waiting to make sure he's done this time. I'm sorry.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I will second it, and I will add that he is older than I am.
I was gonna say, he's the oldest member.
He is the oldest serving member of this board.
Got a motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Right.
Sorry. Chair votes aye, 3-2. Or fails 3-2.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify, Mr. Chair? Did you vote aye or did you vote nay?
Or nay. I voted aye to oppose.
It was 2-3.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Mr. Dorsey to serve on the to serve as the board of as the Planning Commission board member. Again, I think he's very qualified. I am upset that the board has chosen not to nominate Mr. Selleck, but I recognize and respect the board's decision. I think this is a little bit of an affront to the lake community, I will say that. But nevertheless, I think Mr. Dorsey will be an excellent representative.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Tony, you made the motion?
I did.
Okay, you're not, okay, all opposed? Tony, did you vote?
I did. I voted aye.
Oh, okay,
Again,
I didn't hear.
I-
Sorry,
I do that and-
passes 5-0. Okay. Moving on to presentations, item B, historic courthouse restoration update.
I'm gonna be really quick on these.
Really?
So again, historic courthouse restoration, again, the board requested to get some, updates every other month on the historic courthouse and the fire training building. So again, the county was awarded the Virginia 250 preservation grant funding through the Department of Historic Resources, on January 17th, 2025. County is receiving their grant, in the amount of $784,504.50 with a required local match of $400,029.50. Fluvanna County staff met with DHR staff, also including Ms. Kilpatrick and our contractor, with MFTA, who is the architectural and engineering consultant, on February 13th at the historic courthouse for a grant kickoff meeting. Again, the county has also been working with our consultant, MTFA, on 30% design development. And this is kind of the basis towards working towards developing construction documents. Just a kind of a brief little history, we've been working with our consultant on some timelines. So really, from this point moving forward through July 2025, again, really, working with the consultant to complete construction document drawings, specifications, all of that will then then will kind of form into the bid sets, and then working towards completing an invitation for bid. For a schedule that we have right now, it's planned that in August 2025 that the county issue an invitation for bid on the project. The invitation for bids would be due back to the county September 2025. And, barring any timing constraints, we would hope to bring a construction contract to do the restoration from the historic courthouse in October of 2025, and then, commence construction some point after. Really at this point, we're kind of, we're having some periodic meetings with our consultant, but, really kind of the ball's in their court a little bit right at this moment for developing all the construction documents. I don't have really anything else to add, but like I said, myself, Ms. Kilpatrick, and our consultants have been and Mr. Kreitzer as well have been kind of working along on this, and feel like they've kind of got the process rolling on this right now. So happy to answer any questions.
So we're kind of tracking all our benchmarks and deadlines as far
Oh
as,
yeah, I mean,
as
yeah,
far
I mean,
as
like, yeah, well,
exhaustion of funds and things like that.
yeah, and I don't know if I brought it in here, maybe it's in another folder, but we've got this whole big schedule, schedule tracking. And again, tracked it from, when we started with the kickoff meeting, going all the way to when we want the construction contract going to the board. So, just kind of plug it along, and really, again, a lot of the work's in the consultant's hands right at this moment.
Okay.
So we're comfortable with the timelines regarding funding.
It's aggressive. It's aggressive. It doesn't leave a whole lot of leeway,
Yeah.
but it's, we are going to.
We're going to meet them.
We are going to maintain it the best that we can, barring anything that is, outside of our hands or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's an aggressive timeline. And again, the construction piece, getting to construction, they were able to speed up some of their original scheduling of things. And I think on their standpoint too, I think they thought it was a little bit of aggressive. I think it's a little bit of an aggressive schedule all around, but we're gonna stick to it and push along so we can get this project completed.
And by the way, I just want to say kudos to Ms. Kilpatrick for everything she does to help with that stuff.
Absolutely. Yep.
So is your architectural and engineering consultants presenting you with something similar like a Microsoft project plan?
They're the ones that are maintaining all of the tracking progress. And again, they've got it broken down to, we're doing this task and it takes so many days and here's the date. I mean, and I had it with I think I just, I don't know where I left it at this point.
You're describing the
Yeah, but I
a
mean, yeah, I mean,
typical
it's,
project
I mean,
plan.
it's.
So with them setting the dates where they've got it now, have they baselined that to you? And then do you have mechanisms in place to know that as tasks are dependent on other tasks, when one task slips, it pushes all the other tasks out and you can see where your slippages are due
Yeah, but
against your
the
baseline?
good thing is we're doing periodic meetings with the consultants just to make sure that, you know, again, just if there's things that are, you know, maybe looking problematic or things that we need to focus on and just to kind of stay on track, you know, I think just kind of the periodic meetings on any type of project are good just to keep those baselines moving forward.
And are there expiration or gate deadlines that we have to get through with the grant funding?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest piece is actually June 30th, 2026. For some of the grants, there are opportunities for extensions, but we're trying to just push along. And, you know, here's the thing, you know, DHR is excited about this project. That, you know, they, 3 of their staff came out there, they saw the project. You know, they commented on what a great application it was. So they're excited to see it move along. And I think as long as they see all this progress and things moving towards construction, again, not saying that we want to, you know, ask for a deadline if we need it, but I think if again, they've seen our timeline and kind of seen how we're trying to move forward with it. So I don't have any concerns with the project.
Okay. And if there is any slippage by, say, 30 to 60 days in the overall project plan, could you let us know?
Yeah,
And if
again, at this point, I mean, you know, the board wanted me to give, you know, updates every other month, so you'll hear if
That's
there's
gonna be
any
May,
slippage.
yeah. And if any of the grant deadlines are in jeopardy where we might have to ask for a waiver, that'd be good to know ahead of time too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't foresee that, but yeah, I mean, again, we're over a year away from any type of, you know, having to, you know, meet any deadlines. But yeah, I mean, if there's things that are looking problematic, sure, we'll let you know.
I only mention this because of the next item that's coming up. It's drug on for an extremely long period of time, and I don't want this to take on the same life that the other project's taken on.
Yeah, the other project, well, again, but we can talk about that one. So anyways, any further questions on this one?
Nope. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, moving on to item C, fire training building update. Mr.
Yeah, and
Dahl.
again, just kind of a brief one on this, and again, I didn't go into all the history of this because we've seen it many times before. Again, right now on this project, one, to review the roadway, the building site in relation to apparatus turning radius, widths, vehicle weights, site lights, and electrical have all been confirmed with our engineer, the county engineers, TRC. TRC is working on final engineering plans for the site right now, with final review to the local fire training building committee around April 15th. You know, at that point, you know, really, and you know, I spoke to Mr. Witten about this and spoke to the engineer and spoke to Mr. Powell. You know, we're just gonna have to figure out the best way moving forward because there's some adjacencies with both of these, because you really want to put out 2 different invitations for bid, one for the site plan and one for the building. And some components are relevant and kind of, you know, lean on the other a little bit. So I think we just need to kind of, you know, work through some of those things. But, you know, we're anticipating that we could put out some solicitations no later than June of 2025 of this year. And really for us, the critical date really for us is the completion date of March 2026 with the Virginia Department of Fire Programs. You know, so getting the bids out and really kind of getting that finalized is kind of the biggest kind of checkpoint that we have out there.
So with this one, if you put the IFB and RFP out in June, were you gonna have them on like a 2-week or a 30-day window?
Normally something like this, you know, you put them out for generally 30 days, but, and again, I'm saying no later than June. There's a possibility we could get something out by potentially end of May too.
And has the engineers estimated the amount of time required for site prep? How much time can they get it site ready for Draeger to then put the containers down?
You know, I don't have this, but here's the thing. I know the site prep work is not entirely complicated, so to speak.
Mhm.
It's just, you know, in all the bids that we put out before, that was our biggest kind of hurdle is we didn't get a lot of bids on the site work. And so separating them out, so you've got a site work IFB that is a lot more straightforward, separated kind of from the building component. You know, we are hopeful that we are going to get, again, this time around, local contractors that see something that is not
Cumbersome.
cumbersome, complicated. Again, you got contractors that don't want to, or probably don't have the time to look through 100, 200 page bid packages for a whole thing. So that's what we're hopeful. So we just need to figure out some of the timing of both of them, because again, there are some adjacencies and some things that lean on one another.
And what was Drager's from the moment we can execute because site plan's ready? Was it 3 months, 6 months? So we know when we've got to have that phase ready?
In Goochland, it was pretty quick. They were able to get
Yeah,
it.
I want to say, Mr. Hodge, I don't remember that. I can get that to the board. I mean, in the proposal that Drager gave us, and I don't know if Miss Melton remembers because she's been in some of the meetings. They gave us an estimated timeline of when you order it, how long it would take to get on site. I don't remember right now.
All right.
No.
And that might be something, you know, we take into consideration if there's a 90-day lead time from order to beginning assembly. We may want to do the ordering prior to the site prep work being done, so that at least the order is placed. If there's delays due to tariffs or shipping.
Some of the kind of the key things is depending on what type of prototype building structure you have, there may be different requirements for the type of loading of the concrete or the pilings and stuff like that. So again, there are some things that lean on each other, but I think we've got a good path forward, and I'm hopeful that we can finally get this project done. It's been going on for way too long with being unsuccessful.
Okay, anything else? I'm assuming the two of you.
He's writing me love notes.
Valentine's Day passed.
Never mind. I'm talking about.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dole.
Yep.
What's that?
DX.
I'll make.
I'm sorry?
I'm just stammering. Punch drunk. I'm still can't get that thought that he put in our heads a little while ago out of my mind. I'm
gonna talk to my pastor about
I'm
it.
lost, please.
Okay, anybody making a motion?
No, there's no motion. We're on the next action item.
then.
Okay, yeah.
We just did two presentations.
That's what threw me off. I was getting, I
And
thought
then
we had
there's
to
a
make a
motion
motion
on the
off.
Why is there a
it.
motion?
So I was, you were too
Presentation.
fast.
Yeah, we're
on
on
that
the-
motion.
I got you.
Done with presentations.
All right, item D, authorization to advertise a public hearing to consider an amendment to SUP 8305 park caretaker residence, tax map 53-5-1 and 53-5-2. Mr. Fortune.
And we are, as you mentioned, seeking authorization to advertise a public hearing for an amendment to a special use permit from 1983, 8305 for caretaker residence on properties that were at the time owned by Phillip Park, tax map 5351 and 5352. The subject properties are on East River Road, Route 6, near Holdmead Circle, Route 624. Just a little less than 2 miles east of the intersection of US 15 and Route 6. The properties in question are zoned I-1 Industrial Limited. Just a little bit of background. The two properties in question were rezoned by the board in 1980 to I-1. Roughly 3 years later, the board approved a special use permit which covers both properties for the placement of a mobile home as a caretaker's residence. There is a car storage business on the site. So at the time, the use caretaker's residence was allowed with a special use permit in I-1. And it no longer is, but at the time it was allowed, it was an allowed use. Sydney Park, owned the properties at the time, they are now owned by his son, Phillip Park. You can go to the next one, Eric. And just to remind everybody, the special use permit goes with the property, not with the owner. Now, the use in question has been discontinued for several years. However, the local code does not have a provision for just automatically sunsetting it. And I'll just say that due to some circumstances that have arisen, Phillip Park needs to put the caretaker residents back on the properties. The Code of Virginia 15.2-2286 was amended last year to authorize governing bodies to include a period of validity for special use permits. And what we're proposing is to have a 5-year term on the SUP. That's the amendment we're proposing. And it'll be subject to extensions by the board for 5-year periods as long as Mr. Park owns the properties. You can go ahead and go to the code section. This is the code section from the state code in question. I'll just read it to you. Conditions may include the period of validity for a special exception or special use permit. However, in the case of a special exception or special use permit for residential projects, the period of validity shall be no less than 3 years. Let me go to the next one. This just shows you where the properties are located approximately. If you go to the next one. These are the 2 properties. And again, the special use permit covers both of them. And allows for the caretaker residence on either property. And again, we're just asking the board to authorize advertisement for a public hearing to consider a request to make that amendment for the April 16th meeting. So I'll take any questions from the board.
So let me first say, I didn't realize that that's what the gentleman that was in the back when we started this was. I didn't piece those together. So I think he's going to contact you tomorrow. If you can just, as we said earlier, if you can just help give him an update and help him understand that.
Sure.
He felt he needed to be here tonight as a part of the process. And just help explain to him that the process is still to come.
Yes, sir.
As I know you will anyway. Thank you.
In transparency, I don't think it makes any difference. The piece of land right there to the left, right above the 6 and to the left, yep, that's mine. Oh, and across the road.
No, that's not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I said that with you. I should have called you up earlier and asked you.
So
Apologize.
what was the use of the property?
So there is a vehicle storage business on one of the parcels, and that's what the caretaker residence was initially intended for.
For vehicles.
Did he have a garage there at one time?
That I'm not sure of.
Well, I'll just put it in perspective. The kids, you'll like this, the year that this thing was approved, I graduated.
Wow, that is old.
You weren't far behind there, big boy.
So was there ever a mobile home placed on the property?
There was.
Yeah.
I can only guess at, there's not one there now, and I can only guess at how long that's been the case, but I know we were able to ascertain that at one time there was a mobile home on the property.
There was for quite a while. I remember it.
So I have another question, maybe related, maybe not. If you have 2 acres of land, can you put a mobile home on the property anywhere in the county, whether it's A1 or one of the other zoning districts?
No, the code, and I'm drawing a blank on the section, but the code is real specific on under what circumstances you can play. There's one district that's zoned for mobile home park. For the rest of the county, a mobile home is allowed only under certain circumstances. And I'm going to try and do this from memory. You can either have a mobile home while you're constructing a new home that's replacing a damaged or destroyed home. You can have a mobile home if you are caring for a family member and need to be on the property, and you can have a mobile home. I think it's if you have transient workers living. Is that right?
So you can approve a manufactured home if the residence was destroyed or made unlivable by fire, flood, wind, or other natural causes for a period of 12 months after the date of
I think we
occurrence.
can go out to dinner if you guys are hungry.
No, thanks, Tony.
And then
Oh,
we do
sorry.
have manufactured home
Tony, you're not muted.
park as well. And then also you have the non-conforming, existing manufactured homes. If they're in existence and they're damaged, then they can be replaced by another home.
Otherwise, it would be an SUP.
No, they're not. I don't believe they're allowed in the county of Ashby.
But then, we're talking about only one district, right?
I don't believe this is allowed any longer in the I-1.
No, it's
Oh,
not allowed
This
any
is a
longer.
legal
Okay.
non-conforming use.
Yeah, I got you.
That you'd be allowing to basically come back. So usually after, so our code reads after 2 years, if the use is not in existence for 2 years, the board has the option of revoking the SUP. What this gentleman was requesting is instead of revoking it, he wants you to extend it for a 5-year period.
Gotcha.
Would this, Mr. Witten, from the legal precedents, open it up to where we could see more applications along this line? Are we setting a precedence?
I don't believe there's that many SUPs out there for mobile homes, just caretaker residents. We can look at that, but before the public hearing, we can see how many there are in the county. But I don't think it was a very common use.
I just don't want to head down a path of setting precedents and then, you
Yeah.
know, if we're gonna allow something, I'd prefer us to change the ordinance and make it allowable use versus continual, exceptions to it. It becomes messy when you do that.
I can see that, but if it's the only time that comes to mind that we know about it, then
If this is why I asked for the legal perspective,
Yeah.
and I know we used to do split zoning. So when we were trying to clean the zoning tables up and go into EnerGov, it created a big headache for a planning department. And we had somebody that was in the suite with me months on end, trying to get around the split zone and the other stuff. So I just don't want to create new precedents or cause problems that will create planning or zoning issues down the road.
So yeah, looking, I think you went over all the other instances where the mobile homes are allowed. But basically a bona fide tenant, farm tenant. And then you have emergency medical or moral obligation. It has to be revalidated every 2 years by the board. And then while they're constructing a single family dwelling, for a period of 1 year, they can be renewed. So right now they're not authorized by SUP.
Just for public hearing anyway.
all right.
Move that the Board of Supervisors advertise a request for an amendment to SUP 8305 for a public hearing to be held April 16th, 2025.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, second by Mr. Sheridan, all in favor?
Tony?
Mr. O'Brien,
Unmute.
I think he went to dinner. Tony,
He's unmuting himself.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I pressed the unmute button 5 times. Aye.
okay. Chair votes aye, 5-0. All right, moving on to item, excuse me, item E. Authorization to advertise public hearing for deed of temporary construction easement to Zion 3 Notch LLC. Mr. Whitten?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So Zion 3 Notch LLC needs a temporary construction easement on property owned by the county, which is basically where the water tower is. So it's right off 250 and 15. And so it's tax map parcel 5-7-9E. So Zion 3 Notch is developing the property for the Wawa convenience store on the corner. So they'll utilize the temporary construction easement to construct the water and sewer facilities. And the county property would be returned to its prior state after the facilities are after they're constructed. So Virginia Code Section 15.2-1800 does require a public hearing for the dedication of a temporary construction easement. So the public hearing would occur on April 16th. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm ready for the motion. I move the Board of Supervisors authorize staff to advertise a public hearing on April 16th, 2025 for approval of a deed of temporary construction easement to Zion 3 Notch LLC.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. All right. Item F, Department of Historic Resources Grant Funding Agreement, Mr. Dahl.
I don't know why I didn't combine my presentation earlier with this.
That's
but
what I was thinking.
I'm gonna be really quick with this. I mean, again, we talked about the grant. So again, Governor Glenn Youngkin announced on January 17, 2025, that 35 preservation projects across the Commonwealth were awarded grant funding, which one was Fluvanna County. And again, I talked about that the grant amount was $784,550 with a local match of $400,029.50. So once the grant is, the agreement's approved, we can start incurring expenses regarding the project. And so from a motion standpoint, there's just one change. There's two motions. Motion one is to actually approve the grant agreement, which was in the board package. Motion number two is to approve the supplemental appropriations. There's one supplemental appropriation for $400,029.50 from unassigned fund balance, which is a required match. And then the other supplemental is just recognizing the state funding of $785,504.50.
Questions? Anybody want to make a motion?
I will. Go ahead.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the Virginia 250 Preservation Fund Grant Funding Agreement with the Department of Historic Resources with a grant amount of $785,504.50 from the DHR and the required match of county in the amount of $400,029.50, and further authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye. You.
Tony? He's an IT guy and he can't figure out how to work the mute button. There he is. Got it back on me. Say aye.
You're muted. You're unmuted.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
That's weird. My phone's not registering it, but it's about to die, I think. Aye.
All right, chair votes aye, 5-0.
Motion two.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $400,029.50 from unassigned fund balance for the required match with the Virginia 250 Preservation Fund Grant Funding Agreement and approve the DHR supplemental appropriation of $785,504.50.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor?
Aye. Tony, you're unmuted.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. All right. Item G, FY 26 health insurance selection, Mr.
I'll
Dahl.
be quick. Again, so Anthem, the TLC needs our insurance renewal contribution submitted by April 1, 2025. The chart to the right there just kind of shows our premium changes over the years. Again, some of the larger premium changes, 18, 19, 20 is when we were not on Anthem, the local choice. We were Cigna. When we left Cigna to go back to Anthem, you can see year one, we had a huge decrease in our premiums, and our premiums have held pretty steady since then. So again, this year, the county will see a 6.4% increase in health insurance premiums. At the last board work session on March 12, 2025, the board opted at that point for the county to cover any premium increases. So county staff are held harmless for premium increases in fiscal year 26. This is just kind of the chart right here showing the kind of the brown is what county staff is paying. And again, obviously in the gray, what's proposed, the amount doesn't change because the board had indicated that county premiums would be held harmless, but you can see the premium amounts for the current fiscal year and what the county pays, and then what the premium amounts are going to for the different tiers for 26 and what the county pays. And then there's a little percent of what the county pays to the premium off to the side. Again, most of them, when you're looking at some of the, you know, the HDHPs and the 1000s, the percentages are staying fairly the same. Once you get down to the more expensive plans, the amounts change a little bit. So looking at health insurance history. So again, going back to fiscal year 22, health insurance premiums increased 8.4% at the time the county elected for the county and employees to share in the premium cost increases at that time. The monthly increase to employees at that point was somewhere between $0 to $74. Again, 0 was mostly like a HDHP plan versus going to like $74. And in all these, when I go through them, the higher amounts, mostly like a family plan. Fiscal year 23, again, the county was gonna see a 9% increase. In order to kind of eliminate that increase, we had at the time, we had a KA 250, KA 500. And then we had the high deductible health plan. What we did is we got rid of the KA 250 and added the 1,000 plan. To kind of look to the future to help mitigate cost increases. The board allowed for staff to not see premium increases that year, although they did have to change deductible plans. And for fiscal year 24, again, we saw a health insurance increase of 4.3%. The county elected for a premium cost sharing between staff and the county. And again, monthly increases range from $0 to $39. Same thing for us, fiscal year 25 saw health insurance premium increases of 11%. Again, the county elected for premium cost sharing for county staff and the county at that time. And again, the monthly increases for employees range from $0 to $79. And then fiscal year 26, the board had indicated for the staff to be held harmless. So just happy to answer any questions, but again, the chart that was presented is what would be required to submit to Anthem for the contribution schedule.
Mr. Dahl, I'd asked you in the previous meeting to provide a history record of compensation for both the schools and the staff. Were you able to do that?
Yes, I emailed that to the board last Friday, I believe, is when it was. And it was at the same time when Dr. Gretz provided some information regarding schools compensation and health insurance. And I provided county compensation and health insurance at that time too, in the same email.
For the benefit of the public, I would ask that you present it.
I'm sorry?
For the benefit of the public, I would ask that you present that information.
It's in my email and I don't,
Can we schedule that for the next meeting?
Well, if we're going to take an action on this, I think that's inappropriate. We can defer this, in my opinion, but I think until we have that information, I think
we can't.
Well, the only thing you can do is,
I don't think.
So at the next work session, if the board wants to make a decision on this have a work session on the 26th, we could. Again, this has to be submitted to Anthem by April 1.
And we haven't said that we're having a work session yet, right?
We have not.
Yeah.
I just think it's fundamentally unfair that we are considering to, without this information being provided, that we are going to vote on providing, essentially a hold harmless to the county staff while we are considering passing on a very significant health insurance increase to the school staff.
Well, I guess the one thing I will add, and let me see here. Yeah. So let's see here. So Dr. Kelly gave me the chart, and again, let's see here. So, well, here, this is you're not going to be able to see this, so.
Did you send it to all the board?
I sent it to all the board and. What's up? I know. I'm gonna get rid of my screen share a second here. I guess I'm not gonna drop it if I get rid of the someone. What's that? Where you saw pause?
Would you like me to email it to you, Mr. Dahl?
No, because I don't want to pull up my email necessarily.
Okay, correct.
That pause button at the top on Zoom will pause your screen share.
Okay, there we go.
And at least you can still see it here.
Oh, my screen is.
Yeah, it'll kill the screen for you for now.
What's that?
So we can still see
the
monitor, but it kills the broadcast.
Hold on here. I'm trying to remember where it is. Here. Oh, well, yeah, I can show you. I think I know where I can show you one thing. So, okay. Ms. Melton, where'd you say? Which? Is it this? So, okay, so Mr. O'Brien, do you see what's on the screen right now?
I do, thank you.
Okay, so this is the school's information, and then what I'll do, what I'll do is I'll pull up the county after. So this shows what they did for compensation increases for salary. And just let me know if I'm going too fast or.
Well, I suspect it's a little hard to do a comparison if we're looking at these kind of separately without a summary there, so.
Yeah, so look, I mean, since we're talking about health insurance, I guess let me bring this one up here. So, okay, so health insurance for the schools, and I'll bring up what I just presented in the previous slide. So in fiscal year 20, they showed no change in rates. In fiscal year 21, there was a 10% increase paid by employees, looks like 4.5% employees, and the employer paid 6.31%. There were some restructured plans eliminating 375 and 750 and added 500 and 1,000 deductible plans. In fiscal year 22, there were no increase rates for employees. They added the spousal exclusion. In fiscal year 23, there was a 6% increase paid by the employer. Staff was held harmless in 23. In fiscal year 24 for the schools, there was an 8% increase paid by the employer. Staff was held harmless in fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 25, there was a 9% increase paid by the employer. Staff was held harmless. And if I go back to the county,
I think we only held ours harmless twice.
and again, going back to the county, the only year out of 2020, so out of the years on the screen, 2022, 2024, 2025, the county and staff shared in the premium increase. They were not held harmless. The only year they were held harmless was fiscal year 23.
Nope. Because we got rid of the 250, so you had to switch plans.
Well, yeah, you had to switch plans, yes, but there were no employees saw
we didn't see
no employee saw a premium increase, but they may have seen increases because they had to change to different deductible.
Correct.
And then fiscal year 26 is what we're talking about right now.
And Mr. Sheridan, I know you're a little bit more familiar with the differences between the plans. Do you want to speak on that at all?
The differences in the plan are the school employees, if you brought up the premiums that they're paying, their premiums that they're paying are quite a bit higher than ours.
And
I can't tell you the exact numbers, but our family plan was 636, I think, and their family plan's just under 900.
Okay, that's substantial difference there for sure.
Correct.
Is there any cost sharing with the schools right now or not?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. O'Brien? I'm sorry.
Is there any cost sharing between the employees and in relationship to how we do it for the county at the school level?
We won't know that until the school board makes their decisions.
But is there currently any cost sharing, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think in your current proposal, you are proposing that what the board approved is for employees to share in the cost.
Right now.
That's for county staff. I'm talking about the schools.
So our budget ask, our past request includes passing on 150,000 out of 600,000 of the total. So 25% of our increase going to the staff. That was our budget request. Clearly, this budget season isn't over, and all of that is variable depending upon sort of what the final number is and how we can ultimately get to 3. But right now, we're certainly not passing on 100, or we're certainly passing on some amount of it. Specifically 25% right now.
So that,
Tony-
just to, for the public's clarification, so of the $600,000 that you're asking for school funding for health insurance, you've already subtracted out 150,000. Is that correct, Mr. Kelly, Dr. Kelly?
So the $1.896 million request from you all includes asking for you all for new money to cover 450,000 of it. So with the intent that the other 150,000 would be passed on to the staff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the clarification.
I'm sorry, did I misstate, sir? Okay.
Ow.
Unrelated, apologies. Mr. O'Brien, did I answer your question as clearly as I could?
You did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When the, to a question earlier, a citizen had about splitting insurance between the county and the schools. When did that happen? Do we know?
So when I first came here in 2011, both the county and schools were on a self-insured plan at the time, and it just was not it got to be not and I think Ms. Grasser was here too, and it just got to be an expensive and not great plan from what I.
It's kind of a newer plan.
Yeah.
I think it didn't have some of the features that our current plan has with reinsurance and things like that, so we got filled with big claims.
Yep.
And I think it only lasted like maybe 2 years.
Yeah, and then at that time when we split, did you all go to Anthem, the local choice? Where did you go to when you left Gateway?
Say something.
Okay, so they went to Southern Health, and then the county went to Anthem, the local choice at the time. I think we were with Anthem, the local choice, for probably 3 or 4 fiscal years. And then I think 1 year we were looking at a 7% increase. And because of that, the county went out to go shop for insurance at that point. And I said, I don't recall exactly what year it was. And then we ended up going to Cigna because it had a lot of different options. Because with Anthem, the local choice, you are dental and health insurance and vision is all included into one. And with Cigna, you could it was more a la carte. And so
I guess I'm still missing a little bit why it wasn't beneficial to stay together, even with change. It wasn't cheaper to keep all of the employees on one. Okay.
That role, so
yeah, I wasn't defined.
Okay.
None of us were around here then.
Yeah, I don't recall 100%
That's okay.
why we.
I just know that, well, it would cost a lot of money to go to everybody to the same plan now, from one way or another.
But surely the more people in a pool, the lower the cost.
That's
My thought was, and I this may just be, we talked about having regional, trying to reach out regionally to talk about salary scales.
Yep.
Could we do that regionally with health insurance? No, I'm talking about to do it as a group. I'm saying not just Fluvanna County, but if we formed a conglomerate. Oh, we are in regional. Y'all are,
but your claims are your claims,
right?
and we have a lot of markets.
Yeah. So maybe ultimately maybe it's cheaper for county employees to remove county employees from it because you do have a higher amount of claims.
And I don't know if the thinking at the time, and again, I don't recall what came about. I don't know if it was that the county, the county didn't want to maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
Again, it's all county dollars, but that because they have higher claims.
Yeah, I'll bet you that might. Yeah.
My understanding was that, and I could be wrong about this, but Dr. Gress, we discussed this a little bit last week, was it originally, and I don't know if if we talked about what necessarily the reason was behind it, but there, and I was actually surprised when I found this, that it was actually the schools that decided to part ways with the county originally, correct?
That I don't know. I have
Okay.
no idea. You know? I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Dahl and I were both here, but we weren't in these roles, so we weren't really part of those decisions. It was early on when I was here, we had Gateway, and it just, it went horribly.
Yeah.
And there were all these cost runouts, and every other month we were getting these huge bills from people.
Because again, with it being a pooled program, all I remember with the finance department is the claims that we were having to pay. We were constantly having to come out of money out of the general fund to put into the pool to pay the claims. And I think after a while, it just got to the point that it was getting really expensive. So I don't recall how we broke ways and kind of where that was.
Several years ago, remember, we tried to, when you guys were using Pierce Group, we tried to do a joint
We did.
RFP, and nobody would bid on us.
I thought we've tried this before to rejoin, and it just hadn't worked.
There's so much disparity between
Right.
our two plans right now that, I mean, you could put them all together and you might get a bid, but one of them's gonna have to come up. And
Yeah.
the other one may go down.
To kind of equalize, yeah.
But it's,
Yeah.
And our consultant or yours, if you guys use a TPA like we do, but they can look at the county's claims and the school's claims and probably advise, looking at the rate structure and the plan structure and the claims history, what it would look like to bring them in line.
Yeah.
If you look at, it's not part of your packet, so I don't know if you can pull it up or not, but the slides. Yeah, it's tiny on there, but if you open the slide, you can click on it and it takes you to the spreadsheet where you can see the county's rates and the school's rates. You can compare them.
we tried, got rates, other counties that we use salaries and it's on there too. I mean, we're one of the highest, there's no doubt about it.
We're in a regional pool, but we're also in the Jefferson Health Pool, which is enormous. It's
Okay.
not,
That was my question. That answers
Yeah.
the question about
we
that.
could be in the larger pool.
Yeah.
But there's still a big portion of the rate.
It's still gonna be our
based on
effect.
our claims.
Yeah.
Some of it's based on the pool.
But the good news is, you know, when you get your rates from local choice, if your claims come in lower than what you're paying in rates, they say, thank you very much. Our situation, if our claims come in lower than our rates, that money stays in that pool to pay future claims. So in that way, we're not losing any money, which I think is the best option for us in terms of the self-insurance. And we have reinsurance, so we're not paying out like we did when we were Gateway. There's this.
Okay.
We're not opposed to joining you and going on your rate plans. We'd be happy to do that. I haven't costed it out yet. Last year, the last time I costed it out, it cost you another $1 million, but I would say thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's, topic for, I mean, what's the decision? I mean, the decision points here is whether we're going to defer this and have a discussion about it next week. I mean, we
don't
can sit
think
here
we
and
need to do
debate,
that.
right, fair and unfair all night. I mean,
Right.
if you're a county employee, you could sit here and say that the schools were held harmless last year and they ate a 3% increase. I mean, so to me, it's a 6% increase. I mean, Tony, what are you suggesting?
And we didn't have this conversation last year. Maybe we should have.
Well, I think what I'm trying to make clear, to the public and to the board, in terms of, and I think we all try very hard to make sure that there's parity between the two bodies. And, as the board is considering the full budget here, I just want the board to be able to see how we may be breaking that parity, if you would. If, we decide not to provide the additional funding for the schools, that's necessary to, hold them relatively harmless to the health insurance. As Dr. Kelly pointed out, the increase is 600,000, of which they're going to pass on $150,000 to staff. However, if we then move to not fund that, then more will be passed on to the employees of the school system. So I wanted to highlight that so that as we're making these decisions, we're aware of the importance of that parity. Um, and recognize that that's a necessary component to everything that we're trying to do for the county. And so I guess within that would be, if we are seriously not considering meeting the additional need to both get the monies from the state to match the salaries to get 3%, then maybe we should be considering, if we're trying to find savings, to pass on some additional costs to the staff of the county, which I'm not in favor of. I just want to make that clear. I'm not in favor of that, but I'm also in favor of the parity. And so I just find this vote a little bit premature, maybe, while we haven't made those decisions.
I mean, even if we were to give the amount of for the raise and the health insurance that they've asked for, which is around 1.5, 1.6, I mean, they could inevitably decide to use that, not to hold them completely harmless and shift around some things, or to not hold them. I mean, it's not really, I guess the money ultimately, what gets to them is our decision. But let's say we were to get, even if we were to get to an amount that covers the raises and the health insurance, ultimately how they spend that is up to them. So it would almost be speculative to not make a decision on the county based on what the schools might get. I guess that would be my only concern there. I mean, and I get what you're saying.
And I would say, Mr. Groh, that's a, potentially, you're right. We don't control that. That's up to the school board. I think traditionally the school board has, and this has been something that has been a challenge, is that when we don't fully fund the schools, when we're basically just meeting the basics, in most cases, the school board has their hands tied behind them, because what school board member wants to essentially say to existing staff, well, you could have gotten a 3% raise from the state, but county staff didn't provide us with enough money, and we think that funding these other needs is more important. In essence, what I'm saying is that their hands are tied, and in most cases they are forced to provide the minimum that they need in order to stay competitive and to get the benefits that the state's providing. And so that really boils down to, if we're not going to fund the 1.8 million, which does not seem likely given the 75-cent rate, that at a minimum we should be looking to get to the 1.5 million, so that county staff and school staff are in essence at parity. So I hear your point, Mr. Gold, but I think that historically speaking, I'm probably on the correct side of how the school board will probably take the funding that we give them. And I don't mean to speak for them, just pointing that out.
A couple of years ago, and I can't remember the whole conversation, what provoked it now, but there was conversation about what the schools were moving, and maybe it was after the paid study, what the schools were moving positions to. And I remember, Mr. Dahl, do you remember janitors specifically? You made a comment during the meeting about that one position as an example, that was going to move the school's janitor pay above the counties. And we didn't, I don't think we said that has to equal. And so the point is, there are times where each of the two entities have parts of compensation that are higher than the others. And That's one example, and I don't know that we should be.
Mr. Chair, no offense, but I think there's a difference between singling out one particular classification of a job versus what is going to affect all of the employees. So I don't think that's a fair comparison.
Well, Tony, that was just one example.
I mean, Mr. Sheridan has already pointed out that the school's staff health insurance is, almost in many cases, 30 per, I forget the exact number, but I think he said it was 600 versus $900, and you can correct me, Mr. Sheridan. But there was already a significant disparity in the cost of the health insurance for the school staff versus the county staff.
But Tony, that was one example that Mr. Dahl used. It wasn't that one line item, and I said that several times earlier, that it was just an example. And it was
I recognize that, and I'm just saying that
similar positions between school staff and county staff.
Yeah, but you're referencing, let's say, out of school and county staff, janitors account for 5% of the staff, and I don't know that to be the case. This is something that applies to 100% of the staff. So, which is why I say it's not a fair comparison, and maybe you have other comparisons that make your point. But I think in this specific case, when we're comparing health insurance plans, apples to apples, it's important. And if the predisposition of the board is to basically, not fund this health insurance increase to the schools, I think we should be, as a board, considering, the fact that staff may have to absorb some of the costs because that's the decision that the board wants to make. So for that reason, I think deferring until we make those decisions is important.
I can ask it later. I'm just looking at your insurance premiums at $935 for 500, $935 for $1,000 deductible. That doesn't make sense.
What doesn't, I'm sorry.
If you look at your $500 deductible plan, your $1,000 deductible plan, it's the same amount for a family, you get either or. But I'm gonna get the $500 deductible plan. If I got a choice.
Let me just verify that.
I'm just wondering if there's a wrong number there.
Yeah, we'll verify.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Just a minute.
Whether it is or it isn't, I'm guessing one of them, the $1,000 plan is gonna be cheaper than that, but please.
Sure. I just want to articulate a little bit, I've only been on this school board for 6 years, but I can tell you that equity between your staff and the school staff, which fundamentally beyond who signs what paychecks are county employees, is so fundamentally important to me in the way that we manage this board, that when there are opportunities for bonuses or raises, we don't do anything with the first thing out of my mouth is let's reach out to Eric. Let's figure out what the county's doing. Let's stay in line. And I understand that there are moments like the custodians scale. And to be honest, yeah, if we could find ways to align and make sure that people who are doing the same job functions between the county and the schools are paid the same amount, that is equity. Now, as it relates to that salary study, the county had done the salary study the year before. The state level raises were, was it 3 or 5? Basically, when we went in and I was finally able to get 3 members of a school board to agree to do a salary study, which was a huge problem. The entire time I was on the board, they were unwilling to do it because they didn't want to see that there were inequities and that we were far behind. And that's fundamentally nonsense. But when we did it, I asked Ms. Grasser and Dr. Gretz to go through and literally take the formulas that you all used, the approach you used, the competitive set, how we're going to move people on the chain, and to do it precisely the way you all did, with the exception of the fact that that year had an extra 2% on the state comp. And so we literally copy pasted. So I know that from time to time, things aren't in alignment, but I can tell you from the school's perspective, or at least this voting member, and the way that I try to represent Palmyra and the county and work with our schools, I want us to be in lockstep at all points. And so I cannot recall I just can't recall a situation in which we did something or bonused or gave anything to our staff that your staff didn't get without, express written permission basically from the county. And I'm committed to continuing to do that because there's no reason that one group should get more or less than the others. And I know that we're in a situation with healthcare where our costs are obscene. They just are. When we look at that comparison sheet, that's ridiculous. I can't explain to you other than the claims why that's the case. But I can tell you that, when we're giving 3% raises and our health insurance goes up 10%, that some of our lowest paid people, including the custodians, they move backwards. And so I just want to reiterate to the very last day that I'm on this board, I will do nothing but advocate for equity between our staffs, because there shouldn't be a difference whether or not you're a county employee or whether you're a school employee.
And Dr. Kelly, I mean, I agree. I think mostly on compensation, I think both county and
We've been
schools have been
lockstep.
kind of lockstep. Yeah, I'm just gonna point out a few differences here. I mean, 23 and 24, the schools held staff harmless. The county did not hold county staff harmless in 23 and 24. 22, I think there was some changes and you had to do some changes. So, I mean, I think mostly from a compensation, we try and be lockstep, but there have been some differences every year in insurance and what the schools have done versus the county. And certainly you all have some of your plans are a little, are more expensive.
Mr. Dahl, move we extend until midnight.
Yes, second.
And I
Okay.
fully acknowledge that as well. And I
Well,
Hey, guys, we gotta do this.
I've got a member that wants to make a motion.
please.
Hey, we gotta vote on this, 'cause it's 10.
What's it?
We gotta extend.
Oh.
I said
Yeah.
extend to midnight.
Anybody
Second.
Second.
10.
All right, second motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. Tony?
I'm sorry, we had to do that. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No problem.
I understand what Mr. Dahl's saying, I'm not. I hate this time of year here because we end up in this battle where there are so many things that we need as a community, and we end up in this battle where I feel like I'm competing with Mr. House for a deputy and I'm trying to raise the teacher pay. And we are one county and we are together in this, and I think that's the part that sometimes gets lost. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Dahl, but our people are paying $300 more a month for a family plan. And we're talking about, we might have a custodian on a pay scale that makes more than yours, but he's paying $300 more a month in health insurance. I'm sure he would love to come and get your health insurance and be on your pay scale. We need to be thinking of this more together and not trying to pit against each other. And that's.
I don't, personally, I don't feel anybody's pitting against each other.
Way when I'm trying to advocate for my staff, and it's like, well, you held them harmless. We held them harmless because they were paying so much money, and we were trying to set up a scenario where they weren't taking home less. Some of these people are going to take home less when we increase their insurance. They're going to get a raise and they're going to take home less.
Thank you. Well,
Again, am I unmuted? I can't tell.
Yes, you are.
Okay. What really strikes me about this is that, even with the $150,000 that's being passed on to the school staff, you're still talking $450,000 with a staff of 600 plus people. That's almost $800 per person per year if you were to average it out. That's a huge number. And I just, again, it's not about pitting anybody against anybody else. I just think this vote is a little bit premature until we've kind of gone through that process. That's kind of where I am. So.
And again, for the vote on the county side, I mean, again, we just have to have, a formal decision that we can submit to them by April 1. That's kind of our, whatever the county is going to select for our contributions.
Well,
so if it's not tonight, I mean, we would have to meet next week to make it. And then if that's the case, I just need some guidance for what the board wants me to prepare.
I don't think we're gonna solve the school county health insurance dichotomy this evening. We have a decision to make on the health insurance rates. And I will say that it got brought up at the first work session in December, and then it was never discussed again. And so about potentially looking at a joint plan. And I would certainly say that that's something that we should have more of a conversation about. It may.
And I can say, Dr. Grutz and myself have had a conversation with that, and I know he was gonna have, Sam take a look at that.
And that can't happen this year, correct?
No.
Yeah,
No.
all right, so
No.
can we get to the decision point on the table this evening then?
Yeah, but here's the thing. All right, if we make a motion right now to pass this, all right, and then we make a motion not to, fund the health insurance increase for the schools, we have created inequity, period. Again, I'm not in favor of that, but if this board is going to sit there and analyze and try to, get to a certain number, I think at the end of the day, we really need to consider the fact that we are passing on a significant increase to one part of as was put so eloquently, we're all the same community. We're all the same employees from that perspective. That is not being shared equally. So, if we're looking for those extra dollars, then we should be putting this on hold right now. And I'm happy to make a motion to defer this until we get to that point.
Tony, all I would. Go ahead.
But we still don't even have your final numbers. So we could be speculating on your rate going down and we fully fund it. So it is your final number. Provided by the supplier or by the insurance company, 10%.
Just be verified.
Okay. Inevitably, when you're looking at it, and one's 10 and one's 6.8, that's inevitably unequal. And I don't want to say apples to oranges, but you're automatically looking at two different scenarios there. I guess to the equity or equality argument, what was it inequitable last year when county employees had to pay had to eat 3% of a health insurance increase? I mean, the school board's budget proposal itself has staff eating some of that. We can work towards a number that helps get closer to what they're asking for of their percentage of what the school board's asking for. But how are we supposed to look at equality when the budget that was brought to us doesn't even have the staff being held completely harmless? But we've been provided with a 6.8% increase that is something that we've kind of all agreed last week that we were gonna move forward with. I mean, so I just don't understand how when we can look at it this way, and that's why I say we're not going to solve the problem tonight. I 100% agree that the situation needs to be looked into. But when you have two different proposals and theirs was given to us with, what was it? I guess 450 out of 600, and Eric's budget, which was given to us, proposed a 100% increase. We're automatically looking at something that's completely different there.
And correct, and I'm sorry if you're not finished. Please go ahead, Mr. Bowler.
No, that's fine.
The way the motion is presented right now, and maybe this is the way it needs to be done, is we're saying, we have to approve Anthem. I understand they need an answer, but do they need an answer in terms of the contributions as presented, or is that something that's still up for discussion?
No, Anthem needs to know what the county is paying the different tiers and what we're gonna make, what we would have the employees pay. They need to start working on all of the open enrollment.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed FY.
I think there was already a motion on the floor, which was I moved to defer it. So if there's a second, that's great.
Did you move to defer?
Well, Mike
did
was trying
make
to
a
make a motion
For
earlier.
15
Tony.
minutes.
Mike's been trying to make a motion for quite a while.
But go ahead.
No, I mean, I thought there was discussion. I didn't hear a formal motion from Mike. I did make a motion to defer.
I didn't hear that, but he was trying to make a motion.
You can recognize his motion.
Recognize this.
As long as Mr. Gode's okay with it.
Recognize Mr. O'Brien's motion.
Alright, so
Yeah, we'll recognize your
I
motion, Tony.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I make a motion to defer the local choice health insurance contribution chart as presented until I guess we have to do this by April 1st. Is that what you said, Mr. Gall?
Correct.
Correct. So that presumes that we would have to do this at a meeting, at one of our work sessions.
Wednesday's meeting, we would have to have a
Yeah.
meeting.
Now, knowing that I'm absent, what happens if it's a 2-2 tie? Motion will not carry. And then you could not get the information to Anthem.
We can't have
Ask for-
discussion
ask
on
for a
the motion to
second.
defer
Chris, ask for
until
a
like,
second.
until the.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, ask for a second. I'm asking for a second. The motion dies.
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed FY 26 Anthem local choice health insurance contributions chart as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
All opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes in favor, passes 4-1. All right. Item H, advertisement of proposed fiscal year 2026 operations budget, tax rates and capital improvement plan. Ms. Melton.
So I think I probably just need to pull up
It's in BOS submission.
It's in BOS.
Yes.
Oh, no, are you talking about
The motion change.
well, yeah, I mean, because, we can't finish the motion sheet until the board determines what they're doing with final revenue. Okay, so where is it?
Well, close to the end, right.
Your submissions or package? Where's? This one?
No, I'll be late.
Where you got fired?
Yes, and I missed 3 in a row. I cannot miss it.
Yeah, but this 117 million.
Right, that can change.
So yeah, I think that's where we need to go to, because I think what needs to happen, is there's a revenue surplus right now that has to be determined what's happening with. So right now, with the revenues updated from the commissioner revenue, you have 110,250 excess. And then again, the board
Meals tax.
passed the meals tax and can make some considerations for that.
Well, what figure do we, are we including a figure for that? I mean, it starts August 1. It's assumed that we're going to collect some revenue from it. What number do we include?
I don't think for the purposes of the budget, we need to include that right now. Is that correct, Mr. Stahl?
I would, well,
It's revenue. Yeah. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, so the
Well, it's
thing with
revenue, but we're limited to 75 cents anyhow right now, so.
Not if we include that as.
But remember, I mean, so you are setting a maximum budget. So if there's revenue, so let's just say that the motion is for, let's use round number, 100 million today, and you add additional $100,000 in revenue next week or
Yeah.
another time, that increases the total budget by 100,000, and you can't increase the budget unless something else decreases.
No. Which means it would all go into the general fund.
Correct. I mean, yeah, basically means you would not be budgeting for any
Correct.
Meals tax.
Any unexpected surpluses or deficits will affect the general fund, not the budget. If what? If you generate more revenue, it goes in the general fund. If your projections come up short, you draw from the general fund.
Yeah, because
Correct.
it would put it over, it'd be more revenue than the,
Well, here's my question. We talked about the meals tax. We talked about 50% of it going towards school CIPs. So if it's above whatever number we pick, we still have to put 50% of that towards school CIP. It doesn't all go into
Well,
general
it
fund.
really, what, I think what it would go into, you know, it would probably be set up like a capital reserve fund.
That's what I was thinking. I mean,
But
It's a fund that's just money's gonna continue to go into it year after year. And
Well,
until it builds up, I mean, it's not CIP.
with the question I asked, that's one of the reasons I asked it, because we can address debt service.
Yep.
That was my question. That's when I just thought of it today.
And a meals tax, I mean, if you're putting money into the school construction fund, pretty much what you'd be doing is you would almost wait until the end of the fiscal year. Until you just thinking, and again, just thinking on the fly. You would almost wait till the end of the fiscal year when you recognize actual meals tax revenues. And let's just say, let's say it was 100,000 this year and 50% of it is for school construction. So then you've got 50,000 going into, since those are the actual revenues.
Okay, so we just voted to basically hold county staff harmless. I think our current budget for the schools is 1.3.
Yeah, the schools are at right now, 1.3.
So if we allocate the other 110,000, we're at 1.4. It doesn't quite hold them harmless, but if we allocated another conservatively $150,000 for the schools, if we're going to factor in something for the meals tax, we'd get to 1.5. It's not what the schools have asked for. It doesn't mean that that's what we're going to vote on, but it certainly, I think, maybe solves the problem for tonight, unless I'm missing something.
That's what I'm thinking. And we can take a 0.3 of a penny off. Or we can put it to the school.
Where are they at right now? 1.3.
1.3, whatever.
And what do we do? What did we say we were doing with the meals tax? Sorry, I was doing
50%, 50%.
Yeah, but what are we gonna put in the budget?
I mean, we said 300,000 to 600,000 in annual revenue.
At what percent? Was that projected at 4 or 6?
5, I think.
No, that was 4, because
was
we
a
were,
4.
because back when we did this, we were looking at that, and that was at around 4%.
So would a conservative estimate as far as revenue be 250? Or 3?
I would probably say 3 at this point
I
without
mean, I'd
having,
say 3 because
Total, so 150 and 150 or
Yeah.
300 and 300?
I would say on that.
it'd be 150.
What was that?
It'd be 150, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're talking about 50,
Yeah.
50, yeah,
Meaning 300 total,
correct.
but the high end was 6.
Because I use Madison County, so Madison County's fiscal year 23, and again, not knowing.
fast food.
I think
Well, they haven't-
it's just, it's speculative on our side, so he's just afraid to he's being conservative in his number.
And my thought process, I don't know if you heard me, but when you use Madison County, they got Route 29 with all those guys going up and down 29 that are stopping at fast foods.
Sheets in the McDonald's.
They got fast
That's true.
foods.
No,
That would be my only thing to be on the conservative side.
Yeah.
maybe 200, I don't know.
Well,
maybe
I mean,
200.
300, I mean, if we were
200 total?
25,000
Yeah.
short,
100,
Yeah.
just as a
We just
first
come
year
up with it in the
benchmark, I
general
don't
fund.
know.
It seems to me
Well-
going on the end of what was projected would be somewhat safe. I mean, I was thinking more 2 and 2, but if it's 150 and 150, it's 150 and 150.
Well, and as Eric was just saying, maybe even 2 total and splitting it 100 and 100. Because again, if you look at those fast food restaurants that are generating that revenue.
Yeah, McDonald's and Madison and they.
now, if we go with an aggressive timeline, we know we approved the sewer line for the easement for the Wawa construction. So aggressive, what do you think? January opening? December? I don't know if it can be done in 6 months.
No,
So what is,
I
what,
think they were projecting.
what do we
late
roughly,
spring.
well, Wawa won't be. I was just gonna say, what do we roughly project the meals tax portion to be from Wawa? Do we know?
You're
That's
gonna have
Mr.
3
O'Brien's
months max.
wheelhouse. Hmm?
3 months max.
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 months, and I would say this, I would say that, you know, when we're considering this, and I think, you know, we kind of floated this idea before, is that, you know, in my opinion, in this situation, and I'm not generally a fan of doing this, but knowing that we have an addition and knowing what we're trying to accomplish in this budget and being cognizant of the real estate assessment increase, and recognizing that each of us as members need to make the decision we feel is right. That, you know, should we find ourselves in a situation where, you know, we end up having to dip into fund balance for a few $100,000 in order to make this budget work, I would be okay with that because I know that this is a new revenue source that's coming online. And so, yes, maybe it's only 3 months. Maybe it's 6 months. Don't know. Maybe it's 600,000. Maybe it's 800,000. We don't really know the answer to those things, but you know, I think that we're very close to having a budget at 75 cents. And again, I reiterate that I know that may not be where we end up, but at the very least, we should be targeting that. You know, if we're projecting, in order to hold the schools harmless, roughly to be at 1.5, then I think we should plug that number in there and try to get to that. I just don't. I don't think 1.4 is necessarily enough, and I'd love to fully fund the schools, but I don't think we can get there. So you know, I don't want to fall backwards, and I don't want to, you know, create inequity between county staff and school staff. So you know, I would certainly urge the board and recommend that we, you know, plug in that number that gets us to the 1.5.
So I got an estimated range on what a Wawa could generate annually, and it depends upon location, but 70 to 100,000.
In,
That's for 12 months?
And yeah.
and meals tax
What's that?
and meals tax,
That's revenue.
meals tax revenue or
That's a four. Yeah. Yeah.
at 4%.
Yeah.
I mean, if the budget doesn't go into effect until July, you would like to think that at least part of it's going to be operating and running before the end of the fiscal year. I think, me personally, I mean, 150 would be as safe, seems safe to me. I mean, I don't know if others feel different. So where would we leave that? I guess we would, in order to use that, we have to, the meals tax revenue, we'd have to move it into the budget, correct?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Which would make that.
the one I would probably just,
You're out of lines.
I'm sorry.
yeah, we're just gonna. So I would put, okay, so I'm just gonna, are we gonna say 300? 150, 150? What's that?
I'm comfortable.
Do it.
Are you comfortable with that?
I am, because I mean, I guess the one thing is. If you don't, I guess technically, if you don't get in 150. The money going into the school construction fund, you're only gonna put money in the school construction fund of what you actually receive.
Correct.
So on the other side of that. I would hope that we would get at least 150.
The most we'd have to pay would probably be 25.
I would probably be comfortable with it. It's running a little tight for year one, but I could be
No,
comfortable.
we are losing money. So we're starting August 1.
Let's see it, I guess.
So
What's
I
that?
mean,
Let's see it then. I guess.
so what I would do 300 and then. So So under CIP, what I would do is I would add 150 as the 50% of the CIP. And then, so now what you have 260, which is left, which is the 150, which is the 50% of the revenue, meals tax revenue, plus you have the 110 that's sitting there. So, if you added the 260, 250, then you're balanced.
And we don't have to move it.
Put 200,000 at schools, that puts it at 1.5.
And can you put 60 at the sheriff?
Deputy.
Full year.
time, full
Yep.
year. But we could make one deputy, one of the half year deputies a full year.
Yep.
And then put whatever's left at the school budget, which would put them at 1.5 plus. And then they'd have 3 full year deputies and 1 half year deputy, correct? Is that what would work?
Yes.
2 and 2?
Yeah.
So we'd be 3 and 1.
Yep. I can support that.
I could too.
Me 3.
Okay, so
Tony, what do you think?
He's muted.
Mr. Brown,
For the purposes of
Me
advertising.
4. Me 4.
be 5. That would be 5. We could now get his yes on that.
Did we add the extra vehicles for the sheriffs before? Okay.
That would just be to the CIP though,
Yeah, but I just want to make sure from a budget standpoint that all those are accounted for.
Because I believe in the work session from 5 to 6, you added another part-time, is that correct?
Two,
It should be 40.
I think the vehicles was 80,000.
You need my math.
Yeah.
That's CIP, that doesn't say.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm getting the vehicles from what was done previously before.
We end up doing 3 and 1, right?
Okay,
Well,
so,
1 half.
Yeah.
so. Okay, let me just make sure. Okay, so right now what we have in the budget is we have the 1 full-time deputy that was in my budget. The board added another full-year deputy plus 2 half-year deputies.
And we're making one of those a full year.
So it'd be 3 and 1.
Okay, so you're gonna, okay.
So 2 and 1 in that
Two on
column.
Okay, so this one, okay.
That
so
becomes a
let's
1
see.
on top and becomes 2.
So we need to do.
That's what that 60,000 would go.
I don't know if it's gonna quite.
I was gonna say, I think we've come a little shy, aren't we?
Well, no.
Just give them a chance.
Let me try that.
It's salary.
Yeah.
And so we'll have 18,000 left over. If I remember correctly.
So we have 18 left over.
You're the numbers man.
I could put this in BOS contingency if you want and.
Still trying to figure.
What's the normal amount
You're
that,
good at math.
if you said average amount that when you do put in board contingency?
I mean, we've generally put these amounts or
Yeah.
board, additional board contingency to just balance it out.
I think let's put in contingency.
What's that?
We're at 18 grand.
You have, yeah.
Put it in board contingency. If they have CRMFs or something that needs to be funded, we'll do it out of that.
Well, I mean. What do we end up? Just,
Or give it to the schools.
I did put that 18 in the schools.
What are they at now?
I don't know, that's what I just asked. 1.5, did we stop them at 1.5 even?
They're asking, what are we at for the schools?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're at 1,502,839.
So that would put them at 20,000.
Yeah.
That'd put you about 1,000,005.
They need 1,522 for the 3% plus the 450.
Give it to them.
Yeah, I agree.
Whoa.
That's not it.
Too big a number. It should be 15220. It's gonna be 1520.
That's it. That's it right there.
Everybody good?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have to save this and you all are gonna have to go back and look at the CIP and I think it's just the CIP, the schools and the
Well,
sheriff.
first, they're not, but they want.
Second. All right, so it's saved. So we'll see, what do we have? So maybe what we do at this point, so the only thing left we have is consent agenda, closed session. And I think if you do consent agenda, closed session, that will give finance time to go in and update the motion sheets and all the total dollar amounts.
We're gonna do closed session over here, aren't we? Or are we going back over there?
If we have to, since we have to come out and do an action, it might just make sense
Yeah.
just to do it here.
I agree.
What session we should, it should be fairly short.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move to consent agenda, right?
Yeah.
Let's move to consent agenda. You want to pull anything?
I was gonna pull that item, but that gentleman left, so, I'll just leave it in the consent agenda for now. I move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, second by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien?
Speak.
Aye. Just had to make sure my video was on there.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. All right, unfinished business?
I will make a statement. We had a formal thing happen this morning, but I saw people work together extremely well. Buckingham, Goochland showed up. Everybody stepped up.
And can I just say, it had, as of when we started the meeting, we don't know if it had been in the media, so just remaining a little bit vague. God bless our people that serve and there's prayers.
And yeah, of course, to the deceased, our hearts and to their family go out. I mean, it's just a terrible tragedy.
I want to be sure, we did fund, I've heard a number of times about social services, we funded all the requested added positions, right?
Fully funded.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any new business? All right, we're gonna move on to the second round of public comment. Anybody wishing to speak, please address the board directly and keep your comments to 5 minutes.
Round three. James Jemster, 843 Jefferson, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm disappointed in the vote on the planning commission appointment. I believe that Gary Selleck is a great representative of the Fluvanna district and the Lake Monticello as a whole. I was happy to support him in both of his runs for that board. And I think as someone who has his mind on the people he's serving currently, you could not have had a better representative on that planning commission. I really appreciate the relationship I have with each of you on this board. So I will be reaching out to the folks who voted against that particular nomination to ask for some justification. And I look forward to hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to see Patty Rayner, 3531 Union Mills Road.
Sorry, Patty, you mind turning that mic down? Thank you.
Patty Rayner, 3531 Union Mills Road. And I would just like to see a lot more transparency. I know that I had reached out to every one of you with the emails about the school budget and spending and I know that $100,000 in unpaid lunch fees is a lot of money. And I don't know why we as adults and working taxpayers, when we don't pay our mortgage, there's a consequence. If we don't pay our car payment, there's a consequence. And there's a consequence to everyone's decision. And we're talking about a lot of money here. And $100,000 of taxpayers' money is not being collected for unpaid lunches. And my question to the board members was to find out why, our school system is becoming a school pantry. I mean, a food pantry. And we're serving for free. And these people are also getting food from other pantries, but the decision is, do I get a new tattoo? Do I take another vacation? Or do I pay for my school lunch? Now, it's not the kids that make that decision, but it is their parents. And when people don't pay their child support, their wages are garnished. They're going to pay that. Maybe they'll do a little jail time too. Maybe that's a good thing. But what is the message that we're sending? The rules, the laws, the policies are not, they're going to be picking and choosing who they get enforced against. And as soon as there is no consequence to that action, we just said that rules, laws, policies mean nothing. Just to a certain group that we choose to enforce this against. So I think we need to take a hard look at the transparency, and people need to know when I say there's a lot of things that can be cut and a lot of wasteful spending, there's one, and $100,000, that's a big number. I was on the book committee and I got into this discussion with Mr. Kelly last week. And I said, I volunteered for every committee I could be on because I wanted to see, that was the only way to try to get some transparency. And so we went through, we picked these books and the books were purchased. We went through this whole review of math and science and the whole 9 yards. A lot of money, thousands of dollars was spent on these new books. So I asked my kids, months went by and I'm like, the books had been received and paid for. I'm like, well, when do you guys get the new books? They were like, we don't. And when I inquired about that, I was told that they do not use those books. So there's a lot more wasteful spending going on that we are not being exposed to. And I'm only one voice, but I can tell you, I've talked to a lot of people and people are intimidated. They're scared to come forward because they don't want to be judged as somebody who is a whistleblower. They don't want to have to sit in church with their neighbors and know that I really don't agree with the things that I've seen and things that are being approved because I don't want to upset my neighbor. And that's not a really good way to go through life. But we need a lot of transparency. You guys want to go into closed session? What is there that shouldn't be discussed in the open? Because this is the taxpayers' money. It's easy to give out somebody else's money. And I mean, I don't know how else. I try to call, I try to send emails, and I feel like it just falls on deaf ears. I came to every meeting for a year, and I keep going back to this land use thing. And again, it's the Board of Supervisors who makes that decision. But that is a topic that you guys do not want to talk about. And again, it was said tonight, if everybody in this county knew that they could put their land in land use and did that, how much more money would be lost in revenue? Because I've lived in this county my entire life and I never knew that was a thing until about 6 years ago. Buckingham doesn't do it. Everybody's land is taxed the same. We got away from it in the 1970s. So I don't know why that topic cannot be brought up and discussed, other than the fact that some of you guys partake in that land use yourself. But you got to remember, you have to be fair in taxation. And that's across the board to all of us. And I know that you guys can benefit from it, not Tony, he lives at the lake. I think he tried to bring up that topic. I've talked to him about it. And it's a huge number. We're talking millions. And just think how much we could lower the tax rate with that money. How we could fund the things that need to be funded in this county. And the infrastructure that is now at Zion's Crossroads, I don't know why. It's a secret that Wawa is coming. Why isn't that transparent information going out to the people in this county? I mean, people want to know that you guys are trying to get things going there. So I don't know why it is a secret. And if it falls apart, it falls apart, but let people know what's going on.
I'd be happy to catch up with you about some of that, and because there are some clear answers to some of your questions.
Yeah, and there might be some other answers, but I know with the school, you know, and talking about the salaries and stuff, I mean, I went out and looked, we got 28 janitors for 4 schools, 28 janitors. What do 28 janitors do? That seems like an awful lot of janitors. Now, that top janitor's paid over $52,000 a year with full benefits.
I'm sorry to stop you, but I got just others waiting to speak.
Well, I would like to.
I will catch up
pause
with you.
With all of you.
Yes, yes, ma'am, thank you.
Tracy Smith to Sandy Beach Court. I want to just say it's very disappointing to witness yet again the board deny appointments from the Rivanna district. This is the second in recent months. Especially you just patted yourselves on the back for progress that you're making in the county. Despite all the talk about moving forward, you continue to block qualified individuals who bring fresh perspectives and a willingness to drive real change. What's even more troubling is that these decisions are clearly being made based on political party lines, despite the fact that the boards and commissions are supposed to be about the betterment of the county and not partisan politics. The board's actions reveal a troubling pattern, prioritizing political control over progress. If we're truly committed to moving this county forward, we have to allow all voices, including those appointed by district representatives, to have a seat at the table, regardless of their political affiliation.
Hello, Ashley Crocker, 442 Justin Drive. Couple things. First of all, I would love to thank Mr. Sheridan for advocating for our schools, and thank you for putting money into our schools. Our students desperately need it. So thank you for that. 2, no single child should go hungry. I don't care how much money it costs. Put food in children's bellies. Thank you. Finally, I don't live in the Rivanna district, but as a citizen of the county, I am directly impacted by who gets appointed to the Planning Commission. It's absolutely absurd that the representative and the people of the Rivanna district haven't been able to appoint their preferred candidate for Planning Commission for the second time in recent memory. Why do other members of this board get to pick their candidate for Planning Commission, but Mr. O'Brien does not? I don't know Mr. Selleck well, but I do know is that he is the only applicant who has been duly elected by the citizens of the Rivanna district as a member of the LMOA board. It's obvious that he's being rejected, not because he wouldn't be an asset to the planning committee, but because Mr. Hodge holds a grudge against him from campaign season. This is honestly embarrassing. You wonder why people warn people not to move to Fluvanna. Do better.
James Kelly, 363 Manor Boulevard, Palmyra, Virginia, 22963. So by practice and tradition, I try not to use second rounds of public comments. You hear enough from me in the first 5 minutes, but if I'm invoked like Beetlejuice, you're going to see me wearing stripes. So just some quick notes. So we do not have cafeteria debt. The Fluvanna County Public Schools universally, meaning all of our schools, qualify for the community eligibility program, which means that all of our students are eligible for free and reduced lunch based on a critical threshold that was moved by the state of Virginia last year. And so we don't have school debt. We're not paying school debt. Clearly, CEP comes with its own challenges that we're remarkably transparent about and talk about routinely in our meetings. Every document related to the schools, everything that we talk about in our meetings, which occur on a regular occurrence, are posted on our board docs. I've shared that link with members of this board and others multiple times and routinely post it on all channels that I can get my hands on. Yes, children are messy. We have a lot of custodians because kids make a lot of mess. And I can guarantee you that not all of them are making $55,000, but our scales do increase with tenure. And so we do, I don't have the scale in front of me in the moment, but our scales do go up for a 30-year veteran in our schools who've been cleaning up the vomit and the other bodily fluids that occur in our buildings. They are paid with their experience just like anyone else is. And so, I think I've heard some comments around, is it fair for a 30-year custodian to be paid more than or or equal to a first year teacher? And, that's a really interesting question. They are paid approximately at the end of their career as opposed to the beginning of their career. But I can guarantee you that not very many of our custodians, in fact, do make that amount of money. I just want to make sure that when we talk about things and when we talk about things publicly, that we're doing so from a place of fact and using all of our available information. And I will continue to take constituent calls, to field hard questions, to continue to be here every Wednesday I can possibly be, to provide the information that you all need and that the public needs. And I will continue to serve as best I can. I appreciate you.
Don Raynard, 3531 Union Mills. And if we're feeding kids 3 meals a day in our school systems on all the taxpayers' dollars, there's nothing, I don't care whether the state allows it, there's nothing morally right about that. Because we're taking away from taxpayers of Virginia. And none of us, many of our kids went through the school system. Your kids went through that school system. My kids went through that school system. Your kids went through that school system. And somebody that's living in $1 million house and can afford to do so and is living a pretty fine life, they can afford to pay for their kids' lunch. And that shouldn't be up to the taxpayers and the elderly in this county living on a fixed income. So I don't care any way you want to look at it, but it's wrong. I've heard some other comments from people here tonight that say that, well, I'm willing to pay more taxes. Well, my guess is, I don't know all the legal components of it. If somebody can write a check and donate money to the county of Fluvanna, and Mr. Dahl can probably accept that and put it towards the general fund.
Yep.
And so if you're inclined to want higher taxes and you're not being taxed, then feel free to send Mr. Dahl all that money that you have at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell the kids I said hello, please. Anybody else wishing to speak?
I know everybody would like to stay here even longer tonight, correct?
Sure. Name and address.
Wayne Campagna, 79 Hidden Valley Court, Palmyra, Virginia. First of all, I appreciate, I think, as well as many of those who are public safety related, kind of where your support so far for the sheriff's department and the fire department and all public safety agencies. But some of the discussion tonight in regards to pay and benefits and so forth, and I'm speaking for somebody who's worked in and around nearly 40 years in public safety. I'm now retired, worked in local government. I worked in Maryland. I worked in Albemarle County for 20 years. The reality is that everybody who works would like to get the most benefits they can get. But I heard tonight in some of the discussions in the budget meetings and some of the budgets that have been proposed, seems to be not any total consideration for the taxpayer out here. And where I'm coming from there is that there are people living here that aren't fixed incomes because they're retirees. They get what they get if you're a VRS or if you're Social Security. And as I've noted to some of you before, Social Security recipients only got a 2.5% cost of living effective July 1 of this year. They weren't held harmless from their increases in their Medicare expenses. VRS employees last year, July 1, got, depending on which plan you were on. If you're plan 1, you got 3.5% COLA. If you're on plan 2, you got 3%. It's fair to say, based on the formula VRS uses, this year VRS employees won't even probably get a 3% cost of living because the CPI, they base it on 12 months of CPI. CPI so far in the first 8 months through February is only an average of 2.75%. So I think all of that should be taken into consideration, it's not just what departments or divisions feel they want for their employees or need to, but you also have to take in consideration, what are the limitations for the taxpayers and what can they afford to pay? And are they being put back as well? So I think that needs to be kept in mind in this budget year and any future budget year. And as far as pay goes, seems to be a lot of effort to try to do things based on a cost of living adjustment. I worked for Albemarle County for 20 years. We never got cost of living adjustments. Any adjustment in pay came through pay and classification studies. And it's a merit-based system, and your raises were based on your performance in accordance with your job description and what that merit raise was. There were no COLAs. And so it seems to me that there needs to be some adjustment here in the county, and that's for all employees to be looking at a more merit-based system to determine what kind of appropriate pay and compensation should be provided for all the employees. You can't just depend on a cost of living adjustment. So with that, I'll say goodnight and thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the second round of public comment and go into closed meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors enter into a closed meeting pursuant to the provisions of section 2.2-3711A1 and for personnel matters and 2.2-3711A8 legal matters, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters, and the personnel of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended for the purpose of discussing personnel in the Department of Emergency Services and legal matters in the Department of Emergency Services.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor?
Aye.
Tony, you there? All right, chair votes aye, 5-0.
We'll be doing this.
Back here. Well, we're gonna need it.
And Mr. O'Brien, I'm just gonna, since there's nothing to show, I'm just gonna call you on my cell phone when we get in closed session, if that's all right.
The advertisement of the proposed rate, you gotta go send it. Just for clarity.
Mr. Dahl, that's fine.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. O'Brien?
I said if you wanted to call me on your cell phone, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll call you on the cell phone.
Do we have to make an a motion about the tax rate and all that stuff? don't we?
Yes, we do.
Closed session and.
You got it right.
I've got it.
Yeah, but we can't read it over. Somebody tell, I can get over there and read it,
Yes,
Or-
please do.
because I got the microphone to travel.
Yeah, we're ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, he has the certification motion.
Read it.
Mr. Chair, I move the closed meeting be adjourned and the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors convene again in open session. Be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, roll call.
Oh, yep, Mr. Hodge,
Aye.
Mr. Goode,
Aye.
Mr. Sheridan. Mr. O'Brien,
Aye.
chair votes aye 5-0.
All righty, Mr. Chair, I move the Board of Supervisors authorize staff to advertise the FY 26 budget, tax rates and capital improvements plan CIP for a public hearing on April 16th, 2025. The proposed budget amount for 2026 is $117,769,609. The advertised tax rates are as follows: real property, 75 cents per 100. Mobile homes, 75 cents per 100. Personal property residential, $4.10 per 100. Personal property business and public utilities, $2.90 per 100. Machinery and tools, $1.90 per 100.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
We are canceling next week's
Did
meeting.
you all want to cancel next week?
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah,
any
correct.
reason for it.
Do we have to make a motion to do that?
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night, gentlemen.
Chair votes aye 5-0.